And hello, everyone, and welcome once more to the shores of the Adriatic here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, here with a non-standard, uncustomary third day of coverage of the very first event on the docket here at this Triton Poker Series. We got down to 5 players by the end of the night last night from an original 155 entries, Randy, 99 unique players. We came back with 31 players to start things off. We did play through the money bubble. Unfortunately, the local hero, the Montenegrin, Dejan Karađorđević, ended up on the outside looking in, could not collect that min cash of 39,000. Once we burst the bubble, things really picked up the pace. I mean, we hit the accelerator pedal right up until, I believe, the bust out of Soiza, did we not?
Yeah, things were very quick. You know, like, of course, it's nice to make the money. Players are more relaxed, and then now they're trying to build some stacks to get the top prize. And even getting to the final table was very quick. You know, there was players with like 20 big blinds and stuff like that, and Soiza ended up calling an open jam with King-Queen suited against Divorce for 17 big blinds, and he didn't hold, even though he wasn't the shortest stack.
No, he ended up in 10th place. And then we had our final 9. We thought perhaps we were going to be able to crown a champion. It was a bit TBD in conversations with Luca Vivaldi. Of course, we did pull up lane with 5 remaining. Let's talk about the final 4 bust-outs of the night, starting, of course, with Theodore McQuilkin. Earlier, I had been under the impression that this was a Triton first-timer. He did visit us in 2022 in Cyprus, but hasn't played a whole lot of events. I believe this was the 3rd he'd ever played, right?
Yeah, I believe you're right about that. And, like, his experience when there was 31 remaining was he was a short stack. He was short stack throughout, but people busted. He got pay jumps, and eventually he did run the jacks into the two kings for
But he
86K.
had conservative procedures about, the way he performed. So to get up to that final 9 in consideration of how lean his stack was for the bulk of the program, a very impressive result for the man from Grenada. 8th was the Lithuanian, who at one point was the chip leader overall, Paulius Plazonitis. Early on in day 1, I believe, was when he was enjoying those honors, but then didn't enjoy things when he took King-Queen up into Mike Watson, who had 8-8, 105,000 ultimately were the spoils for him. And then Xuan Liu, the Chinese delegation, we expect to talk about them as a storyline in Jeju, perhaps not so much when geographically speaking, Montenegro, a little bit more of a challenge to get to, but yet here they are showing up and posting results yet again.
Yeah, and Zhang Yu was on pace to make a phenomenal run. He had a huge stack. We had a mystery hand where he folded aces correctly against Divorce, and then he had 2 back-to-back all-ins. Within like 10 hands, he went from like second place to out, just like that.
King 10 versus Divorce's pocket queens. Ultimately, the way that he would meet his end, $144,000 richer for the effort. And then Sir Watts, who was the 4th Canadian out of 6 runners at that point, ended up falling in 6th. Also to Divorce, who ran white hot.
Yeah, he lost with jacks into kings. Watson kind of couldn't get anything going, but 6th place for 199K to start things off is not too bad.
Yeah, he didn't look too disappointed down at lunch moments ago, where Randy and I spied him and the family. So let's turn our attention then, Randy, to the final 5, 3 of whom flying the maple leaf. The old Canadian contingent is looking very good. We can glimpse quickly into the Triton Poker Plus app for the first occasion to show you the way the stacks are breaking down, as well as the seating arrangements, which we're going to get to. But let's start with Divorce. He knocked out 7th place Zhang. He knocked out his countryman Watson, and he's got a very unique opportunity on his hands here today.
Well, he has 2 titles previously, and you would assume primarily as a no-limit player he would have a no-limit title, but he doesn't. He has a short deck title, he has a PLO title, and if he can win here in no-limit hold'em, he can complete the Triton, which is having 1 title in each 3 variants.
It's pretty impressive considering that he has over $20 million in Triton earnings, but does not have that 2-card title that you speak of. Similar to Stephen Chidwick, if I'm not mistaken, who also has titles but not in the 2-card streets here at Triton. So obviously a little bit of added incentive for Divorce here today. Now let's look at David Peters, the American. He is in 2nd, 10 million in chips in front of him, 8 big blinds behind Divorce, who sits 12.1 at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we don't always get David Peters at our Triton Stops playing full schedule, but, he's here in Montenegro. He had a big chip lead. He didn't get to use it as much because Divorce kind of just surged all of a sudden at the final table.
Yeah.
But he's playing amazing. He's got his wife watching the stream. Like, vibes are good.
Yeah, especially considering Jeju, which was a painful stop for Peters, obviously. Didn't perform very well. And you see scrolling through a big brick out from March 2nd forward, a number of events, I think 7 by my tally there. And some of the big stuff was a part of that as well. You see the 150K and the 100K main. That's an expensive visit there for him. How about Xuan Liu, one of the other Canadians at this final 5? I mean, first-timer to Triton and looking every bit like a veteran.
I mean, a first-timer, rarely do they get the opportunity to get deep and try and take down a title, and you can see hasn't played anything, but she's a very experienced player. She knows what to do. She's a YouTuber, WT Global Ambassador. Like, this is the day for her.
You know what's great? That photo that we had of her, she almost looks like a ninja assassin with the mask. You know what I mean? It's like a beware. There it is. There's the look at, her kind of assassin vibes that she's bringing to the party over here. Okay, moving forward, Kristen Foxen. I don't want to make a meal of it. We had the conversation with producer James, and I think sometimes ladies in poker can feel slighted by these conversations about accolades specific to women. But the high water mark was set by Ebony Kenny in Cyprus, coming in with a 5th place finish, I believe it was, in the Invitational.
Right.
And now both Xuan and Kristen have equaled that, and potentially one of them for sure will be bettering it. So we know the record's going to fall. But what an amazing storyline it would be to have our first female champion here at Triton. And 2 of the 5 runners, can make it happen.
It's definitely possible. Kristen Foxen, she's so well respected amongst her peers. She's widely regarded as one of the best players out there. She's crushing lots of other tours that are around, right? To see her make a deep run, and we know the other Foxen, he's done his damage over in Triton series, so it's cool to see her here.
Yeah. Xuan Liu, by the way, 2.4 million in career earnings. A win here, and that would be a career high score for her. Chrissy has already secured a breach of the 8-figure threshold, Randy, as a result of whatever she finishes in this one right now. Her current best score, $600,000, much like Xuan Liu, 13th in last year's World Series of Poker Main, of course, where so many people were rooting her on, is where she tallied and notched that performance. How about Tom Fuchs, the German? He's rounding things out. 5th in chips right now. You know, Tom, he had a bit of a seesaw day. You know, got involved in some altercations, took the best of it, took the worst of it, up and down his stack went, and you can see he's riding a 4-event dry spell here coming into this event 1 in Montenegro. But when you see the German flag, you know you're going to get top shelf performance.
And the thing is, Tom is part of that poker code crew. You know, Fedor Holtz, Matthias Eimer, Mario Mosbach, you know, they coach him, you know, they mold him into the player he is. And, you know, Tom, this is his 3rd iteration in the WPT Global Slam. He has many final tables. You know, he's that player that's up and coming that can easily get a big score soon.
Yeah, 5th in Monaco, 10th in Jeju, another final table in Monaco, 7th in the 150K. I mean, you know, performances obviously aplenty for Tom Fuchs. Am I reading this right, by the way? 7th in the 150K. Didn't see it there on the Triton tablet, but regardless, there it is in Monte Carlo. Okay, producer James all on top of it. Let's talk seat dynamics then, if we can, for a moment. There it is, 2024, November 11th. As we look at the way that these stacks are distributed, I know it's just 5-handed play, but there are certainly seats that are a little bit more promising than others. Randy, if we can pull up that seat chart, there it is. You like being divorced no matter what, obviously, at the top of the chip counts. But for Peters, you don't like being direct right of Daniel, do you?
No, that's actually the worst seat he could get because he has a lot of chips and he wants to attack the other 3 shorter stacks. But having divorced directly to your left, you can't open as much. So this is just a dream setup for divorce.
Now note that 4 big blinds separate Xuan, Kristen, and Tom. And in terms of the payouts, that's going to be a significant amount of money that they're going to be jockeying for. A guaranteed $259, $325 for 4th, $398 for 3rd. So over $100,000 if you can ladder a couple of times. And when those stacks are that tight, what do you expect to see out there?
Yeah, those 3 players, they're probably going to just kind of wait each other out a bit. They will take an opportunity to try to reshove on a chip leader and, you know, give themselves a chance.
All right. Well, it's our chance to send you down into the arena for a rare 3rd day in event number 1 here, WPT Global Slam 25K action coming your way in just moments. $860,000 up top, and this is going to be a very fine finish as you've got 5 proper operators and several amazing storylines that you can sink your teeth into. So just, what do you think? Shall we, Producer James? Yes, we shall. There it is. Maestral Resort and Casino Montenegro, single feature table stop. Coverage today brought to you in part by GTO Wizard. I gotta ask you, Randy, if you have to come back to like a 3rd day and your final table is interrupted, are you getting a good night's sleep ever? Are you taking all of that time to maybe make adjustments and review things, opportunity that you would not have had if things hadn't gone to a 3rd day? How do you approach this?
Me and I believe pretty much all of these guys would do is review how can we adjust, take advantage going to the next day. You have all that time. You know, sure, rest is important, but I think there's much more to be had by just studying a bit more.
Well, you can't study and sleep at the same time, so you got to find that balance, as obviously you want to come back fresh. D. Pete's getting fresh on the button with an ace-7 offsuit. Nothing out of line about it, of course, and risky business whenever he opens a pot. Given Dvorak to his left, but at least on the button he is assured position. And no takers here. Hand number 1 will go to the mighty American.
Stuff, I just find it. I mean, it's heavy to travel.
Rocking the poker coaching patch. If I'm not mistaken, that's Jonathan Little's outfit.
It's very true.
I'm
Randy?
not sure.
Believe so.
That might be why Alex's clothes smell so bad. Smell so bad. Alex's clothes sometimes smell so bad. If you
Yeah, I mean,
smell
it's just a
it.
guy thing. It's just.
Thank you. Great.
I'm sure Alex appreciates having the condition of his laundry put on blast there.
Can I get
Easy, Kristen. Men sweat.
Sitting here producing so many awful hormones.
Yes.
Just
Yeah. It's.
I don't find my clothes to smell all that much, but most of these festivals, you and I are just parked on our leather asses up here at the booth, not exactly getting active. How many times we've been here, Randy? I've never even gone to the tennis court.
No,
the
I've
paddle
heard about
court.
it.
Yeah. I think I know which way I got to walk. Well, that man there knows something about the tennis courts and the paddle courts.
At least
Excellent.
your laundry don't stink like Alex's.
Yeah, right? I was going to say DeVore is an excellent racket sports player.
Oh, thank you.
You think Xuan still would have complimented Chrissy's hair if she hadn't folded the small blind to her there? I would like to believe yes.
Some commentary
But, you know,
on the side.
You always want to encourage
Funny. I don't
friendly
know what
interactions.
Funny's going on about, but it's hilarious.
I guess they can't have this tournament in the other room because the next tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were spoiled by having this room to ourselves.
Right? I know. That was nice.
I like the energy. Breaks up the seriousness.
Yeah.
True.
Oh.
7-4 offsuit and the chip leader. Taking it easy. 8-9 suited though. Doubtful Foxen's going to be doing the same on the button. Blinds, by the way, 150, 300,000 with a 300K big blind ante. 750,000 every 5 hands. Shaved off your stack. That is a lofty sum. Over 125K on average per hand. The price of being sat where you are.
Feels like we're going to see a 3-bet all in. There we go.
Yeah, Xuan Liu's ace-5 suited. Very much a candidate to do exactly this. Fuchs will step aside. And I don't think 8-9 suited is even remotely close to durable enough. So Kristen slides tokens to the left once more.
Nice chip up.
Yeah.
It's very important when you can chip up against the other short stacks, create that distance.
You're so right about that. The further
You have a Band-Aid.
that Xuan can
I do in my room, but
Yeah.
position herself
Don't worry. I asked it for it. Should be fine.
from those shorter
Asking
stacks, the
wrong.
more comfortably she can secure a ladder.
the opposite of prepared.
It is interesting because they're not conflicting interests per se, but going for the win versus just going for the profitable path can sometimes be at odds with one another.
Yeah, I hear you.
But mission critical right now, especially when you consider.
Is that updated from last hand, or is it take a minute?
It's not updated.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's usually snap updated, but no,
Okay.
Xuan has more, right?
$66,000 is the ladder at present.
5 seconds.
Jack
Nothing
nine
to scoff
suited
at.
in the muck.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Offsuit ace, got a decent stack. She can open the button, even into Peters.
Raise 600,000. Fold.
Ace on the button. David Peters, king, queen suited.
He might just reshove this one. Looks like he's going to go call though, which is great news for Xuan.
Why flat instead of reshove with so much hand and a covering stack?
I think the main reason is he feels that Xuan's a bit too deep. It's not worth the risk reward.
What about now?
Oh yeah, and you let your opponent c-bet and you win more chips when you
Yeah.
got trip queens.
Which is exactly where Peters finds himself. Happy to check and see whether or not the ace high succumbs to some temptation on that board texture. Liu done well to check back.
And that was pretty nice from Xuan. A lot of people would at least lose a c-bet on that flop.
You know, I'm having a little bit of deja vu from yesterday's coverage where heads-up situations out of position. Peters showed a lot of deference with a lot of hand in multiple spots. And I wonder whether or not that's something that Xuan has picked up on. Not that I'm alleging it's a, +1 correlation pattern that we can expect all the time. And illustrated right here is the balance that David will always bring to all situations. 1.2 million. into 165, and Xuan just content to get away, showing some restraint, disciplined approach there.
Yeah, pretty nice. Lost the minimum.
Did you get up to anything earlier today, Randy? I know you delivered the steamer to my room, which
That was
thank you for that.
That was the highlight.
that was the that was the most excitement you've had today?
Like, Simon's coming now, all right?
No, you're right about that. Steam might be coming now too if things don't go according to plan for someone.
Fold.
Can imagine this is a slam dunk jam with King Jack offsuit.
All in. Player will in.
There's the rip.
Fold. Fold.
Easy take there for Tom. Just 4 cashes over the course of the German's Triton career, $1.5 million in career earnings. He likes this WPT Global Slam, though. He's found the money
What did you do to your finger?
on 2 occasions.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Divorce injured? How's he going to play poker? Fingers
know,
are damaged.
Listen, I'm not lying. I've seen a dude that didn't even have arms betting with his feet and looking at his hand with his feet. So that where there's a will, there's a way, Randy. I can assure you of this.
I see.
Although I've also, as I hear you say, I see a blind guy. I've played with a blind guy too. I'm just saying, man.
You've seen
There
it
are ways
all.
around these things. Divorce with a little nick on his index finger, he'll be just fine. I wouldn't worry about this.
Fold. Raise 600,000.
600K, says Peters, with the ace-jack.
Fold.
Straightforward.
Seems like we can come to expect a little bit of caginess, bar coolers for the time being.
Yeah,
No one's looking to play a big one right now.
of course not. But, you know, Peters has got to chip up a little bit more, which levels him with Divorce. He's got a slight lead at the moment. Divorce
know-
is distracted, but go ahead.
I'm almost positive I hear Ren Lin somewhere in the background. Well, Tom Fuchs is going to get distracted by a couple of queens.
If this shows down, does Renlin just show up? Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga.
Out of nowhere, just for a photo op.
600,000. Fold.
It is very much his hand. Ace-8 now on the button for Divorce. Mind you, Fuchs 4th in chips here. Just a couple of blinds ahead of Chrissy, maybe 3 by my count. Unclear what sort of perception Daniel has of Tom's range. Apparently strong enough that the ace-8 doesn't perform well as he bins it. And Xuan forced to do the same, bottom of range with the 9-deuce off. One of the things that I love most, Randy, when we're at these festivals is the opportunity to break bread and gain some insights directly with some of the players that we've been commentating on throughout not just the given festival, but our time here with the Triton Poker Series. And today we had the chance to sit with Sosia Jiang, who was telling us tales from the cash game felt. Fear not, for those of you who are begging, almost demanding that some of that coverage be provided. Here we bring you the live streams of the tournaments. Those cash games, however, are being captured and filmed and ultimately will be pushed to both our YouTube channel and to some of our broadcast partners worldwide for distribution as we try to fill in the blanks between our typical calendar of 4 festivals a year. And then, Randy, oftentimes you're at the controls for those cash games.
That's right, and Triton knows you guys love the cash game so much, so they try to get as much as they can out there for you. So don't be surprised if we have more specials coming.
Well, I don't know if it's special, but it's good enough. Ace-7 offsuit, Divorce, clicking, and Fuchs. Jack-8 suited. Just 300 more for a shot at 135.
It's a solid hand for one more big blind.
He knows it. Ace, King, 6, all Divorce. Jack high knuckles over the top pair.
Yeah, and this ace-7's even more nutted because Tom's got that stack that would reshove a lot of the good aces. So Divorce can feel very confident about betting the flop. Even turns and rivers, potentially.
5 seconds. Fair. 900,000.
There's the C-bet. 900K. Game over.
Fold.
Now, as I hear myself say game over, those that missed yesterday's coverage may not have been privy to one of our every festival new revelations about Nano Noko.
What now?
He was
What do you want to remind them?
well, day 1 of our coverage, I believe we found out that you were a Street Fighter pro that drove to Seattle and back in one day for a tournament. So we used the word pro loosely since
It wasn't a long drive, was it?
you went from Sacramento to Seattle. What is that, 12 hours?
Yeah.
And then yesterday, was it, that we learned about some other video game? What were you talking about? No, that was what was that game on PlayStation?
Parappa de Rappa.
Let's see, yeah. What is that?
But someone in the chat must know what it is.
Maybe.
Fold.
It was preloaded with your PlayStation 1?
I don't know if it was preloaded, but basically it's one of those games like where you push square, X, triangle, base, you know, try to synchronize the
Dance
timing.
Dance Revolution Finger Edition.
Edition, but it's got these goofy characters that would, yeah. It was a dog that was rapping basically with a beanie,
Okay.
a red beanie, and he was like paper thin.
King 3 suited. Puts Fuchs to work from the small. Taking it down. What was the last video game you played, Randy?
Me?
Most recent.
Most recent?
And when was it?
No, very,
Between last stop and this stop?
no, very recent.
Okay.
Because have you heard of Overcooked? Have you heard of this game?
No. Is it a console game?
Yeah.
Okay.
You basically you cook in the kitchen.
Wait,
like
it's a
you pick-
cooking video game?
Yeah, you pick up the fish, you cut it, you serve it, blah blah blah.
That's what you played?
Yeah, but usually my
Wait.
kitchen's on fire.
Is it a video game or is it a training tutorial, Randy? Because I know
it's not a kitchen simulator.
when
all
you
right?
were babysitting, you managed to burn chicken nuggets. What was it that you did?
Yeah, chicken nuggets, and then because Selena went away for work, and then I was taking care of Nova, my daughter, and she wanted chicken nuggets, and then when she calls mommy, she's like, "Daddy burned the chicken nuggets again."
She threw you under the bus.
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, no respect. Meanwhile, Peters. I don't know if we can call it respect, but we can call it restraint. King Jack offsuit, choosing to limp. But obviously, when you have the bigger stack to your left, you are not looking to tussle in big ones. Queen Jack suited, dominated unbeknownst to Divorce. He too, mindful of the depth of Peters, checks back. Well, let's see what develops in a 900K limp pot blind versus blind. Nothing that rates to be of any interest. 6-5-4 and a couple of clubs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people might be wondering why didn't they get more chips in pre-flop, given the strength of their hands, blind versus blind. The thing is, they are very healthy, number 1 and number 2 in chips. They're not looking to tango in a big pot.
Both of these hands, Randy, I guess you could call undercooked on this board.
Yeah, it's what's before Rare. Raw?
Yeah, I guess. Sashimi. Both players checking neither with a club in hand.
Check.
Now, the pace of play here is slowed between these two in this pot, but fear not if you're one of the shorter stacks that are praying for them to pick up that pace, because these levels are now set to go up at a fixed pace, not based on time, but rather number of hands played.
Yeah, I really like that they did that adjustment, number of hands played, so that players can't try and angle in a way to get the big blind increased on some of the shorter stacks, etc. Regardless, though, these guys has got King Jack versus Queen Jack high.
Check.
Guess we just checked the Queen Jack.
Word has just come down, by the way, from producer James. 14 hands per level increase at present as we see Divorce check back and lose to the king high. Once we get down to four-handed, it will be a blind increase every 13 hands, and we will stay at that increment through the conclusion of the event. You feel like that's something that's going to catch on throughout poker? It's been employed online for some time, right, Randy?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't want to employ it that way. You know, like it removes the angling, right, of just trying to punish the small blind, punish the short stacks, you know, get the big blind. Yeah, it's stalling.
I mean, because even with time banks, a lot of times people will run some calculus in their head about, well, if I'm really desperate to park somebody in a blind increase in the big blind on a short stack, a certain number of these time banks I'm willing to utilize gratuitously. And they'll kind of cop to the fact that that's what they're doing, is they look around the table to, you know, not make anyone think that they have a decision on their hands, but rather this is just sporting within the rules. I know we don't love it, but that's what I'm up to.
And it's easy to manage because there's only one table remaining. It's not, you can't do number of hands per level when there's more than like 10 tables remaining, obviously, right? So it makes a lot of sense.
5 seconds.
Well, Peter's made a few cents in that check down pot. Absent this one, Divorce looks to make a few of his own as he opens to 750 with dust. Foxen with an ace in the big.
Great spot to reshove. Kristen should know that Divorce is raising this wide. Any ace would do it.
5 seconds. Time.
She's also the shortest stack. More reason to always reshove.
All in?
Player all in.
Well, she took her time with it, but ultimately does declare all in. Easy will be the release from Divorce. Hypothetically speaking, if she were sat with the 18 bigs, that was the shortest, second shortest stack, rather, sitting as Tom Fuchs with that amount, she would be far less inclined with the current ladder to jam with that ace? Or still, that's the way you go?
In that spot, she'll still be reshoving, even if she was like third in chips with like 20 blinds. It's just because you got to play the situation that, sure, you're putting yourself at risk before the shortest stack, but you got to think about how many chips you gain from that, how likely are to gain those chips. And that spot, I would say, it's extremely likely because Divorce is what? Chip leader, trying to raise into the short stack. There's a lot of, it's not as simple as, oh, I'm not in last, therefore I don't go all in. You know, obviously that's a recipe for losing.
However, when that big stack does actually snap call you and wake up with it and you end up showered, you do mumble to yourself a little bit on the way out the door.
Yeah, I hear you. You just can't play that extremely scared.
Yeah. No fear for Peters with King 10 off suit. Clicks it. Divorce out of the way. Leaves him feeling far more comfortable. 10-4 for Xuan.
Fold.
Steps aside.
It's been pretty solid for Peter so far to start a final table.
Yeah.
You know, he just kind of slowly chipped into the chip lead.
Yeah.
Raise and takes. I don't think he's complaining.
No, it's not a breakaway, of course, from Dvoris, but certainly things have gone more his way than Daniel's thus far. Still very early here. Day 3 of event number 1 of the 25K WPT Global Slam from the Maestral Resort and Casino. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, pleased to have you with us, whether it's on Twitch, Triton Poker Plus app, or, of course, YouTube, which is the chat that Randy and I do our best to keep an eye on and acknowledge. And to that effect, talk to us, chat. Did you watch the first couple of days of play? Who you rooting for? Where are you streaming from? Such an international audience at all times. Really a treat. Although I do feel like we get trolled sometimes, you know.
Sometimes.
There's certain countries I'm like, stop it. We know you only have dial-up.
Hey. I don't like being on the same team as you sometimes.
What's wrong with that? Do you think every country has broadband at this point?
No comment?
Fold.
I don't think every country has broadband. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Antarctica a country?
It's a continent, Randy. But maybe like Australia, it's both. I don't know. Australia's both.
Yeah, I know. I live there.
Okay, yeah, because you're the wiki page on Australia. Every time you know something about it, you really get patriotic, and every time you don't, you're like, I'm from America. What do I know about it?
Reshove. and
Yep.
This might get called off. Yeah, there we go.
So the King-Jack suited finds itself behind, not by a wide margin, though. 3%. The equity disparity between Fuchs and Dvoris as Daniel looks to reclaim the chip lead here in an over 10 million chip pot. Tom at risk.
What do we got?
I know what we don't got. A king or a jack. We do have the queen of clubs working hard for Fuchs, and of course the 8 for a counterfeit.
It's not too bad. 41% equity.
Didn't lose a whole lot, did he?
Oh, that's a lovely turn card for Fuchs.
Picks up the flush draw. Too many outs to list them all at the top of your screen, but with only one to come, he fades to 36%, licking his lips. Is he going to be given something to dine on in the form of an 8-figure pot? No. A case of too many outs, perhaps, Randy, as the 6 of spades seals the German's fate as your 5th place finisher.
Yeah, but I do approve of the play he did, you know, reshoving from the big blind off of that stack against Daniel Dvoris, who's been raising relentlessly.
What card were you
Oftentimes you
thinking
just
for
take
the
it down, and, you know, he got in as a coin flip.
Or
It's
not?
not,
You don't think
it's
so?
all right.
Yeah, he's not going to be kicking himself or losing any sleep
Secret.
over that decision.
Correct.
He can't tell you what card he's
Payout for Fuchs, just north of $250,000, $259K
Lot
to be exact.
Uh,
His departure
I'll leave the
means
deck
that the
for
remainder
To me.
Jason and
Sean
Sean
Winter.
Winter.
of the field is guaranteed $325K. There it is officially, brought to you by Club WPT Gold.
Yeah, Tom just keeps making final tables, but just not getting one of those podium finishes. He's due soon.
Well, you just expect a German or an Austrian banner to be flown at any given Triton final table, and in this case, the deepest run pulled off by Tom Fuchs. As you mentioned, Randy, a groomsman, but not the groom, yet again, as he continues to hunt a title here in the Triton streets. Leaves behind 4-2 battle. Dvoris reclaiming the chip lead and doing so mightily as he has 16.4. Good for 55 bigs, let's call it. Queen 9 suited, activating.
Fold.
Nice pay jump everyone got, about 66,000.
Yeah. Next ladder, 73K between 4th and 3rd,
Fold.
with 3rd being good for 398,000. Peters steps away from the 6 deuce of diamonds. Well served.
You know what Peters is thinking? Every time he gets some momentum, builds a chip lead, Dvoris is like, nah, one up ya.
Did you ever see the video of D. Pete's in like a sequin top doing some
Yeah,
disco
that
fever
was
at the club?
viral. Yeah.
It's crazy because every time we see him in the office, D. Pete's steady Eddie, just cool as a cucumber, doing his thing. Then all of a sudden I saw that clip and I was like, time out.
It's kind
There's
of
an alter ego out there on D. Pete's.
kind of funny you mentioned that. So I was browsing Twitter, and is it Haley, his
Yeah,
wife?
Haley Hannah.
And then I went to her Twitter, and then it shows people think that D. Peters is just, like calm and cool and collected, and it shows him throwing a strike and then just like fist pumping it at the bowling alley.
I love it. Kingpin. Little pelvic thrust, maybe? Well, here's a thrust of 5.2 from Xuan's king-queen offsuit.
Take
No
it.
takers, yeah. Those are important little pickups, too. It's not like she's disappointed that someone doesn't call because we know what the ranges of the calling hands would be, and we're going to not have some stranglehold on things by and large.
I promise you she does not want to be called. She's like, let me just chip up and let hopefully Kristen Foxen bust out next, who's sitting on 11 bigs. You think Alex is like on the rail right now? Foxen?
Well, there's 3 places that Alex could possibly be.
Name them.
The gym,
Okay.
a tournament,
And the third?
the rail.
Ah.
If he were anywhere but one of those 3 places, I would be shocked.
Fold, fold.
What if he had dumbbells and he was on the rail, so he was
Gosh.
killing 2 birds with 1
I
stone?
was about to say something like that.
Pocket 5s for Devoris. He's going to say something.
5 seconds.
Producer James, by the way, Randy, has just stepped in to inform that 2 out of those 3 options are currently being exercised as he sat in the same room playing event number 2, also a 25K 8 max, which qualifies as being on the rail at the same time.
There we go. I should have brought some dumbbells. He can do the trident of that.
Of dumbbells?
Yeah. Oh, just 3 things at once. Yeah.
I thought you were going to try to call me a dumbbell.
No, your dumb is just 2 different.
No
words.
bell.
Yeah, no bell. Dumb. Period.
Well, I called out the chat, but I regret to inform you that I'm currently having a malfunction ever since having done so on my iPad that is preventing me from seeing the chat.
Oh no. Oh no.
Fold. Fold.
So apologies if we've not gotten around to you,
Like, why don't they talk to us?
right? We are talking to you. We're just not able to listen to your answers is the problem
It's a one-way street.
for the time being.
Here comes the all-in from Kristen Foxen with the suited king in the small blind, less than 10 big blinds. And she's getting snapped by Xuan.
Unclear what's causing it.
So pretty
And
much
now
all
it-
the chips are in but 25K.
Yeah, it's become clear, but in a very bad way
1,475,000.
for Kristen. King, Jack of spades dominating. And you're right, we're not on our backs because Foxen did leave herself 25K behind.
Terrible spot for Foxen.
Very much so. Little does she know it. Let's see whether or not the flop is going to give her any relief in a 7.35 million chip pot. She doesn't look particularly inspired. And 10-7-3 lacks inspiration. No club, no 8.
Check.
Xuan not in love with it either.
No, but she just wants to get the cards on their backs.
So the 25K bet and called, and now Kristen realizes, as we did before her, how dire her straights are. Just 13% with 2 to come.
take a chop. I won't be greedy.
Not an impossible outcome, by the way.
Also not likely.
Yeah, especially when the 4 rolls off and makes it impossible. So now it's only an 8. That will avoid heartbreak for all the Kristen Foxen fans out there, and that's not an 8. So good luck, graciously issued by Kristen upon her departure. Can go no further than
You guys
4th.
should let us get heads up. It'll be so good for poker.
Well, unfortunately, it will be no Foxen Xuan Liu heads-up battle as she wanted.
Bye, Chrissy. Good luck.
Careful what you wish for, by the way, Xuan. I don't know if that's... I mean, I'm not suggesting that Devoris or D-Peats are somehow more favorable opponents heads-up, but you're going to have your hands full anytime you're playing poker with that gal there.
Yeah, but this is going to be her best score out of Triton series, 325K. See her going over to Foxen, Alex. Laying down the update.
No doubt plenty of support going to be coming her way. Don't think there's going to be a need to unpack the spot, though. Pretty straightforward stuff out of Kristen, who will accept her fate and the 325K payday. Now leaving behind the podium finishers, each one of whom are assured $398,000. And as it stands right now, Kristen temporarily holds the record for deepest finish by a woman in a Triton event. But, of course, depending on where Xuan finishes, that record's going to be short-lived.
And now we got a match. Xuan, the shortest stack, has 24 big blinds. Plenty to work with. Momentum's on her side. Starts with a limp into D-Peats. This is a hand we occasionally actually see isolate from the big blind. Not going to do it.
1.2 out there. King, Queen, 7. Nothing of any interest to the 8 highs.
Let's see if we see a stab on this high card type hand. Yeah, I do like this little stab. It's very likely Peters would attack pre-flop if he was holding hands that could connect with King-Queen texture. Nicely done. Xuan's playing great.
To be expected, by the way. Not a surprise whatsoever to anybody who has had, I don't know if I want to call it the privilege of playing poker with her, because obviously it can be much more pain than pleasure.
Yeah, if you don't mind losing your chips.
Yeah, exactly. 26 bigs now, 10.5 million in front of Xuan. And Randy, I've got the chat up and running.
Do you? That means I do too.
Well, no.
No, mine says, oh no.
Here's what I had to do, though. I ran an end around. Okay. I'm not tech support, but I did go to Safari and realize that instead of using the Triton Poker Plus app, we can just go to the web-based YouTube, and then it's working there.
You're not a dumbbell. You're a smart bell.
Well, ringing the bell is Xuan with Jack-10 offsuit, and there's going to be some ringing going on out of this ace-king of David Peters in the small blind.
Should be just 3-betting rather than shoving, trying to induce from either his opponents, given how deep Xuan is.
Raise 2,400,000.
Yeah, I like this. Try to get Xuan to play back with an inferior ace.
Fold.
Jack-10 offsuit, though, it doesn't have that much to work with.
Another 1.6 is too rich,
Fold.
as Xuan appropriately lays down. And Peters really has, I think, a clean sheet in terms of his batting average every time he's gotten involved in a pot thus far here at this FT.
He's a solid player.
Well, I'm trying to get caught up in the chat, by the way.
Well, did they say hi to us?
You know, there's actually some very flattering remarks
About me, nice.
about us,
Oh,
Randy?
we're a
Okay.
team still.
You are nothing without me. I'm just kidding.
Got me.
We do have some fun up in here. That's without question, though. And a lot of that has to do with the interactions that we do have with those of you out there in the chat. So by all means, keep them coming. Definitely makes our day at work enjoyable. More so than it already is, having the opportunity to watch the world's best ply their trade for 15 full days. Meanwhile, Peters with a full 2 big blinds from the button. 10-9 offsuit, dominated by Dvoris's queen 10 off, which is decided to attack. 3-betting to 2.7, making things easy on Xuan's queen 6 of hearts.
Yeah, this 3-bet is not even close to standard. He's trying to make a statement to Peters, who's second in chips. You know, you just can't raise every button. I'm not going to let you get away with smooth sailing.
Yeah, Daniel's not going to be playing ABC the whole way through. He can bob and weave. This much we know. The OG Fat Panda in chat says, Ali, you are dead to me. I don't know what I did.
What did you do to pandas?
I don't know, but Abraham then said, we love you, Ali. But I don't know if when he says we, that includes Fat Panda.
Oh, if you touch their name, you can click the ban button, I think.
No, I'm not doing that, man. Have you been quietly banning people, Randy? Anytime someone says something nice about me, you ban them?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past you, Lou, you know?
Just call me Lou.
Yeah, you're slippery. I feel like I'm in high school when people call me by my last name. The gym teacher, Lou. You're like, here. Dvoris answering roll call. Button. King 10 offsuit. Xuan with the ace deuce. Contemplates.
Feels like she's thinking about 3-betting this.
2.6.
Wow.
2.6.
Wasted 2,600,000.
That's strong.
She is the shortest stack, trailing Peters by 8 bigs coming into this particular pot. So not really as much of the pressure to avoid collisions, but this is not the bashful approach from Xuan as she flexes. And Dvoris mulls it over.
5 seconds.
Looks like it's going to get the job done.
Yeah,
we
sure
go.
enough.
She's playing good. I like that she's not just waiting for, like, you know, perfect opportunities. She's
Yeah.
creating them, right? She
Yeah.
knows that the ace is a great card to have to 3-bet bluff with, you know, because in 3-handed poker, the blinds come around quick. You have to create opportunities yourself or just get left behind.
You're 100% right. And, you know, it signals to me, which, you know, obviously her run to this point, anybody that's been clocking her approach would know this, but here, day 3, she is still every bit as go for it as she has been to this point, which one wonders when you're at your first Triton, you know, when you have title, first ever woman to win a title, things on your mind, the pressures of, you know, a fan base and a big social presence. To me, none of that is encumbering her at present. She's just out there doing her thing.
Yeah, from what I've seen, she's just played relentless, perfect, and let's see if she can continue that in this 3-handed battle. An ace-9 offsuit for Dvoris. Kind of an interesting one because it's quite strong if he does raise and his opponent calls, but it's kind of a bit
5 seconds.
disastrous if your opponent limp re-raises you, which you don't want to see with ace-9, so it goes into the check range.
So the Jack-6 gets a free swing. Well, half a big blind was the price, but nevertheless an inexpensive one. Queen, queen, deuce board doesn't hit either player. Advantage ace high.
Yeah, ace high is looking quite good on this board. Blind versus blind. Let's see if he wants to try to deny equity from 2 live cards like the Jack-6 offsuit.
Dvoris.
400,000.
Clicking. Can't fire any less than 400K with the blinds at 2-4. Up from the 153 we started at.
Looks like we see it continue with the jack of clubs.
Now we're getting into the weeds a little bit here for Peters. Ace promptly hits Dvoris, and it's not necessarily a card that Peters will be assigning to Daniel as a check back pre.
And also for betting the flop, Peters might not expect Dvoris to always want to bet ace high. I think a check back here from Dvoris would be quite nice to try to pot control against the queen, but also to induce some floats like the jack six. If he was to bet this turn, then he probably needs to. He probably feels like he can get turn and river, but I do like the check back. It seems to be optimal.
Aces and queens with the 9 kicker as that river doesn't improve Dvoris's hand. And playing the pot control line, Peters might be wondering whether or not he can try to represent a queen.
I actually don't think he needs to bet
5 seconds.
jack high. I think it shows down enough, but no. What is he going? That's a lot of orange chips.
1.5 million into 2. And Dvoris always knew what he was going to do. If you got it, you got it. Otherwise, I've taken the line that I know would inspire you to do this with a wide variety of kit and that I'm going to be comfortable calling with.
Yeah, he didn't give Dvoris credit to have a queen, to bet flop check back turn, not having an ace like you mentioned earlier, less likely since he didn't raise pre. And he just felt like his range was strong, and he was trying to fold out some king highs, I suppose. Maybe a similar jack high. It was an interesting spot, but nicely done by Dvoris.
And super nice when you consider that if he would have bet the ace-9 on the turn and then Peters comes with a raise, let's say hypothetically, that hand finds itself in an awkward spot because you call, there's really only one way to improve, which is the ace on the end. And if you don't hit it, something dry rolls off and then Peters follows up on a check raise, you're really in a weird spot. Whereas you check back, pot control, and then even something as meaty as 75% pot, you saw him just snap.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, it's about when to pot control and understanding the benefits of why you're pot controlling. That's what separates the best from, you know, players that just, well, I want to keep the pot small, but they don't really know why.
5 seconds. Fold.
7-8 suited getting a walk. As Dvoris took a pass on the rags.
Something to keep in mind is with that last pot that Peters just lost, he's actually slipped to third in chips, which obviously changes the dynamic a lot for Xuan and David Peters.
Sure. Shout out, by the way, to Lauren Holland, who's watching us this morning from New York. Not a morning person, but getting her day going with us on the stream. Good to have you aboard. Also to Dead Money 42 out in Santa Rosa, gateway to wine country. Good to have you guys with us. Somebody in the chat likened Xuan's sunglasses to those famous ones that Bruce Lee used to wear. You know, you remember those rose-tinted?
Yeah.
He made them look good, too, by
Yeah,
the
he
way.
did.
I don't think it was the same shape as hers, but, you know, she's got the updated look. Meanwhile, we're going to update 400,000 to 800,000, courtesy of King 10 suited on the button for Dvoris, King 8 off for Xuan, no interest. Queen 8 offsuit for Peters now.
Very defendable. There isn't a micro stack out there, so Peters can defend hands like this now. Like he wouldn't defend it if there was like a 5 big blind stack. Onto a flop.
Ace 6-5. Peters not interested.
Yeah, quite a big range advantage for Dvoris, given Peters didn't 3-bet pre on ace-high textures.
Takes his time before following through into the 2.2. 600K the figure. And Peter's not going to do any floating on this board. You know, I hesitate to call out this particular screen name in the YouTube chat, Randy.
Just do it, man.
Farty Towels in the YouTube chat would like to see you play 24 simultaneous tables again. Now, this is another moment where I knew you multi-tabled, but did you truly play 24 tables at the same time once?
That was the number.
That was your high water mark?
24, yeah. 24.
Isn't there a
It's
tipping
consistently.
point, though, at which, like,
Well, 25 I can't do.
no, but like at 24, you're like, I'm not playing any of these tables as well as I would be if I had 10 tables going, let's say. Like, where's your
Oh,
GTO table,
sure.
you know, to like paying good enough attention to play your A game?
Honestly, like I was
Two.
just so no. I actually performed worse when at that time at my
Okay.
skill level was when I had playing 1 or 2 or 3. I was like, I'm putting too
Bored?
much information. Yeah, I'm being creative for no reason.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So what would you say? 12 tables?
Yeah, 12 seems all right.
Okay. King Jack of Clubs seems all right, too. That's what Xuan's putting to work on the button here. Divorce with a suited queen, understandably defending. To the flop we go. Another 2.2 million chip pot, but this time the queen high connects. Divorce with top pair. Well ahead of Xuan, checking over.
Let's see if she c-bets this one. She hasn't been c-betting relentlessly. This time she will.
600,000.
Lots of decent potential turn cards that could help the King Jack find a way to win at some point. But top pair should go for check call with this type of kicker and this stack depth.
Five seconds. Call.
You remember that Xuan checked back an ace high and then let go to a turn bet earlier. This time choosing to c-bet. Slightly different situations, of course. Board pairing deuce now after the divorce call.
I'm sure the thoughts of leading are on Divorce's mind. Although his hand doesn't need as much protection. Especially with no flush draws out there.
Check.
Xuan happy to check back the turn with king high, unimproved on the end here, and value very much seems like an available proposition to Divorce with 3.4 in the middle.
It's a very good run out for Queen 4. 8x would have to call pretty much most bet sizes. Divorce has bluffs like the straight draws that miss between Queen and 8, so maybe even ace high would get curious.
1,800,000.
Size-wise, one wonders whether or not Xuan is eyeballing something like 9-10.
Yes, so of course she's thinking about that, but you don't want to be holding the Jack of Clubs if you're trying to
Yeah.
hit all of that straight stuff. It's actually, it would be better to call like King 6 than King
Yeah,
Jack for
I
that
mean,
reason.
King high and ace high are basically the same hand in that particular spot, but
Right.
that Jack of Clubs really the dissuading element to being a hero in that one. And fortunate for Xuan that she did have it, because it puts her hand in the muck where it belonged against the queens up. This round going to Daniel. Shout out going to Salman Taheri, who's watching from Shiraz, Iran.
Oh, that's cool. It's your part of the woods.
You know, I was 2 years old when I last went to Iran, so I don't really have any memories. And being an American citizen, it isn't like at Customs and Immigration in the Tehran airport. They're welcoming you with open arms. Unless it's to use you as perhaps a bartering chip. You know, a hostage for political purposes, maybe. I mean,
very,
between the fact that I call poker and I used to work at CNN, I'm pretty sure there's a high value target factor I'm not exactly adhering to
So
the tenets of the Quran, I think, in life.
that's cool, man. That's very cool.
Look at Randy just trying to avoid the.
Wow, ace deuce in the small blind. This is a big spot. All of the oranges sliding into the middle.
All right, Randy, I get it. I'll pivot. 10.2. Just enough to cover. And haul it right back in. Speculations, by the way, that maybe this game is being played adjacent to the kitchen in Montenegro, just given the sheer volume of plate smashing that's been going on.
When you said kitchen, I thought you meant pickleball for some reason.
Okay, yeah. Now, here's the other thing, guys. We didn't talk about it yet. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who are rolling their eyes because everybody talks pickleball now. It reminds me of when CrossFit came out, and you'd be like, oh, how do you know someone does CrossFit? Don't worry, they'll tell you. You know? How do you know someone's a vegan? They'll tell you. Now it's like, how do you know someone's into pickleball? They're going to talk about it. But both Randy and I, not the most athletic duo on earth, have recently taken up the low-impact sport, if we can call it that, game, of pickleball. It is unbelievably fun. And it's got you in good graces,
Got me moving.
you know, on the home front.
Yeah.
Selena's super happy with Randy, except when he screws up on the pickleball court and costs them a point.
Yeah.
Well, pocket nines, not screwing around. Min raise here for Divorce.
Let's see what Peter's appetite to defend is. 5-4 offsuit. Could certainly consider it against min raise.
You know, he's in striking distance, though,
5 seconds.
of Xuan Liu's 21 bigs, so he doesn't want to lose contact with her stack and be a clear shorty. But he will invest and look up at 3 10s on the board. This is a delight for Divorce.
What is this? Jackpot?
I don't think this qualifies for the jackpot.
No, it's just bar, bar, bar.
About 600,000.
600 and take it, says Daniel. Bad news for Xuan and D. Peets. 250,500 are the blinds now. That means Peters is sat 13 bigs. Xuan 16 bigs.
Oh,
King 4. The blinds up. Could potentially be a jam spot. Off of 12 blinds or so. Just on the pure strength of King High. What does it go with? Is that just an open raise?
1,350,000.
That it is. North of the minimum. 135 officially.
Yeah, Peters is hoping this just looks like strength and he takes it down pre. Obviously on the flip side, the con is that you allow your opponent to defend hands for the good price in position that would have folded to a jam. So there's the call.
.2 out there. Divorce with the covering stack and position, but the inferior hand. And now we have a recipe for something. Top pair against the flush draw. 5 million effective they play for.
Yeah, Peters' hand is very nutted, given the stack depth remaining. He's got top pair. It's unlikely Divorce has a better king, because a lot of better kings would just reshove pre-flop. He can just go for value across flop, turn, and river.
Fair. 1,100,000.
1.1, and we know that there is no exit with a flush draw on Divorce's mind. Does he just ask for the rest of it here?
He could. He can definitely fold out better high card hands that might, have a chance to get there. Calling's all right too because he has position. He's more likely to raise all in if he was out of position, but he's just going to go for it now, and that king 4 is going to snap it off.
Yeah, some fold equity being pursued, but of course top pair not going to go anywhere. And Peters, a 3-2 favorite with 2 to come to take a decent bite out of Dvoris' stack here with top pair against the club draw. 13.25 million in the middle. Don't need to tell you who Xuan Liu is rooting for.
I think we know. Let's see. Turn card. Oh, that's it.
Clubs instantly rolling right off. And David Peters vanquished here by Daniel Dvoris. No waiting.
Do you get a break?
Finds himself
They might do a break.
heads up with Xuan Liu. Peters, start of day 2 chip leader, was toward the top of the leaderboard the bulk of the way, but it finally comes crashing to a halt. Took the best of it, Randy, but that doesn't always guarantee success.
Well,
What-
we don't
I don't
know.
know
what
Third
time
place,
it is.
though, and nothing to hang his head about, as he will add to his career Triton total, which stands at 6.4 million plus coming into this one. But title number 2 is going to have to wait as Peters breaks a bit of a dry spell dating back to our Jeju Festival.
I mean, to cash 398,000 in the opening event, it's pretty good, David Peters.
No shame in it whatsoever. So $579,000 will be on lockup now as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. And I don't want to bury any of the other ideas that we could be talking about, but the one for me that is currently front and center, Randy, is the fact that Xuan Liu, first ever Triton event, first ever Triton festival, and possibly first ever woman champion here at Triton. That's what we're going to be coming back to after this break.
Yeah, and I'm very excited about that, and she's up against a opponent who can get the Trident.
Yeah, that's right. That's the other storyline that obviously shouldn't be buried. And guess what? Canada's going to take one down here, no matter who wins. So we're going to step aside 7 to 8 minutes time. We're going to come back with the scene set for a tantalizing finish in event number 1 here. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Such an international audience at all times. Really a treat. Although I do feel like we get trolled sometimes, you know.
Sometimes.
There's certain countries I'm like, stop it. We know you only have dial-up.
Hey. I don't like being on the same team as you sometimes.
What's wrong with that? Do you think every country has broadband at this point?
No comment?
I don't think every country has broadband. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Antarctica a country?
It's a continent, Randy. But maybe like Australia, it's both. I don't know. Australia's both.
Yeah, I know. I live there.
Okay, yeah, because you're the wiki page on Australia. Every time you know something about it, you really get patriotic, and every time you don't, you're like, I'm from America. What do I know about it?
Reshove.
Yep.
This might get called off. Yeah, there we go.
So the King Jack suited finds itself behind, not by a wide margin, though. 3%. The equity disparity between Fuchs and DeVoris, as Daniel looks to reclaim the chip lead here in an over 10 million chip pot. Tom at risk.
What do we got?
I know what we don't got. A king or a jack. We do have the queen of clubs working hard for Fuchs, and of course the 8 for a counterfeit.
It's not too bad. 41% equity.
Didn't lose a whole lot, did he?
Oh, that's a lovely turn card for Fuchs.
Picks up the flush draw. Too many outs to list them all at the top of your screen, but with only one to come, he fades to 36%, licking his lips. Is he going to be given something to dine on in the form of an 8-figure pot? No. A case of too many outs, perhaps, Randy, as the 6 of spades seals the German's fate as your 5th place finisher.
Yeah, but I do approve of the play he did, you know, reshoving from the big blind off of that stack against Daniel DeVoris, who's been raising relentlessly.
What card were you
Oftentimes you
thinking
just
of
take
there?
it down, and, you know, he got in as a coin flip.
Or
It's
not?
not,
You don't think
it's all
so?
right.
Yeah, he's not going to be kicking himself or losing any sleep
Secret.
over that decision.
Correct.
He can't tell you what card he's
Payout for Fuchs, just north of $250,000, $259K to be exact. His departure
I'll leave the
means
deck
that the
for
remainder
To me.
Jason and
Sean
Sean
Winter.
Winter.
of the field is guaranteed $325K. There it is officially, brought to you by Club WPT Gold.
Yeah, Tom just keeps making final tables, but just not.
Fold. Fold.
So apologies if we've not gotten around to you,
Like, why don't they talk to us?
right? We are talking to you. We're just not able to listen to your answers is the problem
It's a one-way street.
for the time being.
Here comes the all-in from Kristen Foxen with the suited king in the small blind, less than 10 big blinds. And she's getting snapped by Xuan.
Unclear what's causing it.
So pretty
And
much
now
all
it-
the chips are in but 25K.
Yeah, it's become clear, but in a very bad way
1,475,000.
for Kristen. King, Jack of spades dominating. And you're right, we're not on our backs because Foxen did leave herself 25K behind.
Terrible spot for Foxen.
Very much so. Little does she know it. Let's see whether or not the flop is going to give her any relief in a 7.35 million chip pot. She doesn't look particularly inspired. And 10-7-3 lacks inspiration. No club, no 8.
Check.
Xuan not in love with it either.
No, but she just wants to get the cards on their backs.
So the 25K bet and called, and now Kristen realizes, as we did before her, how dire her straights are. Just 13% with 2 to come.
I'll take a chop. I won't be greedy.
Not an impossible outcome, by the way.
Also not likely.
Yeah, especially when the 4 rolls off and makes it impossible. So now it's only an 8. that will avoid heartbreak for all the Kristen Foxen fans out there, and that's not an 8. So good luck, graciously issued by Kristen upon her departure. Can go no further than
You guys
4th.
should let us get heads up. It'll be so good for poker.
Well, unfortunately, it will be no Foxen Xuan Liu heads-up battle as she wanted.
Hi, Kristen. Good luck.
Careful what you wish for, by the way, Xuan. I don't know if that's... I mean, I'm not suggesting that Devoris or D. Peets are somehow more favorable opponents heads-up, but you're going to have your hands full anytime you're playing poker with that gal there.
Yeah, but this is going to be her best score out of Triton series, 325K. You see her going over to Foxen, Alex. Laying down the update.
No doubt plenty of support going to be coming her way. Don't think there's going to be a need to unpack the spot, though. Pretty straightforward stuff out of Kristen, who will accept her fate and the 325K payday. Now leaving behind the podium finishers, each one of whom are assured $398,000. Well, it's taken a rare 3 days to get down to this point, but we are set to crown a champion here in event number 1, the 25K WPT Global Slam. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu from here at the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro, where the blinds are 250, 500,000, and a Canadian is going to claim a title. But we have 2 separate storylines to sink our teeth into, both of which we talked about at the top of the show, Randy. The first of which surrounds Daniel Devoris. He is the well-established entity, a veteran of the Triton Tour and high-stakes poker, but somebody who has yet to claim the title in one of our 3 disciplines. He's got short deck, he's got pot limit Omaha, but he doesn't have 2-card, and if he wins today, he then picks up
The Trident.
Yes, I love that. Not the chewing gum, but, you know, the honor
Right.
of having a title in all 3. Let's turn our attention then to Xuan Liu, though, because accolades here and records are associated with a finish for her.
Yeah, and the thing, this is her very first Triton event. To win it, very first event, nearly impossible, right? But it would be an amazing feat. She's be the only woman to have won a Triton.
Right.
This will be her biggest cash ever that she's ever done in the live tournament scene. So, yeah, we got 2 Titans at it.
Yeah, no question about it. And she is now the deepest finish ever by a woman at a Triton, can
Confirmed.
best it by 1 notch and then be the first to ever have that championship. And, of course, as you touched on, the career best score as well. $860,000 is going to go to the champ. $579,000, that which is on lockup at present. And Devoris is going to come in with the chip lead, $30.65 million in front of him, $8.1 million in front of Xuan. So she does have her work cut out for her. 16 bigs, though, coming in heads up. We don't need to expect that this is just going to be Xuan looking down, waiting for a hand to jam, and then, play poker after that.
No, with 16 big blinds, it's not just all in her fold. She can certainly limp a lot of her range and react accordingly. There is a little bit of post lot to be had. Of course, if she loses 1 pot, brings her down to 10 big blinds, then it's a bit of, trying to get the cards, but she's got a big hurdle to overcome.
If I give you the choice between get aggressive and attack, maybe, skew in that direction from the expected approach if you're Devoris, or maybe try to prevent Xuan from, accumulating chips and getting into the more comfortable zone, what do you prefer here as the chip leader heads up?
I mean, I like to try and lean a bit to try to keep her in that kind of not too many big blinds range, right? But then again, you don't want to push it too much where she happens to find a double, like you don't want to just give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, the leaning is exactly the recipe potentially for finding your stacks leveling out a little bit. And the one thing that we do know is 10 to 20 bigs at a final table, right down to heads up, which of course stands in such stark contrast even to shorthanded play, is a field of study that many, many hours are dedicated to by pros, including Xuan.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, a lot of times, and back in the day, 20 big blinds, oh, that's super short. Now players know how to extend it. They introduce limping, so there's a lot of room for play right now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But the Canadians can rejoice as we are just about set to send it down back into the featured table, the only one that we have here in Montenegro, just given our space constraints, and the maple leaf flag is going to fly proudly. Who's going to win it? We're going to find out as we send it back down to 250, 500,000 blind level. Heads up play set to begin between Xuan Liu and Daniel Devoris. Will it be a Trident for Daniel? Will it be a title in her first ever Triton event for Xuan? Either way, plenty of significance to the outcome, regardless of what it might be. There's the official glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. It was McQuilkin, Plasinitis, Yu, and Watson, all of whom busted last night. Tom Fuchs, Kristen Foxen, and David Peters, the casualties here today, bringing us to this point. As you see the payouts brought to you by BetACR. Total prize pool, $3.875 million. That came courtesy of 155 entries from 99 uniques. Do want to take a moment to mention that at the conclusion of this one, we will pick up coverage of event number 2. That also a 25K 8 max, and the final table of that one is set. We're going to begin with Devoris on the button. Jack 7 offsuit, choosing to limp. A check back from the 8-9 off of Xuan. And she's going to find a pair versus a gut shot. Checks over to Daniel.
You might see Devoris bet this flop with his gut shot. Can get better hands to fold, like queen and king highs. He is going to take the free card. There's the king on the turn, which is dangerous for Xuan. Although, of course, rangers are wide.
King rolling off after the check back. Xuan still content to knuckle.
It is harder to get a pair to fold after you check back the flop. Let's see, he's going to try, but this shouldn't work.
Boy, this is the kind of size that really makes a pair of 8s frustrated. Especially when you have just 7.1 back.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but it should be a king or nothing situation right now, so...
We remove 10s from the line?
Yeah, I think so. I think a 10 would bet the flop a lot to build a pot.
Well, Xuan, up to the task, does find the call here. And let's see whether or not Devoris tries to continue to tell the tale of kings on this board pairing 3, which is not a problem at all for the 8s. In fact, it helps Xuan in case there was a better 8 lurking. Doesn't feel like a likely proposition.
Yeah, unlikely, but the 3 is pretty tough to bet again as Devoris, because Xuan might have hero called with a 3. And obviously trips would never fold. A 10 would still feel alright. Xuan could still have a king X, that's never folding. I'm going to imagine he's going to give up. Yeah. Well played for Xuan. Hanging on and closing the gap. Devoris now just 3-1 chip lead instead of 4.
Good start for Xuan. Big call there on the turn, Randy.
Yeah, she means business. The glasses are off.
I always get self-indulgently curious as you see the hardware available to our eventual champion that includes not only the Triton trophy, but a WPT Global Slam placard, as to, well, what if Devoris would have come with something meaty on the end there? You know, the gut check gets issued to the shorter stack. Does she find that call?
We'll never know.
No, you're right.
You want to go into a parallel universe and try to alternate universe and
I'm
try to figure it out?
struggling enough in this universe, Randy. A parallel, you know, I'm at my universe quota.
All right.
Sometimes I wonder if I'm not in a parallel universe based on some of the lines that we see from time to time out there.
Well, we don't know Xuan's cards at the moment. Comes in with min raise. Curious to see how wide Dvorak would be willing to defend. Looks like Jack 3 offsuit doesn't qualify.
Well, there's another pickup now for Xuan.
2 in a row.
Up and over 20 bigs. Now, we do put polls up in the YouTube chat, and apparently a majority of those in the chat have chosen Xuan Liu to be the eventual champion. Now, I don't know if they're voting with their heart or with their minds, because obviously, if you're handicapping this one, you got to give the nod to Dvorak. Not just experience, veteranship, but just chips.
Chips is
You
a
know.
big one. Sometimes you just have that gut feeling that someone's going to get it done. And she's moving up.
You know, during the break, as we see A7 dominating the King 7 here, we were discussing how many people have won a title in their very first ever Triton event. Randy astutely pointed out the first ever Triton, somebody did it. And then
Yes.
I know Fedor, if I'm not mistaken, did it in the Philippines.
Shulman.
Shulman did it in Jeju, in short deck, if I'm not
He did
mistaken.
10K short deck.
Yeah. Listen, I know somebody in the chat's probably digging around or already has the answer. Alejandro Lococo, producer James, chiming in to remind us that in the Bahamas, he showed up and dropped the mic. A6 tray. This is all Dvorak in a limp pot pre. Obviously, the open raise was available to him, but chose not to go that path here and under-reps himself in the process. Mike King high, especially with 2 hearts on board, and the King of Hearts working. Stay curious in the face of a barrel.
Yeah, I would think that Xuan needs to check call king high if a bet comes in. It has good properties. Also, it's 2 overs to the middling and bottom card, which is good in case you're up against those kind of pairs. You could just be good with king high. It is a slightly larger bet size, 2/3 pot, rather than a pure min from Dvorak, which could change Xuan's approach. But king 7 definitely calls a lot in this spot. There we go.
Excuse me, 2/3 pot. Does get summoned. Xuan up to the task, not finding backdoor equity. Checked over to Dvorak again.
Yeah, Dvorak's intention is just to play for stacks, bet turn, jam river. Rarely is he ever behind when Xuan checks back the big blind pre-flop. Bigger aces you always would hear from.
Follow-up act into 3-5 is 2.8. That is far too rich for king high. So Dvorak clawing some stuff back. Interesting comment, by the way, in the YouTube chat from Grant, who says Xuan is probably going to have to slowly chip away because Daniel just isn't going to punt ever. And I feel like it's a pretty astute observation. Dvorak is not the kind of operator who's all of a sudden going to have some glitch in his software that's going to send heaps over to her unwarranted.
Yeah, I agree. You know, but it is heads up where you can't just like wait around and hope the cards fall in your favor. So there could be spots where Dvorak does press, and it may look like he's giving away, but really it's just he plays each hand in a vacuum. Like, what's the best decision now? And sometimes it warrants making a big play.
Where do you feel more pressure in a situation like this, Randy? As the guy with the better than 3-1 chip lead as it stands in Dvorak, or as the player with sub 20 bigs?
For me, I feel more pressure as the player with more chips. I feel like I'm the guy that's, you know, supposed to take it down because I'm the advantage. You know, and if you're the one with less chips, you've got no pressure. I feel like you're more likely to perform your best, in my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Interestingly enough, you would think that the easier seat to be in right now would be Dvorak's, but there is, as you mentioned, that expectation and that pressure of performing and closing this thing out.
Yeah, I think it gets in your head a bit more when you're the big chip leader and you start to let your opponent get back into the match.
Well, this one gets into his corner a bit more as he's got top pair, 7-5 deuce board, checking it over to the king high. Check back from Xuan. 9 doesn't help her.
Given there wasn't a flop bet from Xuan, Divorce is probably going to do the bidding himself. 2 flush draws out there, gut shots. He should go on the larger size as well to get the maximum. Probably at least 2/3. Yeah, he's even gone over the size of the pot.
Has, yeah. 2.15. Throwing some things Xuan's way here. But once again, it comes to a halt for King High on the turn.
Yeah, so we haven't played that many hands of heads up so far, but you can already notice Divorce's willingness to use big sizings. So I'm curious to see how Xuan reacts to it. Like, he's not playing any small ball poker right now.
Efforting right now a glimpse, by the way, Randy, at Xuan's career results outside the borders of Triton, of course, given that this is her first ever festival.
Do you need help with that iPad?
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm not a Safari user. All right, way to put me on blast.
I mean, like, there's a long pause.
I mean, come on, Google Chrome is the way to go, but on the iPads, they got us loaded up.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, listen, I'm here. Total live earnings, 2.4 million plus. Best live cash, 600,000 for Xuan. Our Queen Jack underperforming on a 10-6-5 board where Divorce limped the button and found himself with top pair, and the action checked over.
I'm going to think that Xuan's going to want to check call when the likely bet comes in from Divorce. 2 overs, connectivity to the 10. Might even have the best hand with Queen High. I would just be very surprised if she doesn't continue. She's continued in a very aggressive manner,
Yeah,
though.
I mean, apparently she's had her fill of Daniel taking pots from her here, and this is part and parcel to heads-up play, Randy. You got to mix a little bit of this in.
You're right about that. So what's the play now? Top pair, 4 kicker. It's a hand at this stack depth. Like, you're just willing to get chips in at some point. It's just, is it better to call and react on the turn or get in now? I'm going to assume call because there's no flush draws out there. And also, holding a 4 is a little bit nice because just in case you're up against a straight draw like 8-7, you're blocking out.
At the same time, though, holding a 4 interferes with some of those straight draws that you'd love to assign to Xuan here as a check raiser.
True. Like, yeah, he could be in a spot where it's top pair versus top pair and he's got the worst kicker. But you can't worry too much about that spot. You need to maximize the times when your opponent is bluffing. How do I get the most against that? He's just going to rip it in himself. Denies the 27% equity.
Yep, no further decision points required as Divorce punishes the step out from Xuan. No posturing out of her, promptly folding that Queen High.
Yeah, so she's in danger territory now with 5.8 million.
12 bigs.
We could see some open jams from her in the small blind off of this stack size. Certainly can still go for limps. I would think there rarely is just pure open raise off of this stack.
Four offsuit, not exactly top shelf liquor.
Yeah, but she could still limp this spot. And to balance limping with garbage hands like this, you need to limp all your premiums. you know, strong aces, pocket pairs, just so that your opponent can't raise you.
10-6 offsuit for Divorce. Let's see 3, he says. Ace-9 deuce. Wheel gutter for Xuan. Of more interest is this board to her than to Daniel.
Yeah, it's a good board for her, picking up the gut shot. I'm surprised she didn't bet the flop because she has all the aces, whereas Divorce has none. And she's actually let Divorce pair to 10 to pretty much take this pot down, unless the 3 somehow rolls off.
Now, let's see whether or not Xuan would have a free pull at that 3. Not a given. Action on Divorce here, who could lead.
Well, free pull potential because he's checked it over. We might see a bet from 5 high. Yeah, it looks like it. Just knowing that you can never win at showdown if you just check it down. The problem, of course, is that Divorce is never folding his pair of 10s.
650K. Xuan showing fight. But unfortunately, that fight feels a bit ill-fated and timed. Daniel, straightforward flat. Pot grows to 2.8. It's going to take a 3 or a savage bluff to put Xuan in front, and just what the doctor ordered, the 3 of hearts on the river, giving her the nuts.
Lady Luck.
Randy, do you favor an overbet here with 4.7 effective by chance?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's pretty good. Your opponent is likely going to put you on a polarized range anyways, like whether you bet an overbet or like 2 million, probably don't change their calling range that much. 10x is a big part of Daniel's range, some 9x's. I would say never to ace.
Big chips
There's
are a
extra.
part of this. 2875. Full pot plus from Xuan. And the weight of the bet is not simply the full pot sizing, but the proportion of her remaining 4.6 that it represents as well.
Mm-hmm. This is probably confusing Divorce a little bit. Like, how is Xuan going for such a big bet all of a sudden after not jamming pre, not betting the flop? Did the ace really check it back or try to slow play? You know, like, it's not adding up that well for him, and that may get him curious and find a call with this pair of 10s. It's not an easy spot, though. And I'm sure Divorce is also thinking, did you really hit the 3 of all things?
Oh, he finds the fold. You could see the temptation was percolating there for Daniel. And I think a lot of it had to do with the pre-flop line. 12 big blind stack, no jam, no raise, just the limp. How much ace-x am I up against here? And if it is an ace-x, how much 10x would take up this posture? But in the end, he does make the right decision.
Yeah, that was really nice by Divorce.
Won't be the last time that we say that about a line that he takes, or for that matter, Xuan, both of whom are very up for the task. And that was a very critical pickup for her. At 3, what a dream. course, did not get paid off, so we'll fight on, just 15 big blinds deep.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would have considered calling with a pair of 10s there, just thinking you're not supposed to be strong in this spot, but I think Divorce just kind of worked it out that, well, if you're not supposed to be strong, why are you betting big? Are you trying to tell some, you know, odd story to trick me? Yeah, so nicely done. Still a big lead for Divorce, who's got the double down against the 20.
You know, once more we get a glimpse into the mind of Randy, which has just been so conditioned to absorb everything on this screen in terms of Baccarat or Blackjack. And this, of course, comes from a lifetime of martingaling his way through various dusty casinos.
He did double down, right? He went from 250K to 500.
So sick. 1.5, obviously, for the Pocket Kings, the desired number to proceed with, but Divorce can go no further with the 8 tray. Back-to-back pickups there for Xuan. Of course, she would have loved for Daniel to get frisky in that spot. A lot of Xuan fans in the chat. Randy, she really does bring an incredible audience she's built throughout her years as a professional poker player. Cheering her on now from all corners of the globe.
From Canada as well, I assume?
Yeah, that corner as well.
All in should be to play with ace deuce. Here we go. Chipping back up again.
Third straight now.
That WPT trophy there is massive, isn't it?
Is it a trophy?
What do
I've
you
been
call
calling
it?
it a plaque.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I suppose
It says the word champion on it.
it could also be a cutting board. I mean, you'd probably jack it up pretty quick if you did use it. Maybe you flip it over for the cutting board, emergency cutting board. Or if someone breaks into your house, you can maybe really give them the full Home Alone. Jack 6 suited, limping.
It looks heavy.
Yeah, I think self-defense is certainly in range. Does it have a kickstand? I think it has a kickstand.
Yeah, I think it does. So it's going to be hard to use as a cutting board.
It's going to be hard to win this one if you're Divorce. 10-7-4, top pair for Xuan. Good kicker. Daniel, just that 6 dangler. Check back from double D. As the board pairs with the 7.
Kind of a bad card for Xuan, just in case she was up against 7x, but also less hands that can pay off bets. Checks it over, figures there's more value inducing from busted hands. We'll try to bait a little bet from Divorce.
I like it too. You know, I think sometimes she's going to lead in this spot, but content to see whether or not the boss stack wants to flex. No such luck. Third 7 now on the end. And, you know, this is nice because it sets her up to barrel at this one and potentially even get paid by light hands. I don't know if Jack High is in range.
No, but I think she can go towards pot. 4 would never fold. Maybe an ace or a king high would get curious. There's even a little bit of small pocket pairs that might show up that can pay off. She's gone massive. 2x pot.
Polarizing.
It's a little greedy, but not like Jack High was ever going to call a small bet anyways.
No. Final throws of this 25K WPT Global Slam that required a third day to get us to this point on the precipice of crowning a champion potentially. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, so glad to have you with us. If you're enjoying what you've watched, not just today, but in the previous couple of days, or for that matter, at any point throughout your experience streaming Triton Poker Series action, do let us know, by the way. Several thousand of you streaming at present, but we're not even in the 4 figures on likes. So do us a favor, mash that like button. It helps the algos continue to push and proliferate the product. And while you're at it, hit subscribe and make sure you don't miss anything. Is Daniel not missing the opportunity in the big blind to take it upstairs with a king deuce offsuit? We're not limping ace X in order to step aside, and Xuan with the jam catches Divorce down in range for a pickup.
Oh, there's claps on the rail.
No doubt there's a few with a front row seat here. $24 bigs for Xuan, 54 for Divorce.
I think king 7 offsuit should be checking. It's a bit too strong to raise fold, whereas the king deuce earlier from Divorce, not as good.
Jack 10-8 board puts him in front with bottom pair. Xuan checks over the gut shot in king high.
Check that seems pretty good for the 8. Sure, betting does kind of protect against the straight draw stuff, but when you get check called, you're not really sure where you're out, and you want to contain the pot with that kind of kicker.
No betting brings the 4. Xuan checking once more.
Potentially a spot to start charging gut shots now, as they're less apt to call when there's only 1 card to go. Checking still seems okay.
Third heart rolls in after the second check back from Divorce's 8s, which are still best. 7 of hearts becoming very relevant if Xuan wants to close her eyes and convince herself she's got better than king high.
She is going to try and take this one. She's thrown in a lot of overbets, and they haven't been called. This time she's got a bluff. 2x pot. Wow. Oh my.
I love this.
This is cool.
Not often you see Divorce put in the blender, but that's exactly where Xuan's got him. The product, of course, of his decision to check back on 2 streets. Not a critique, just an observation. But opening the door for her to lean very heavily upon him, and you see him looking over. Maybe trying to pick up on which side of polarity Xuan is on here.
I'll say this. The story doesn't make that much sense to all of a sudden go 2x pot with this board run out. If Xuan had a flush, she probably would just probe the turn with a flush draw because of the flop check through. I mean, even if she had a hand like 2 pair by the turn, she probably want to build the pot against all those draws out there. So the story to me that she's selling, if she did have the goods, is she rivered 2 pair somehow with the 6. But what a play. 2x pot. It's hard to call.
Muscles Divorce right out of there with the king high.
Yeah, I think her timing is really good in the sense that she tested overbets multiple times with value earlier, and they never got called. So she pressed that spot and took it to her advantage.
Washing that one down is Xuan. Up to 12 million now.
I mean, look at the gap. It was 4-1 chip lead earlier, 3-1 chip lead. Now just 2-1 chip lead for Divorce. She's
Slowly
grinding.
but surely, yeah, you're right. Limps the 5-4 offsuit on the button. Divorce with the 10-6 off. Familiar kit in both camps, by the way. Ace-9 deuce.
I've
And
seen this board before,
yeah,
haven't I?
I was just going to say.
And it was the 10 as well. If it was a 10 on a turn,
Yeah.
where are we?
I think you're right.
Action's a little different. Xuan's checking. I'm betting instead of checking. Oh, come on. We got to rabbit hunt this. Dealer, do it for me.
What's that cat there that Xuan's got on the rail? Do you see that? The
Yeah.
gray?
Oh, it's not one of those lucky cats you see at the Chinese restaurants?
No, those ones have the motorized paw,
Yeah, that one.
and they're always sitting up. That's more of a leisure cat.
Your type of cat.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. At the spa. Hanging out.
All over Merritt and Cyprus. All over the old city of Kotor, by the way, here in Montenegro. The cat's ruling the roost. 10-3 offsuit. On the button. Divorce limps.
I could see the ace-6 actually just check this one back to retain some aces in your big blind range in limp pots. She kept it simple. She just said all in.
Single decision point, Rip City. Goodbye, 10 high. And now you begin to identify clear momentum in favor of Xuan, Randy, which is such an aspect in heads-up play, not to oversell the concept, which we bring up time and again at this stage of a tournament. But it does take quite a bit of psychological discipline, the product of experience and mindset, to prevent yourself from thinking doom switches have been flipped.
Yeah, nothing's going Divorce's way at the moment.
The ebb and flow of heads up. Nature of the beast. Shining down on Xuan for the time being. Jack 5. Limp strategy on display again.
Well, he's going to activate with 9-6 offsuit.
That he is. He's had enough of this.
2.4 million.
It almost seems like a slight gear shift with this 9-6 off right now. Trying to gain back or kill that momentum that Xuan's got. It's been a nice match so far.
Tell you what, anybody who had any questions about whether or not Xuan Liu is just being, you know, put into this position by the virtue of some run good, make no mistake, she's earned her seat here heads up and could be earning herself a title in her first Triton event if momentum continues to swing in her favor. Still plenty of work to do, however, and Divorce is not going to be pushed around.
This might even be one of the first pre-flop open raise sizes, not all in, I've seen from Divorce.
1.3.
Yeah, just a pure gear shift as of late.
9-7 off. Obliges. Extra 700K provided. 3.2 in the middle. 8-8-6 and an open ender for Xuan here on this paired texture. Divorce blocking one path with his 5. Has it checked over?
Yeah, this is a An amazing flop for Xuan. Let's see if we see a C-bet come in from King High. Pot's obviously inflated slightly due to pre-flop raise. Check through.
Deuce on the turn. Does put backdoor clubs on board.
This has to be a bet with 9-7. Open and straight draw. Your opponent checks back. They have high card a lot. You've got live outs besides the straight draws.
1.6 million.
This is good. Might even win it just here.
.6, half pot sizing.
And the 5 isn't the greatest card to be holding right now to pick off bluffs. She's grinding.
Tell you what, this is, I think if I'm in Dvoris's seat, shaping up exactly how I didn't want it to. Forgive the obvious, of course, with Xuan winning multiple pots and chipping up and further equalizing the stacks, but showing a lot of fight, I think. Because, you know, she's a first-timer here at Triton. I'm not sure how much Dvoris has played with her. He's been on the high-stakes circuits, I think, a bit longer than she has. But as such, he's got to wonder, what is she going to bring to the party? You know, is she just happy to be here? Second is a great result. Or is she going to fight? And I think we've got our answer, as Dvoris has the answer at long last, potentially, for this hot run from Xuan, who limps the Queen-6 offsuit. I don't know how interested she's going to be at another 1.8 from the aces.
No, of course not going to continue Queen-6 offsuit, but, you know, this is the second time Dvoris has raised in recent time when she's limp. So it's crossing her mind like, am I getting played back at? Unclear.
You know, I think I'm much more apt to put in the raise if it's the third or fourth that I've committed, under the assumption that at some point I'm going to get playback, and praying when I actually have the bullets that number one's going to get a shot. But Xuan just happy to step aside. Avoids that drama. Queen-5 is going to be dominated by ace-queen here.
Yeah, this pot should play out very similar to the last one. Raise from the big blind, fold from the button. Let's see, though, which sizing Xuan goes for. Dvoris went for 4x in the big blind versus limps. Let's see if she does similar. 2.5, so just about there.
Yeah, just a click higher.
So right now it's like trading jabs, but Xuan's getting like 2 jabs in for every one that Dvoris gets.
You're right. Jack Dewey on the puck.
Wow, that's a mix-up.
Sure is. Both have been much more apt to limp their buttons, but here Xuan giving us a different look. And it's so important, Randy, when you're playing heads up, even with the limited number of exchanges they've had thus far, not to allow your opponent to pick up on any sort of consistency with respect to your approach as it's related to your range.
Yeah, I also think like the last 2 times she limped, she got raised in the big blind. So she's You know, toying with new approaches.
Yeah. Queen, queen, 5. Approaches Dvoris. More so than perhaps the Jack Deuce, even though Xuan is in the lead. His 10 of clubs, the pertinent card.
Yeah, but I would always take the Jack Deuce in this spot because she's got the betting lead. It's very difficult for 10-8 offsuit to check call bet, but it's just north of min. There is a chance we do see it continue from just pure odds, assuming the 10 and 8 are both live. We got the little club for 3-card flush. And he might even check raise from time to time, but he's just out. That's great news for Xuan.
You know, we're always left holding our breath a little bit in those moments because you never quite know what's coming your way.
I'm curious the emotional state of Dvoris right now. You know, something's got to be turning like, wow, I really am not winning any pots right now in this heads-up match. The gap is very close. Separated by just 9 blinds now. Is she gonna attack with this? Oh, she's in the zone.
8 deuce offsuit and a finger wag from Xuan after the 7-5 limp from Dvoris. The kind of thing that we anticipate with some frequency, of course, Randy. The napkins don't want to see a flop and have very easy decisions in the face of further resistance, but they take their shot.
I mean, what can Dvoris do here with 7-5? He can. And her counters, her anticipation of how Dvoris is playing right now is just timed perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
We're playing like the 30 big blind effective territory now. Could be some strategy shifts. Four offsuit. It's one of those hands that could potentially ISO from the big blind, but it happens a bit less at this stack size, just because the player in position has more SPR to play for. So let's see a flop.
No shenanigans pre on this occasion. Pair texture. Advantage queen high. Xuan checking back. Backdoor spade arrival.
Xuan's been pretty balanced too, where it's difficult for Doris to just put her on a hand as something that would fold to a bet, or some kind of ace highs, or maybe 7x's. Yeah, he can't just blindly bet at the moment. So this is developing quite nicely for Xuan at the moment. She could potentially deny equity. I think this is pretty good. Winner, winner.
600. Bet and take it for Xuan. Where are the chip counts now, Randy?
It's 20 million versus 18 million, and the big blind 600,000. It's close.
I mean, she has really performed handsomely since the onset here. But if we know anything about Dvoris, Randy, there's no panic, there's no nervousness, there's no anxiety. He's been down the road before, multiple titles to his name, veteran, plenty of heads-up matches under his belt. This is just part and parcel to the process.
I hear you. but he needs to do something soon. Get it going back in his favor.
Well, he's going to come with a limp. Has the best of it with Queen 7 against the Jack 5, which checks back. Again, a paired board. Dry texture.
Let's see how Divorce approaches the Queen High on this type of paired board. Is he going to check it back as well, similar to Xuan, or is he more in the bet flop and deny equity camp? Similar styles on this texture.
Backdoor heart draw on the turn after disinterest on the flop from both parties.
Okay, let's see if Divorce bets the turn. That was what Xuan did just last hand with Queen High. Okay, there's a difference in play style being exhibited on the turn.
And get to the river without altercation. Hearts showing up.
I'd say both players have enough showdown value to try and just check it through, especially Divorce. So it seems like this Queen High will just win it.
Jack high.
Not the biggest pot of the day, but every little bit counts, especially when most of them have been flowing away from you if you're Daniel Divorce. Look at that hoodie there. It's just now dawning on me that she's repping the Lodge Poker Club that Doug Polk, Andrew Nemi, and Brad Owen, I believe, are all partners in.
Correct.
They've got their own stream. In fact, they won the honors for best stream this year at the GPI
Oh, did
Awards.
they? That's nice. Shout out to Lodge.
Took every ounce of me not to bum rush the podium when the announcement was made. I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. King Queen, though, and maybe a little bum rush from Divorce.
Is there a restraining order on
You
you?
know what I mean? No, they do an entertaining job over there. No doubt about it. And at the end of the day, helping to grow the game is good for all parties. All boats rise. Meanwhile, raising to 2.4 is the SS King Queen.
There's some hesitation right now from Xuan, but he's going to let go. Just, I think there's something crossing your mind, like, seriously, you raised my limp like 3 times out of the last 5 opportunities.
I mean, listen, there was at least one occasion on which I can recall with an ace, I believe, much shorter stack, she limped and jammed.
Yeah, so she did fight back, but I think that was before there was even more raises from Divorce.
Yeah, at this point, a lot more context. So we'll see whether or not she mixes in some trappy limps here, I would imagine. If the deck allows her to, she most definitely will.
Yeah, I agree.
Divorce going to allow her to check back if she seeks with the Jack 10 offsuit and C3 for free.
Like this.
Ace 9 6, middle pair for Daniel, best of what's around.
We might see Xuan check call a bet if it's small enough on the flop. 2 over to the middling stuff, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight.
Yeah, 600,000.
Yeah, I would expect her to continue here. Did she grab more than 1 orange?
Raise.
Okay, so maybe this is the form of pushback that Xuan is going to be employing as opposed to raising it up or limp trapping. She comes with a check raise. The Jack 10 does have properties that invite it to do this, though, Randy, on this board texture?
It's a very interesting check raise. I do know she likes to check raise with a 3-2 straight kind of thing. Like earlier, she did Queen Jack on 10 high. Here's 9-10 Jack.
Note the diamond as well.
Yeah, the diamond's obviously very important. I'm wondering how many strong hands she has in this spot to be able to check raise, and that's why you see Divorce bet calling mid pair. It's not believable at the moment. That turn card could give Xuan the opportunity to steal it.
I mean, she's picked up equity in both fashions. The 10 high diamond draw plus the gutter, neither of which she had a card to go.
Yeah, and also the king overcards the 9 and 6, which makes it more difficult for Divorce to continue. I would like to see another bet here now that she's check raised the flop. She's got flush draws that got there.
There's also a little bit of how much ace X would Xuan check out of the big.
All right,
A little bit, but the ace X that's able to check raise is usually 2 pair, ace 6, ace 9.
Sure.
Right, because she doesn't have ace 10 plus, they would just raise.
Now, the 5 is slightly inconvenient for Divorce because some of the gutters, the 5-7 and 5-8 stuff that might, from time to time, take this approach is interfered with by him.
Mm-hmm.
Lack of a diamond is an issue as well, never mind the 2.4 million that Xuan has deployed.
I think the hand might just end here.
Tend to agree.
Divorce.
You're really adrift if you make the call here and just praying that you get a check and that your opponent doesn't improve.
Man, there we go, Xuan. What has she done?
Well, she hasn't done it quite yet.
She's
I was
close.
with you. I thought maybe that's the pot where all of a sudden we have ourselves a new chip leader. Not quite yet, but we're just playing a heads-up sit and go for 33 bigs, effectively.
We should run back that poll in the YouTube chat. Who do they think's going to win?
Well, I mean, if 57% were leaning in Xuan's direction before these developments, I would imagine a whole lot more of them are going to be hitching their wagons to what she's brought to this match at this point. Limp pot pre, ace, queen, deuce. It's Xuan's turn to have middle pair. Total whiff for Divorce. Somehow Randy avoided the double down proposition, especially if the dealer was showing a 6 here, Randy. Well, and that 6 becoming relevant as Xuan finds herself queens up. Did check back the flop? No.
Didn't double down because I saw the queen. But anyways, 2 pair.
You know, you're chicken if you don't double down just because they're showing a face
that's
card.
true.
That's how they get you.
Oh, it's because I didn't have any more money to double down. I had to hit up the
See,
ATM.
now that story does check out.
It's kind of weird because the queen 6 wants to build a pot, but then you have like all of the board and your opponent doesn't have that many ace X. You're like, what can call me? But I guess you might as well just try your best to get your opponent to put some chips in. Okay. Are we there yet, Ollie? Has she done it?
She has. Xuan Liu, the chip leader now after coming in, facing a significant deficit. And she is shining. 20 million plus north of her fellow Canadian, Divorce, who has really seen things flow in the other direction by and large since the onset of this one. Dethroned as he came into the day, chip leader, didn't relinquish it until this very moment, and it's the wrong moment in which to do so.
And we're playing a $281,000 heads up match.
By the way, I didn't remember hearing any whispers of a deal, Randy, you?
No, there was no chance there was a deal.
I mean, you gotta respect a couple of folks who are saying no save. Let's just go in there and leave it all on the line.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, she's grinded her way to this point into the chip lead. There hasn't been any big pots. It's just been chip after chip. Little jabs. No uppercuts just yet.
7 deuce. Isn't exactly high caliber ammo. Will be allowed to take the flop, however. Courtesy of the check back. Ace 4 Trey, second pair for Xuan, the wheel gutter for Dvoris.
Could definitely see some chips coming in at some point. Dvoris might even just bet this flop with the gut shot. Has 7 high. So sizing-wise, notice that Dvoris kind of goes for that 2/3 pot once again.
With the check in front of him, just asking some questions of Xuan's holding. Durable enough for her to continue, of course.
Yep. There's the cat. Wake up, cat.
Is that a
Because-
one-eyed cat? What's the story here? Oh, hang on.
She's check raise. Cat, wake up.
Well, it just got noisy in the living room. 3 million from Xuan.
This is an interesting play. So 2.5x check raise. On an ace-high texture of mid-pair, she realizes her hand is vulnerable with a pair of 4s. She downs the straight draw, denying equity. Distance has been created.
I'll tell you what. At some point here, beneath all of the battle-tested, forged-in-fire tenacity that Dvoris has, lies a human being, and that human has to be frustrated.
Well, you know, like, the Triton was forged in the lava, and it was shown to Dvoris, but it's actually boomeranging back home, because
I'll
it's
tell you
like, what's happening?
Xuan's got other ideas. She's like, listen, I get it, buddy. Wouldn't it be cool if you added yourself to the list of people who have a Triton? But wouldn't it be cooler if I notched my biggest career score, a title in my first ever Triton event, and emerged as the first woman ever to win a title at a Triton? I mean,
And
that's a
going-
Triton of its own.
And going into heads up as the 4-1 dog and chips.
Okay, now you're just making it insulting, Randy. You know, you didn't have to.
Okay, sorry. Let's rewind 10 seconds, cut that out, and paste it back
No,
together.
it's all fair and makes it that much more impressive to witness. But it ain't over. You know, we're acting as though somehow 21 bigs for Dvoris, 28 for Xuan, and conclusions are foregone. Far from it. He's not going to roll over. King 3, though, not performing well here in a limp pot, with the blinds having moved to 4 and 800,000. Xuan outflopped, however, as the dominant holding, facing middle pair, which checks over on an 8-high 2-spade board.
Straight draw shows up, wheel stuff. Let's see if Dvoris wants to protect his pair of 3s. Gonna check it over. Xuan should want to check down King 9 high. It's quite strong in terms of high card.
No betting across 2 streets. Now a 4-liner and spades arrive.
Yeah, pretty fortunate river card for Xuan that she won't have to potentially call a bet with King high.
Yeah, it's so wet relative to the state of affairs on the turn.
Yeah, so I also don't think that Dvoris will be looking to bet the 3. He wants to show this one down. Finally a pot going Dvoris's way, but there's never, the pots he wins, there's no like extra chip gone into the poppy size pre-flop.
Yeah, Xuan has done well not to kind of gift him
Like a big
unnecessary
blind here and there.
tokens. Yeah, she's just. And to be fair, there was a time at which, you know, we were saying the same about Devoris, who was keeping things neat, but, you know, you stack enough 2, 3 big blind pots together and you emerge with the chip lead, as Xuan has done.
I get some more water. Thank you.
Well, earlier, Yun in the YouTube chat pointed out a WPT ambassador has the opportunity to win the WPT Global Slam in Xuan Liu. Another wrinkle, by the way, in terms of her storylines. Do you think we should have a 25K GTO lab slam just to help Devoris out?
Yeah, but only GTO lab players can students
Just
and
to guarantee they
instructors.
get the result. Pocket deuce is here. Devoris takes flight. Jack 6 suited. Can't take that heat. Seeing a tremendous amount of Vietnamese in the YouTube chat right now.
Is that right?
Yeah. I do miss that stop, by the way, Randy. You and I really had a terrific time out at the Hoi An. Some regulatory challenges, as I understand it right now in Vietnam, that are dissuading a second visit for the time being. Hopefully that gets resolved and we can come back.
And get the brown bowls.
Oh, yeah. But hopefully we don't send any of our staff to the hospital again. The coffee there was so strong. I mean, we can laugh about it now that he didn't die, but he actually did have to take an ambulance to the hospital in Vietnam
Hey,
because he hit the coffee too hard.
Laugh more, buddy.
He's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. King deuce offsuit limp. Queen 3 suited will allow it. Ten, 9, 7. No improvements for either party.
The board is so connected, but so far connected from their hands. Can't bet this flop.
So we come to the turn with no chips added to the pot, understandably. Both of these hands unblock everything on board too, so it's a little bit awkward. No one's really keen to fire at it.
Yeah, they're not going to stab on the turn. Only chance they find a bet on river if it starts to bring like 4-liners or they pair their top card. This one's a potential bluff by either party. They could try and represent the straight. They know high card hands or very weak pairs aren't really looking the hero on this texture. Kind of feel like Devoris is going to step up and try and steal this one. Yeah, this is a nice play from him.
Yep.
Well played.
Yeah, King Deuce concedes. Best hand into the bin. Aided by Devoris' decision making on the river there. And 1.8, getting the job done. I like that pot too because it shows that the fight is still there in the dog. Not that there was concerns it wasn't, but you know, just reinforcing that which we've been apt to presume.
Devoris will never give up.
No, man. No way. Who was it that was telling the story the other day about Devoris out on the tennis court? And one of the coaches
yeah,
was
Henry was saying that. Yeah,
saying, yeah, no, the guy, the little guy, the Russian guy that is just flying all over the court, chasing every ball. That's Devoris. Ace on the button, deliberates. Limps in, king 9 for Xuan now.
Yeah, 2 decent holdings for heads up, but not strong enough to put in more chips pre. You don't want to get blown off of their strength.
Checking back the king 9 and not improving on the queen 8-5 board is Xuan. Same story for Divorce, the ace of spades in the lead and working hard.
Feels like both players should be in the checking camp. The ace of spades makes it a little bit more likely he'll consider betting. Little gut shot acquired for the king 9.
After the check back from Divorce, and let's see whether or not that motivates Xuan.
It more likely makes her bet if she was holding a hand I couldn't show down. So if she had like 9 deuce or like 9-3, 9-4, these kind of gut shots, then she's more likely to bet because you can never win if it just checks down. But king 9 can still get to showdown and actually be a winner. So check through once more.
Bringing the 3 of spades on the end. Ace high, still good.
Kind of interesting. She's double checked her cards and is thinking about stabbing here, but does check eventually. And let's another winner for Divorce in this check down pot.
But another small winner.
You're right.
Randy, limp pot with nothing in there after. Well, Babe's saying in the YouTube chat, wants to ask a question of us, says, don't you think Divorce is looking a little tense or stressed? What are your views on it? I got to say, I don't read that at all. I mean, certainly not in his affect. I don't think he wears his heart on his sleeve much. Just a typical amount of intensity I think we observe from him at any given feature.
I agree. I think he's just playing his game. He understands sometimes the cards don't fall your way. But he hasn't been pushing action and like blowing the heads-up match in any manner.
No.
It's just small pots. You know, Xuan's kind of attacked a little bit more occasionally, but Divorce has often had a lot of garbage throughout this heads-up match.
Sure. And you know what? If we're going to be fair, heads up, if you don't win the match, it isn't always a reflection of not being a superior player. In fact, holding the deck is a very big part of who eventually ends up winning a heads-up match. But making the most of the hands that you are going to be given and ensuring that you minimize the damage in the spots where you are a loser is, I think, a large part of the equation. As we see the limp pot here, Xuan wondering, where were you this time with her ace-10? Flops the open-ender and checks back. Has that ace of clubs working. Board pairing jack brings the backdoor diamonds. Just a gut shot for Divorce.
Yeah, and the reason she limped the ace-10 was one of her counterattacks to Divorce's relentless raising from the big blind earlier.
He's knuckled it again. Xuan content to check back. Diamonds show up. Ace high still best.
Gonna be tough for Divorce to want to attack. A pair would never fold with this type of action. Looks like the ace high gets this 2.4 million chip pot.
Queen.
Yeah, show that ace-10 so that Divorce gets a little worried.
Nylon makes a good point in the YouTube chat. Randy, saying this is extra impressive by Xuan because she didn't win any flips to chip up, nor has she had it every time. She's made many well-timed and sharp plays, and I couldn't agree more with him.
I
or her.
agree. Yeah, the thing is, in this heads-up match, no one's actually made any real hands. It really has been just a bunch of small bets who can steal a little bit more. You know, and right now Xuan is getting the best of it in terms of winning more pots, but I wouldn't say anyone's getting hit by the deck by any means. Like, she's setting herself up in a position to potentially take this one down, because having 17.3 million against 19.5, she's very close.
Queen 5 limp, Jack 10. Go ahead. Six, 4 deuce. Not a bad flop for Divorce. Gut shot. Courtesy of that 5 of clubs. Queen high in front. Check in front of him, and he's going to bring 800 forward.
Yeah, if Xuan had a club in her hand, she's much more likely to continue, but without the club, it just goes into the muck.
Boy, this could go any which way. Divorce back on top, by the way, 27 bigs to 22. Not courtesy of that last pot, but just a recent development.
This is an all-in confrontation, my friend.
Red.
Fives and ace queen.
Yeah, red 5s for Xuan. She's limping.
She's limping to jam. And Divorce is going to be isolating to call it off. There's no way this doesn't get in pre.
There's step 1. As a bundle of orange. Total of 3.2.
Buckle up.
Stuck out there. That's 4 big blinds that Xuan is thinking she might be able to just pick off here. She jams in the anxious moments where she wonders, is it 2 overs or is it the over pair? And fortunately for her, it's the former, not the latter. So she will take the lead by 9% into battle here. This is the first all-in and call we've had deep into this heads-up match, Randy.
That's right. It's a 35 million chip pot. Whoever wins this pot is likely to win the tournament or will win it here and now. Slight favorite for Xuan Liu. Can Divorce close it out? Oh man, that's a good flop.
I mean, it doesn't put him in front, but it does present the counterfeit opportunity, adding to his 6 outs with 3 10s. 9 in total as it stands. Divorce a 3-2 dog with 2 to come. Xuan, desperate to hold and keep the dream of a title in her first Triton alive.
Safe.
Remains intact for the time being, but safety won't be the official sentiments until the river is revealed. The deuce and undercard to the 5s. Helpful. And the 4 will now grant an overwhelming chip lead to Xuan Liu, Randy, 35 million plus to Dvoris's 3.4.
She's going to do it, Ollie. She's got a 10-1 chip lead.
Randy,
Yes?
I understand your enthusiasm, and I don't fault you for it. But if somehow, some way, she doesn't, you want to know whose car she's keying? Because it isn't mine.
Oh, I won't be around anymore.
Actually, I'm the only one of us that has a car out here, so I guess it'll be mine. But hopefully that was not the kiss of death, but rather, look at that.
Oh, she's feeling it now.
Oh, yeah. No, that was just, you can't overstate the physical impact on display there of that balance transfer for Xuan Liu.
Oh, Dvoris has to feel so defeated right now.
Sure.
He's sending it all but a few chips.
You know what he's not doing, though? He's not dwelling on it, and that's because he knows that's just a hand of poker played properly by both parties. He can't control what the deck delivers. He can only control his decisions, and there was nothing wrong with the ones he made.
Exactly. And he also knows if he can get a double or two, he could fight back just like Xuan did.
Yeah, sure. She was never this short, to be fair.
True.
This is a low water mark for either party. And conversely, a high water mark for either being enjoyed on the other side of things by Xuan.
$3.4 million, good for 4 bigs.
If Sean Winter were in the booth, it would be like, well, they're both deep stacked.
Okay. Yeah. If Xuan
He's like Dvoris with plenty of navigability on that 4 bigs.
Let's see. This one's likely to go in, given how short Dvoris is. 10-3 versus 7-6.
All in.
Well, he's chosen it as the one to go with. 7 high is a bit dusty, and you don't really want to give Daniel a double, but Xuan's going to take her chances. 2 clean cards, 1 over, 1 under for Daniel. The better of the 2 holdings. But you see the advantage he enjoys, just 14%, still chunky equity for the roughly 3-2 dog Xuan Liu, who is looking to close things out after the shockwave she just sent through the Maestral. A pot to go.
Can she finish him? 42% equity. Here we go. I see a 7.
Jack 7-5, and Xuan has just outflopped Daniel. 1 club on board, but perhaps 2 cards away from history. $7.6 million. Must go Daniel's way. The turn. Not what he needs.
The light is flickering.
Is this the moment that Xuan tastes glory in her first outing? Yes, it is!
She did it. Xuan Liu.
You played great.
Oh, she's happy.
Gracious in defeat was Dvoris there, offering her a hug and the affirmation that she played great. And I think you would be ill-served to question
Might help me to give me a nice severance package.
that takeaway. Second place for Dvoris, $579,000, and the ability to maybe go downhill a little bit instead of paddle upstream. Free rolling the next few buy-ins, but 2 pieces of hardware. The biggest ever career score and glory in her first outing for Xuan Liu, the first woman champion at Triton.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, she played some amazing heads up there and just dominated.
Producer James on hand to ask for a loan, no doubt.
Okay, buddy.
$860,000. 260 more in her career best coming into this one for Xuan Liu as the Canadians run 1-2, 4, and 6. An incredible outing for them here in event number 1. It took 3 days to do it, Randy, as we bring everybody back to the desk here. Just a quick reminder that while we are going to send it down momentarily for an interview with your champion, Xuan Liu, we aren't going to step aside. Randy and I are going to switch out for Henry and Kevin. And then, of course, we're going to bring you coverage of event number 2. But let's just debrief real quick. No matter who won this one, it was going to be incredible. Obviously, DeVoris deeply disappointed not to have earned himself a trident there. That's what he was denied. But you cannot understate how magnificent this is for poker in general, Xuan, of course, and even we here at Triton to have her winning this title.
And it's very well deserved. You know, she went into the heads-up match, 4-1 dog, but she put herself in a position to win all these small pots. When the key all-in did come in, she won the majority of the chips and just had to win the next hand for a couple more million. Like, she's just had a phenomenal performance. I'm very happy for her. She played so well, well-deserved.
Yeah, very much so. And as phenomenal as her performance was, I confess I'm very eager to see a performance from our very own Henry Kilbane, who we're going to send it to right now, standing by to interview our champion herself in event number 1, the 25K WPT Global Slam. Let's take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be standing here with your 25K WPT Global Slam, Xuan Liu. Xuan, a career high score for you in the form of 860K, but perhaps even more impressively, this is your first Triton event. You're here picking up your first Triton title. Did you ever imagine when you knew you were going to be coming here to Montenegro that after 3 days we'd be standing here presenting you with this trophy?
Well, I came only to play this one event, but I told myself I was going to make it really count. And obviously, this is beyond my wildest dreams. I was really, I didn't have the chip lead at all at the final table and had a huge deficit going into heads up. So obviously, I ran really hot. And I know I really can't hang on a day-to-day basis, but this is what the beauty of poker is all about. Anybody can get lucky on any given day.
That's very humble of you to say that you got lucky, but let's be honest, I was in the booth from the start of the final table. There are a couple of shaky hands where just like a couple of pots didn't go your way, but you managed to just overcome those particular hands, let go of the fact that the pot had been pushed in the direction of opponent, and then move on to the next one. I kind of wanted to ask you, is there anything to be said about your mindset where you can just let go of things in the moment not going your way and just move on, play the next hand, and not get too distracted from the previous hands?
Yeah, I mean, that's what life in poker is all about. There's always going to be setbacks, but sometimes when doors close for you, a better one opens, and that's kind of exactly how this went.
Now, I know personally you're a huge advocate for women in poker, introducing the game to females. I've been with you for some of the meetup games that you do stateside. You're always on socials promoting the game. Knowing that you are here making a part of poker history as the first female player to ever win a Triton trophy, does that make it even more special? And perhaps even more importantly, what do you think that does for you and for fellow female competitors in this game?
Obviously, this is a career highlight. I don't know if I can ever top this in poker, to be completely honest. But I think it's just going to happen more and more. In this field, there were 3 women, and all 3 of us cashed, and 2 of us made the final table. And, I know so many talented women who are playing small stakes, mid stakes, and in a few years, they're going to be playing high stakes. And it's going to be really exciting to watch when that happens.
You said briefly that you only came here to play this event. I have to ask, are you going to be jumping in the 30K? Are we going to be seeing more of you now in these Triton events?
I don't think so. You can't top this. I'm so tired.
So leaving on a high, after everything you've done here today, battling with some of the OGs on the Triton tour, the likes of Daniel Dvoris, you came in with a 6-1 chip deficit. Just quickly, talk us through that, because you're staring down a man with over 20 million in Triton earnings, 2 titles. I believe at one point he had 66 big blinds to your 11, and yet fast forward an hour later, I'm here presenting you the trophy. What happened in that heads-up match?
You know, I kind of like the fact that I had the deficit. There was no pressure on me. Dan is one of the best in the world, and you know, the onus is on him to win, and he has no idea how I play, and obviously I'm not very seasoned in tournaments and heads up, and I kind of just got to do whatever I want, and it just worked out.
Well, congratulations, not only as a WPT Global Ambassador, but the fact that it makes it even more special that this is the WPT Global Slam trophy coming home along with your first Triton trophy. I'm going to introduce none other than our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. He's going to present you your first Triton trophy, along with the 860,000 first prize. And ladies and gentlemen, your 25K Global Slam champion, Xuan Liu.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Well, Kevin Rabichow, How about that, my friend? Xuan Liu, WPT Global Ambassador, coming in, playing her first ever Triton event, and goes on and gets the dub against some of the most talented poker players that come on tour. I mean, I don't even know how to explain what we just witnessed.
I mean, I'm so happy to see that Xuan won that event, not just because she's a friend, a fellow Canadian. Also, I saw 4 Canadians at that final table, none more deserving of the title than Xuan Liu. I mean, she played great, and how good does it feel to come out to your first Triton and win one? I mean, that's just, I imagine she did not come in anticipating this level of success, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, such an incredible story, and I think these are the types of storylines that, just as poker fans, we look forward to seeing, and yeah, incredibly happy for her, as you mentioned, for all the above reasons. But now, a bit of a treat for the viewers around the world. I mean, back-to-back final tables. We just saw Xuan take down 25K WPT Global Slam for 860,000. Now we've got 9 players left in this 25K second event of the series here in Montenegro, and how about that name at the top of the chip counts? One of the guys that, you know, Foxen either has a chip lead or he's out of the tournament on the bubble kind of thing, and no surprises here, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, Foxen, you know, whose wife we just saw finish 4th in the last 25K to start this series, obviously has been around Triton for a long time, obviously has a lot of experience with the chip lead at final tables, not just here, but across the world. I mean, who's not looking forward to seeing Foxen play with a chip lead?
Yeah, this is something to look forward to. Foxen looking for his 3rd title, and perhaps more importantly, Artur Martirosyan coming into this series first on that Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard. A big result here, top 3 finish. Could really just see him run away with it. Luca Vivaldi's getting ready with the final 9, so let's just throw it down to our man Luca Vivaldi to introduce this final table.
Event number 2, the 25K NLH Hold'em has seen 130 entries. We're down to a final table of 9, and it's time to find out who's going to walk away with $755,000, the glory, and this beautiful trophy. In scene number 1, from Israel, with 1.8 million, please put your hand together for Barak Wisbrod.
One of the most talented players to emerge on the high-stakes scene in recent years, Barak Wisbrod of Israel, looking to clinch his first title here.
EC number 2 with 2.6 million from the US. Please put your hand together for Jesse Lonis.
Guerrilla style, Jesse Lonis knows what it takes to take down one of these Triton events as he hunts title number 2.
EC number 3 from Hong Kong with 1.7 million. Please welcome Tom Hong.
Got 2 cashes in Jeju of 2024, including a final table. This being Tom's 2nd. Look to go a few places further than last time round.
EC number 5 with 2.5 million from Spain. Please welcome Raul Lozano.
Really looking forward to see Raul navigate a healthy stack here in this one. Best cash came in the 100K main in Jeju earlier this year.
EC 6 with 4.1 million from Malaysia. Please welcome Michael Soiza.
One of the most decorated players on tour. 2-time champion, 40 million in Triton earnings, and 2nd on the Malaysian all-time money list, Michael Soiza.
EC number 7, we have our chip leader from the US with 6 million. Please welcome Alex Foxen.
The man that knows what it takes to close out these events on the biggest stage. Chip leader coaching head honcho, Alex Foxen.
EC number 8 from Russia with 2.8 million. Please welcome Artur Martirosyan.
The man currently leading the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard. A win here would surely cement that victory.
Our C9 from Argentina with 2.8 million. Please put your hand together for Nacho Barbero.
One of the most entertaining players to have at any final table. The year of the Nacho, Mr. Barbero takes center stage once more.
Last but not least, closing our final table in seat number 10 with 1.6 million. Please welcome Webster Lim.
How about this? A 3-time Triton champion, Webster Lim, looking to join a rare club, the 4-time Champions Club.
We start on Webster. We roll back the blinds of 2 levels. We still have 7 hands remaining to be played on 40,000, 80,000, 80,000. Wish you all the very best of luck. Palma, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you very much, Luca Vivaldi. Introducing this final table of 9, the second final table of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro. It is Alex Foxen leading the pack. Webster Lim, bottom of the chip counts with 20 big, so plenty deep here. Average stack of 36 big blinds as we did just roll back a level, as you heard from Luca Vivaldi. 10 hands, I believe, to be played at this level, big blind 80k, before the blinds will increase. And given that this is a 30-minute clock event, if I'm not mistaken, it is 13 hands to be played every level until we have ourselves a champion. $75,000, the current on-tap payout. A couple of 5-figure payouts left, I do apologize, before we head into those 6-figure paydays. Grab yourself a coffee, maybe a ham and cheese grilled sandwich, you know, whatever it is, but get comfy. Back-to-back final tables with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, some of the best in the business. Kevin Rabichow in the seat alongside me for this one as we take over the steering from our co-commentators Randy Liu and Ali Najad. Kevin, how do you feel about this one? I mean, I'm looking around the table, Foxen with position on second in Chip Soiza, which is just the nut-low seat draw for the Malaysian. But then I guess silver lining is for Soiza that Foxen can just bully the likes of Martirosyan and Barbero on his left as well.
Yeah, funny thing, Henry, with the blind rollback average of 36 big blinds is we get a lot of play. Even though I do expect Foxen to run the show to some extent in these early stages, players are going to be able to play pots. That includes Soiza, that includes Barack Wisbrod here, who makes a straightforward jam for 23 blinds with his ace-queen off.
Yeah, Barack is not scared.
Way worse than that.
Will take the spots as and when presented to him.
And even looking at the players directly to the left of Foxen, Martirosyan, 35 blinds, Nacho Barbero, 35 blinds. These are serviceable stacks. I think we're going to see some 3-bets.
Yeah, it's not the kind of stack depth where you can just expect Foxen to just steamroll his way through. Like,
no.
Martirosyan can do damage, Barbero can do damage. So, yeah, you know, a misstep from Foxen, all of a sudden he drops down to 3rd or 4th in chips with the chip leader on his left. So it does need to obviously proceed with caution.
Great. 160,000.
Nacho's going to open this ace-jack suited in the cutoff, and Webster has a decision right away. I'd say for 20 blinds in the cutoff, 8s is the worst pair that I'm thinking about committing my stack with, but it's not clear-cut to me. He's going to fold. Threes, you see hit them up quickly. That one more straightforward. I did notice the payouts. I want to mention, you know, Henry, you said just a couple of 5-figure payouts here at the bottom, but 750K up top. We are still 9-handed. This is almost a little early for players to be thinking about locking it up. And look at the contrast in styles here. Jesse Lonis getting involved with 6-5 suited from the small blind after we just saw pocket 8s fold the cutoff.
Gorilla style, baby. You throw someone like Lonis, you throw someone like Foxen to any final table, and it really takes, you know, the GTO wizards out there that are in Solverland, it takes them out of their comfort zone because people like Jesse, like Foxen, are happy to get involved and just push people around.
And you just knew he was going to flop a piece, didn't you? Clean open-ender right now for Lonis. Looks like small c-bet incoming from Nacho. I would love to see a check raise from Lonis here. I think pocket 4s and pocket 7s extremely credible. Nacho might not open pocket 4s himself.
I also think we just benefit so much from getting ace highs to fold. Hands like queen jack suited. Really push Barbero around if he's unpaired. And if he does continue, we of course have equity, as he does come with that check raise to 400k.
And 400's small enough that I would also be considering hands like King Queen and King Jack as part of Jesse's value range. He's not yet committed to putting stacks in. It's a rainbow flop. Plenty of options left on future streets where we don't put all of the money in.
Thank you.
Uncomfortable for Nacho here, but
It
has
is.
to continue.
Yeah, I think with backdoor diamonds, backdoor Broadway, let's call it, this is a good float. It's an interesting turn spot for Jesse. He, you know, maybe doesn't want to bluff every single time that he has a straight draw, but he's called the small blind. There's not that many straight draws for him to have. This is very different from a big blind defend.
9 of spades on the turn. Those backdoor diamonds not presenting themselves for Nacho. Jesse's going to knuckle it over.
I'm a little surprised, to be honest, but I understand wanting to slow down when no scare card comes. The 9 about as blank as they come. Certainly if we had spades, we'd feel better about betting. Nacho's got a real decision now. Ace-Jack is not guaranteed to have showdown value, nor to be the best hand at showdown.
Well, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Check raise flop, check check turn. We've gotten to the river with 6 high.
It feels like a hand you don't want to give up, but we have to map this to something credible that we can represent for value. So how do we show up with value right now as Lonus? We have to have a set that trapped the turn, possible. And if we did have a set that trapped the turn, we'd probably bomb it right now. Bet huge, right? Maybe leave a few chips behind. He does just shut it down. He's worried that he can't represent it. It's not many combos to represent either. And as Nacho, are we worried now that Lonus has made a pair and we need to bluff? How can Nacho have worse than Ace-Jack here? Sometimes we bluff as kind of an insurance policy, just in case Lonus had, I don't know, 9-8 of clubs. Check raise the flop with that one and then hit the 9. We'd like to force these hands out, and it's very credible. Nacho can have all the good hands on this board. I like this bet. Even though he had the winner here, I'm glad he found some aggression, just in case Lonus had a pair.
Really fun hand to kick things off here between these two.
Chito playing the game. Playing the fucking game.
I heard that in my mind. When you won the hand.
Chito playing the fucking game.
Seriously, when you won the hand, I was like, oh, Nachito playing the fucking game.
Nachito is playing the game, baby.
Queens, yeah. Good fall. What you have? A7.
Shout out for all of the love I'm seeing
I stopped bluffing 22 years ago.
about this world-class poker production, free of charge
Playing the game.
for your viewing pleasure. Glad you're enjoying the show. Second final table of the day. We are going to be playing down to a champion.
Backdoors.
A lot of talented players in this one. Likes of Foxon, 2-time champion. Soiza, 2-time champion. Nacho Barbero, 2-time champion. Martiroshin, 2-time champion. Stacked FT, as one would expect.
Sure, puppy.
Lonus has given this one some thought. +1 open from our chip leader. Same hand as last time, different suit. But we're shorter now. We're one position earlier. and it's in the muck.
Lonus is the type of guy that doesn't want to not be chip leader.
Yeah.
You can kind of sense it. It's just like, God damn it.
Yeah.
You know, do I really have to adhere to these unwritten rules and like fold 6-5? So it's like, yes, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I mean, there's no rules. Or as you said, they're unwritten.
I was going to have a reply, but no.
Where the hell your ACR pad?
And I'm here to see who's going to fight for that chip lead, because we know Foxen is trying to hang on to it.
We decided to take a break.
You decided.
I had to take a break.
Better for both parties.
Yeah.
We should have worn the GTO one. The GTO.
Man, both Foxen and Nacho battling for
Through my hands, bro. He made,
the Wolverine
I was so happy, but
of
he
the
made
Triton
me look
series.
Like, wow, like I was like, bro, he didn't hit one. Like
Foxen's got a line.
She looked bad. No, she looked bad at the same time. Yeah.
Am I a fucking fish?
Yeah, it's quite funny actually. I saw the thread. It's like he did not play GTO.
one of all the hands. I was like, okay, good. I didn't know. It was like,
good, but no good.
yeah, I didn't know.
Jesse again.
Thank you, Patrick, if you watch.
Ace-6 of clubs from the cutoff.
Before the fucking tournament, you know.
Hates the fact that he just can't push people around here. And I love it because it is that guerrilla style that makes Jesse just so tough to play against. Wow, Soy's got an interesting one.
Wizard is fucking Jesse, bro. 100% accurate, right?
Soy's certainly not one to shy away himself. Medium strength hand, though, against a Martirosian +1 open. I'd like this choice to call.
No.
Keep in some weaker hands.
I like that. No min-raise.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my word. Little something developing here, ladies and gents. Trip aces for Jesse. By the way, I don't know if you were privy to that conversation that was just being had at the table. Just some kind of acknowledgement there from Soiza that Jesse's involved from the cutoff. And there was a bit of an exchange, Jesse saying, oh wow, you didn't min-click it from the big blind kind of thing. So, you know, the likes of Soiza and other players just aware of the fact that Lonus rather is playing by his own rules kind of thing.
Yeah. And he owns it. Aware of his image and in a lot of spots using it to his advantage. Here it's Martirosian who's taken aggression with the worst of all three hands.
I mean, was it ever in doubt that Arthur was going to c-bet on this board?
Not mandatory, but certainly fits within his parameters, and expecting Lonus to have some weak hands that don't continue on this board, so disconnected, so many ways to miss. Both players have connected, though. So is it just calling out of position? That's going to make it uncomfortable for anyone to keep playing aggressively on the turn. I would be pretty surprised to see Martirosian barrel the turn without a heart, but he has surprised me before with the spots that he's willing to go after. We'd really have to put both Soiza and Lonus on weak pocket pairs. And they could. They could have a combination of pocket sevens and pocket fives between the two of them, and here he goes. I mean, that must be what's on his mind. I think they've got pairs. They don't have strong aces. Neither of them have ace-queen or ace-king because they would have 3-bet pre-flop, and he says, I'm just going to rep it.
I mean, we can see here that he's not going to win the hand. But I just want to tip my hat to Arthur's. Yeah, I mean, one would think, touch wood. But I do just want to tip my hat to Arthur because, for me, over the last year and a half, 2 years, he's just been one of the most impressive. And the thing is,
is you never know whether it's just variance, right? Like maybe someone just looks good because things have worked out on stream and they've just gotten lucky in terms of getting the results. But he just seems to be so consistent.
Did Lonus jam?
He did.
Wow. Clears out the huge draw. Flashes the 6 of clubs to the table.
That was a little intentional show there. Okay.
I was nervous.
We got a game on our hands, by the way. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
I was prepared to call the river.
For the hand. I was like, you had 6.
I had no expectation in my brain of a turn shove. And it works out perfect against Soiza's hand.
I won that one. No, I'm kidding.
Jesse is just that guy. He's got that dog in him. Kevin, you know about that dog. Ooh. There's a few people at this table with that dog in them.
But you're bluffing.
Probably better than yours.
Who's got the most dog in them? That's what I want to know. I'll let chat decide. Oh boy.
I thought you had king queen, and I thought the river was going to be a jack. So I'm like,
spin the wheel.
Down right now.
Classic flip.
Protect your equity. Deny his equity. Okay, he's got the flush. Big hand.
Look at this size, 380 from Tom Hung. 5 big blinds, not even 5 big blinds out of his 20 big blind stack. Designed to induce action from weaker hands than ace-king, but these 2 hands are just going to go in. We'll be flipping for a big one here.
Good luck, gentlemen. Massive pot to kick things off here at this final table.
Like queen.
If Artur can convert... Artur? Jesus, what is going on?
Classic.
Thinking about them dogs too much. Nacho can convert as 43% equity. He's going to move up to second in chips, just behind Foxen. He's found a king on the King Jack 6 board. Has spades covered as well. Tom's in rough shape. Well,
Always a slap.
Never easy.
Goes from 2 to 7 outs. With 1 card to come. Ace or a 9 needed. Does not find it. And we have ourselves
playing the game.
our first elimination of this final table.
No ACR, no problem.
Artur wanted to give me his card. What the fuck? And then I see it was the ace of spades. I was like, no, I want this one. Don't say it.
Tom Hyung, 9th place finish.
I took his card.
Yeah.
3x return.
No.
Heading to collect $75,000 for his efforts, but always bittersweet to make a final table of any sort and to depart in 9th, but someone has to do it, Kevin. As the man from Hong Kong had to collect his 3rd cash. Brings us down to 8. Still Foxen leading the way. Everyone guaranteed $94,000 for their efforts. Last of the 5-figure payouts.
Created a monster. Should have never tried to bluff him.
Nacho putting those new chips to work from under the gun. King Jack offsuit. He's got chip leader Foxen in the small blind, but still good enough to open. Artur, suited hand, but facing the early position open.
Nacho playing the game, eh? Playing the game.
Soy supersticioso. You understood, huh?
Yeah.
Well, 10-9 of diamonds. All right, gonna hit the mark. Stays disciplined. Round to the chip leader on the button. 10 deuce, not gonna cut it.
And he not looking too strong with the new big stack on his left.
It's a good watch. Look.
Just gonna fold.
No! Wow! The best hand of all of them.
They saw the queen. They can't believe he folded. Nacho talking as if he would have called a jam there.
Well, quick color up as the blinds increase to 50,000, 100,000. Does change things at the bottom of the chip counts now. Webster Lim, Artur Martirosyan, sub 20 bigs, both with 16 blinds and a dream. A lot at stake for both. I mean, Webster looking for title number 4 would be quite incredible. Been here for a long time, one of the OGs, part of that Malaysian crew. Of course, Artur, the implications to that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard.
And you know, Henry, I was just looking at that because I thought to myself, surely someone else here has Player of the Year hopes. And who's number 4 on the list other than the chip leader, Alex Foxen?
That is interesting because Foxen only plays Hold'em, whereas Artur is willing to step into the different disciplines. PLO, short deck, we saw him in Jeju, we saw him in Monte Carlo. So I do think even though Foxen is 4th in chips overall, that he is drawing dead versus Artur.
Well,
Go on.
Alex Foxen, let's not write off his PLO skills. 6th place in Monte Carlo 100K PLO main.
Okay.
So he's entering the PLO events. Not to mention a 3rd place in Jeju in the PLO Bounty Quattro.
Doesn't
Almost
play short
400K.
deck though.
Doesn't play short deck. But no limit in PLO. He's in there and he's got a number of cashes this season.
Yeah, I guess if he has a big trip here, say he closes this one out, makes another final table or 2, then I could see it. The issue is that in Jeju, we have a lot of short deck events. We also have PLO events.
Yeah.
Artur's willing to play all 3. The person I want to keep an eye on is Daniel Forrest, of course. He just came 2nd to Xuan Liu. If Daniel can get another, couple of top 3 spots or close one of these out, Daniel poses a real threat. Poses a real threat. Got the 30K running in the background. And check out all the action from your favorite players in that one over on the Triton Poker Plus app. That's event number 3. Then of course the stakes get higher. The 40K mystery bounty, 50K, 200K invitational, 100K main. I'm buzzing for this.
So is it with a playable 1 in the hijack? Min-raise open, and Foxen has ace-queen suited on his left. A lot of times as the chip lead, we get tempted to play with all aggression. And not to say that ace-queen suited isn't worth a 3-bet, but not surprised to see Foxen just calling here. Soiza's not going to put in 36 big blinds light. And we don't really want to be all in with the ace-queen suited, so much better suited to call. Maybe trap a rejam behind from Webster or Artur. They're going to pass, though. Heads up to the flop.
Foxen still in front with his ace-queen. As both players see the king 7-6 board. 1 spade on flop.
See how Soiza wants to navigate out of position. Normally against chip leader, play a little more passive and maybe a little more polar with your aggression. So he is coming with a c-bet here, just kind of total nothing, right? Queen jack, no backdoor flush draw, 2 unders. One of the weakest hands he'll have on this board, so he starts with a c-bet bluff. I don't think Alex is going anywhere. Not yet.
Rainbow turn texture would be difficult for Foxen to continue should he face a double barrel, but it's also tough to see Soiza finding a follow-through out of position.
It's a concerning turn card, specifically against a chip leader range. Foxen able to flat at this depth with low suited connectors with low pocket pairs. Soiza's reaching for chips. I do think this barrel is going to work against Foxen's hand. Definitely unconventional to be aggressive on the 5. But I think credit to Soiza for being willing to fight for pots. And we talked about it a little bit before, Henry, the value of taking chips away from the player on your immediate left, the value of jockeying for chip lead position. Soiza showing there perhaps that same desire to be in top position.
You mean to say he's got that dog in him? D-A-W-G.
I can't play on APT.
That's all I was hearing as you were talking right there. Qualifies?
Qualifies.
Kevin's nodding his head, but he refuses to say it. Just say it. Just say Soiza's got that dog in him.
He's got that.
I won't prod. I won't prod.
He's got that.
He's got that. Look, it takes a lot. 30 big blinds deep, out of position against a tough customer and the chip leader, Alex Foxen. Credit where credit's due. Soiza climbs up the chip counts, 3rd in chips. Barbero and Foxen both tied with 5.5 million.
I don't understand how.
It doesn't really work for business, I guess.
Maybe for his customer base.
They made me forfeit my students.
As someone who has
So some people like playing
studied Heads Up No Limit
50-50, so better not.
as much as you have, putting you on the spot a little bit here,
Go
who
ahead.
would you like to see, just from like stylistically and from a poker
I didn't
entertainment
win,
point
you
of
know, I
view,
fucking lost, you know, like in the tournament. Like,
who would you like to see reach Heads
people
Up
gonna
here?
complain about everything, you know. So that's not.
I'm a big fan of watching contrasting styles in a heads-up match. So what comes to mind is like,
playing the Triton.
Like he doesn't really.
let's say Foxen versus Barack Wisbrod, right? Intuition versus theoretical prowess, or you could take any combination of these things. We've actually got a number of, I would say, intuitive players who are willing to step out of bounds at this table. I would say Jesse Lonis, but it feels like he just plays heads up against the table. So we don't really need him to get heads up to watch his approach.
Foxen sending a message here, a wag of the finger. with the ace jack out. And Soiser bows out respectfully.
I like that from both players. We don't need to push back against every 3-bet. Those were a couple early position ranges. Ace-9 suited, not that strong.
Arthur, how is your sleep on whoop? Good. Good?
Here it is,
Yeah.
I think he's one of the best. You're one of the best in the group, I think, for sleep.
I'm sleeping like a baby here, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Bro,
Sounds like
that
they've got a
bed,
little...
the bed in Monte Carlo bay is so bad compared to this one.
I don't know. I'm sleeping so good here.
I sleep
little
so
whoop
good
band
here,
group
so I was sleeping
going
so
on.
bad
Are they
in
competing?
Monte Carlo.
They've been tracking each other's sleep. I don't know how I feel about that, but apparently Artur's got the best sleep so far this trip.
I don't think I'd be giving that data to my competition.
Be like, ah, Kevin's only got 22% recovery today. Let's 3-bet him a lot more.
Yeah. I would just show up every day and lie and say that I'm at perfect 100.
I have to agree, by the way. I would love to see Barack against Foxen or Barack against Jesse heads up. I think that would be very fun. Talking to Jesse, up against the K9. Dog.
5 seconds.
Good find.
Thank
Jacks? I mean, Jack's on the cusp in my mind for this number of big blinds against a cutoff open. Nacho's going to have a very wide range. There's a lot of upside for Jesse to double up. But if he had pocket 10s, maybe we just flat. Even Jacks, I think a lot of players would flat here. 8 left, number of shorter stacks around, but Jesse's style involves so much aggression, I think you have to expand value as well to reap the benefits of that style. No point in Nacho continuing with the K9. He passes.
Waiting for someone.
There's only one elimination so far.
We don't get to say it. We're not the loser, man.
Tom Hyung. Queen's no good against Ace King across 5. King high board.
I wish, bro.
Nacho Barbero
I would
claiming
have had the mirage in my eyes in Vegas.
Oh, really?
first scalp of this final
I would have
table.
been halfway there. I would have had my WSOP bankroll loaded up. Nothing beautiful.
Oh.
Every tournament.
Fold. Fold. Raise 250,000. Fold.
The ideas behind this sizing, Kevin, 2.5x versus a more conventional kind of 2x open.
Was just scanning around to figure that out myself and coming up a little blank. To be honest, I don't see anything notable about the stack in the big blind or the chip leader layout. I think Nacho just wanted to charge extra. Or we thought the blinds went up, who knows.
The next break's in 2 levels, is that correct? 10 and then 13 more. 6:15.
Is that dinner? No. Well, actually, we're not doing it. We'll do a dinner after that. No dinner break.
I'm starting to get hungry.
I agree.
I've been eating so much anyway. So I think I have
People like saying, why is Artur always deep in every tournament? Well, you tell me.
Probably, right? Probably. 45?
You tell me.
45 might be
Unlimited food.
I'm so fat.
Exactly.
That's what happens when
so
you enter everything and you play great.
I work out every day, but it's just...
Aaron Kenny saying, Lonis versus Foxen heads up, please, Lord.
But you
Maybe. That would be, if they both get their like 40 big blinds effective as well, that would be, that would be dope.
Yeah, I mean, I was rooting for the contrast in styles matchup, but we could have some real bloodbath matchups with these remaining 8. Martirosian versus Soiza. Lonis versus Barbero. Just kind of pick any two.
So he's going to defend in a rough way, especially on a king-high board. King 9-3, 2 clubs, top pair, top kicker for Jesse. Soiza with a very strong top pair out of the big. I mean, arguably the strongest, maybe 1 pip lower than he can have in this spot. So very high up in range.
I don't know what we call him.
Lona's coming out with a big bet too. This is about half pot.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's quite a big bet to kick things off, and perhaps because of that, Lonis is going to earn himself a big one here, starting off strong, depending on the run out, of course.
Yeah, Soiza's hand extremely good for now. Not good enough to check raise, but he'll be seeing a turn. And that club could save Soiza some money. No flush draw for either player.
Someone explained you to me. I had never met you.
And this doesn't only save him money because he might find a fold more easily, but Lonis might even check behind. There's a real threat of the big blind having flushes. Lonis has no blockers to a flush. Looks like he's barreling, but I wouldn't have minded a check back to try and catch a bluff from one of those missed gut shots. Let's see what Soiza thinks of his hand now in the face of half pot again.
Kudos to Jesse for finding this turn barrel. Seems to know exactly where he's at in the hand.
5 seconds.
He's going to extract himself an additional 550. Big pot brewing, just north of 1 SPR behind for the American.
And such a clean river.
Yeah, that's trouble.
A river that Lonis will consider value betting. We don't always go for 3 streets in these heavy pressure spots. With top pair, top kicker, when a flush is there. Flush being extremely relevant. But maybe with Lonis's image, which we spoke about, that he's aware of, that he gets called down lighter than most.
1.2.
He goes half pot again. I think this fits.
And again, such a wide button range where Soiza knows Jesse's good enough to have hands with like 1 club that then pick up equity on the turn, continue to barrel, and then refuse to back down on this run out. Soiza giving him the stare down. Jesse giving nothing away.
And even less than those types of hands. I mean, Lonis just has that image that makes you think that when you fold here, he's going to flash the 7 of hearts. And you just... It adds this extra pressure to pay the guy off. Because folding feels like you're going to get embarrassed on a big stage, right? Now, Soiza's so experienced, so familiar with the stream table and the big money.
It's paid him off.
But he's going to call.
Jesse's earned himself a monster pot, 4.75 million chip pot going his way in a spot where perhaps others would have missed out a street of value. And
Big
with
hand,
that,
Nacho.
he has become the chip leader. That is exactly where he wanted to be. You could just tell from the start of the final table, he was just itching to play some big pots, chip up, and now he gets to rule the roost.
We have a new chip leader.
My chip daddy?
The guy that should have busted with 10.
No, I was never going to bust that. I knew this was going to happen.
Knew this was going to happen.
What a life.
When you know you're going to bust, you have to flip that fucker.
We live on the Jesse Lonnie simulation. And I'm not real. We should say it.
Oh, you're my favorite character in it.
I know. I'm pretty epic.
You're a character.
I'm pretty epic.
You're like the sim character that's just dancing. Like,
I'm pretty epic.
remember Sims? You get the guy just dancing. Then.
Lonis is the new chip leader, but not going to get that out of line. Alex Foxen in the big blind right now. Queen 6 in the muck.
Haven't seen much from Rao yet.
Raul, where you live?
Byproduct of
Bangkok? Nice.
card distribution.
Expat?
Kind of handcuffed as well with the likes of Foxen 2 to his left. Can't be opening
Where are you
buttons
from?
as liberally. Bottom of range here
Yeah.
Oh.
for both.
Yeah, sometimes we see the in-position player attack with hands like Foxen's. He's just going to check, though.
I bet
Cheap
Valencia
flop
and
for
draw, bro.
Soiza.
They gave them. It's insane. I ran so fast.
Oh my. The dealer somehow fanned off the 4-3 deuce. Top 2 for Foxen.
Insane penalty I've seen in my life.
Soiza with a pair and a gut shot.
Called the referee and say,
Normally big action, these hand strengths, but monotone board
referee say he doesn't touch the ball and gonna get penalty.
makes both players a little less excited about this hand. Although Foxen will be happy he didn't get let into.
You see what they've been doing lately? It's just like I can't believe it. I tweet about
Decent
it the other day.
bit of meat on that bone.
Yeah, this is sizable with only 300 in the pot. Foxen wants to get as much value as he can before this board changes.
Yeah, so many bad turn cards, of course, for Foxen. Any ace, 5, 6, club. They're charging the price now. They're evaluating the turn as Soiza gets there.
The guy completely stops the ball going to the goal tip, and they show him a different camera.
Clean turn card
So the referee could
for the
not
Malaysian. Right when he needed it as well. After dropping down to 6th in chips.
Soiza does check. I wouldn't have hated a lead on the turn. I think it's quite hard for Foxen to have an ace in this spot, although of course he could have a 6. Soiza reasonably likely to have an ace high hand if he was trapping pre-flop. Of course some of those will open jam for just 16 blinds or so. Starting the hand. Foxen though, trying to set his price on the turn and almost challenging Soiza to find counter aggression. This feels like a bet in position that's looking to get called for exactly this much and then showdown on the river. But if Soiza can sniff it out, maybe he can charge extra. Takes the cautious route. Hard to blame him. Any raise would feel committing to stacks. Problem is, though, we probably just go check right now. Kind of win the minimum now that we've made the nut straight. Second nut straight.
You guys are playing for cups, so like you get completely scammed.
Nice pickup regardless.
Yeah, much needed. After that button v big blind cooler.
Yes, but now one is
It's tough to fold top pair against certain player types. It does just feel like every now and then the deck distributes a hand where you're just destined to lose a lot of chips, and I don't know, I think we all fall victim to overanalyzing certain spots and thinking, well, I could have done this differently, you know, maybe I just fold, but the reality is these spots are so close and
yeah,
can't be too harsh on yourself. Soiza one of the best, by the way, when it comes to mindset. Played a few rounds of golf with him, and I must say, it's just incredible how he doesn't let things affect him. And I honestly think it's probably one of his main traits that has led to the success he's had in poker. Just being able to move on, let go, and play the game that he needs to play, and not dwell on the past.
So important at a final table, especially.
Have you ever had periods where you've kind of, I don't want to say suffered, but found yourself falling into that victim mindset kind of headspace?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can you give some
They
examples?
have something against Barcelona too. What they did like on the Inter
I mean, I'll give it a
Milan
little thought.
Semifinals.
But thinking about like a victim mindset,
I
it's
think they don't want like clubs that are not on like the.
normally
like the
say a
World
spot
Cup to go
where
to the
not
finals
only
of
the deck
Champions
doesn't
League.
cooperate, but let's say perhaps
My friend was telling me that, and it makes
you're getting
sense.
outplayed by some players who you
Inter is
normally
on
don't get
the-
outplayed
on
by,
the
right?
World Cup and PSG
Make
too.
some decisions that you regret, but it's so easy to blame those externally. Be like, oh, this guy who misplayed his hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my opponent who's, you know, such a donkey, right? Like, how
Yeah.
could you ever make that play? And
They didn't even
on
replay
later
at the
reflection,
end before the
it's like, well,
Inter
maybe I
scored
could have
the
done better.
3-3.
Yeah.
Myself, right?
It's a foul. They didn't even replay it once.
That used to be a big
Yeah.
one for me as well, where like I'd enter like multi-way pots and would end up losing a massive pot against player A because player B decided to do something random in the hand that they like shouldn't have done. And then
Yeah.
rather than just taking accountability myself, I'd be like, oh, well, I wouldn't have played a 400 big blind pot here had player B not opted to like check raise with a hand that they shouldn't have check raise with or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and the reality is you have to go out there and make decisions, and you can't control what other people do at the table.
Easy decision here for Artur. 14 bigs against the Jesse Open.
Really weak one here from +2. Doing a little bit of math. Has he called?
Wow.
This is light.
No king queen, bro.
You see Martirosian's face. He's in shock.
Bro, you heard what Jesse said, right? Said no king queen, bro?
I think he put him on exactly that. Was just convinced that it was king queen and wanted to win this pot. Lonis may be flying a little too high right now.
No queen jack. I thought we were reading on the queen jack.
Just looking to dispatch of
Chop,
a
please.
tough opponent as well. Calling for a chop. Deuce would chop it. 8 for the win. Now add a 5 to the equation. Deuce, 4-5 for a chop. Everything else earns out of the pot, bar the 8, which he fades.
Sweaty.
Hey, I was joking. So if you say that, you don't look.
You do not want to be giving that man chips. There is a reason he is coming into the second half of the season as the overall leader in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, and it's by a considerable margin as well. Came in with more than 500 points in second.
Arthur playing the game.
Arthur's playing the game, baby.
Such a good hand, man. Wasn't ready to see this.
How do they wake up with these hands? How lucky are you? Oh, I should be cooler.
Yeah.
With the shortest stack doubling there.
Who's the best Malaysian player?
Webster Lim, who you can see on your screen now. The lone short stack and posting the big blind.
What? Highest earnings, Soisa. Right? Or Kiat?
No, it's a
All? Cash game counts?
Nope.
Paul has 20 plus million prizes, I think.
No way, how lucky that guy is. How much, who's second, Soisa or Kiat?
Me, I think.
I think, yeah, Soisa.
You look at that every day, you say one day I'm gonna be there, right?
Are you close?
He's such a whale. Oh man, I love this guy.
Yeah.
How do you have 3 and I have 2? What a scam. A real scam.
To be fair, I do that every day too. I check the state of
One day I will
Illinois
run good.
Yeah, if you
money
run good, you win
rankings
like 10 already, right?
to see where I stack up. I'm a ways behind Connor
I
Drynan
think I
though.
lost like 6 hits up.
I have to really
Unlucky,
narrow
man,
it down
Insane, really insane.
to
You run so
the
bad.
small town of Bracknell
Finally somebody
in the
realized.
UK. You know, I can't even go
Oh yeah, I've been there on vacation.
No, you haven't.
I know that one.
You definitely haven't. Yeah, I have to. I can't even go. I mean, you call them states out in America.
Provinces in Canada.
Sure. Yeah, I don't even know what we call them in the UK.
Just
James.
Just
What
places.
do we call them? Man, I'm really wailing off today. What's going on? Not states, but boroughs. No, I've lost it.
Just towns. Township.
Sure. Man, I've just forgotten how to speak English today. I'm still blown away at the fact that Xuan Liu took down her first ever event. Oh, chat, help me out. Someone help me out. What do we call it in the UK? It's not a state. It's not a province.
My favorite is Calvi, by the way.
Counties. Thank you, Guy Duggan. Counties. We call them counties. Don't ask me why we call them counties. But I can't even, claim to be the best in my county. And one could argue that I don't even know which county I'd fall under, whether it be Berkshire, Hampshire.
Skill is
I
definitely
don't even know what county London falls under. That's where I was born. I have to really narrow it down to the street that my mum lives on. And even then, I'm not sure if my neighbours play much, but they've got a pub league. $10 buy-in.
I really thought you had a name for us from your county.
I'd say my current one is, Hampshire.
No, the player who you're worse than, I mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely no idea.
Okay. A lot of English folk in the chat. Figured out what you were looking for.
Hey, Fitness Farang saying, wake up, Henry. How's it going, mate? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's been a while since I've lived in the UK, Kevin, so please do forgive me.
That's fair. Soiza opens it up +2.
Yeah, that's a discipline fold there from Barak. Some reverse implied stuff from early position.
Yeah, just a pretty low EV hand class. Thought maybe he was contemplating a small 3-bet. It wouldn't be the craziest bluff raise. And a good player to take chips from. Often talk about chip lead versus chip lead or whatnot, but mid-stack versus mid-stack is another good matchup. If you gain 500,000 and they lose it, really separates you in the middle. These things matter.
Barak's very ICM savvy. We saw him the other day in the first 25K, and you can just really tell when someone is a deep thinking player, and he strikes me as the type, having spoken to him on a few occasions about poker. Great to see him doing so well as it folds around to Webster. Just 10 bigs, shortest stack by quite some margin, but can't take the spot.
He's very good for soccer player.
Good chance Jesse just gets a walk here.
Shout out Sergio Aguero.
Barak pretty low. Certainly going to want to play a lot of hands blind versus blind. But you've also just seen this man call 15 blinds with ace-8 off. Are you not a little bit worried about entering pots against him? I think he's going to lose this one pre-flop. Looks like a hand Jesse's either raising or jamming.
$450.
No nonsense from Barak. Just lets it go. Got Wrecked in the chat saying greetings from Estonia. Let us know whereabouts you are joining us from. We're, of course, live from the Maestral Casino and Resort in the beautiful Montenegro. Central European time for us. Just coming up to around about 6 p.m. local, so I assume have a lot of viewers joining us from Europe.
He was number one
perhaps
online
people
and I was number one CPI.
out in Southeast Asia,
2023.
late evening,
Really
bit of
sick
poker
for a
viewing.
country. Big things for Argentina.
Maybe even some early risers
Argentina, bro, how many
stateside
high-stakes players, pretty much.
joining us their morning cup of coffee. Hope you're enjoying the show. Soiza with a very playable Ace queen, 25 bigs under the gun.
Who's the best Russian player?
Break at the end of this level.
I know.
Vladimir Troyanovsky.
Vladimir Troyanovsky. My favorite. Where is he? You had to play with Vladimir?
No takers.
Good live player. Good reads.
I think his Monaco series was one of the sickest ever. Like the whole sequence of events is completely ridiculous. Like the 7 deuce hand, like so many things that just unbelievable, that happen,
Oh, which one? Michael.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to enter that, and can you just take a few seconds?
As much as I can.
Yeah, sure.
Snotcher just asking everyone who the best player from their country is.
Let's play fast, guys.
I actually do like to hear the answers to the questions like that. But I missed the Russian answer.
Trianovsky was the name
Like
that
the
was
whole
thrown
Aussie
forward.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so insane. I don't know. It's like,
That was some magical series.
yeah.
I was had a nice sideline seat to it all.
Nacho's got a real one here. Being +2. Don't normally get that much flatting, but ace-10 suited, certainly strong enough. I think a 3-bet would have been fine as well. Doubt you get much resistance from the king-queen offsuit of Foxen and a variety of other hands he opens under the gun. Jesse, reflecting on his decisions.
I'm
Had to
starting to
assume that
think
was
this
gone.
is intentional from Jesse. Seen
What's that?
just the
Like the deliberation.
deliberate tanking in spots where he's just got a clear decision, and I do wonder
5 seconds.
if it's just mind games, if it's just, you know, that little 10-second, 15-second
Sure.
pause to just put a bit of pressure on someone thinking, oh, wow, is Jesse going to make a move, make him nervous, make him angsty?
Sure.
As Rao deliberates on a very legitimate spot here.
This is a tough one. You have to think that Nacho in +2 could flat pocket pairs as strong as queens, because he doesn't want to get in 50 big blinds against an under-the-gun Foxen. So I think folding 9s here would be totally fine.
5 seconds.
Although on the flip side of that, you just know that there are weak hands in both these ranges that will fold when you jam. And Raul takes the spot. I think this is going to get through no problem.
Yeah, well done, mate. Fair play to him.
We should go to a restaurant, bro. We lost
What
2
is it?
blinds each.
Yeah.
What?
Unreal.
Unreal.
Scam.
I mean, I was gonna lose 2 lines anyway. You
the blinds up?
Oh,
Next
yeah.
hand or this hand?
This hand.
This hand up.
Blinds going up. Nacho seething that he had to call fold the ace-10 for 2 bigs. Immediately blaming Foxen. Tail of the tape so far, 1 elimination. As we head into the 3rd level of play at this final table. All eyes, of course, on Webster Lim. Bottom of the chip counts. Now playing just 8 big blinds. $94,000, the money that is secured. But for these guys, they're all going to be looking at that top prize of 755K and just saying, let me get a little trip saver out the way with early, take the pressure off with a big result, and then go into the rest of the series with that confidence under your belt.
King 10 offsuit in the hijack. Feels like a fringy open. Brock just lets it go. Funny thing, when you talked about, Henry, the ICM awareness that someone like Barack has, if you see the action that's happening at this table and you start to get the sense that the other players, especially those 30 to 40 big blind stacks who are ahead of him right now, are not following the same set of rules that he believes in.
Yeah.
It's just going to dial it up even higher for him, right? Let's avoid even more confrontations, because I think these other players are going to collide before me. And that's so valuable for him when he's on a short stack.
Speaking of collisions, see if Foxen checks the temperature in the room. Declines.
Definitely could have raised this one, and ace-6 suited wasn't going to go anywhere.
Well, Soiza flopping the nut flush draw. Foxen the complete whiff. Queen of spades, 5 of clubs. No interaction whatsoever.
Not necessarily going to stop Foxen in position from stabbing. Queen 5 not going to have a lot of showdown value against Soiza's limp. If he had weaker than Queen High, he'd have flopped a draw here. So Foxen recognizes he needs to bluff at some point to take down this pot. Now, from Soiza's point of view, I mean, his hand is huge. He can go either way. He could check raise and put it in on turns. Or he could just check call and bluff catch. Foxen will never bluff a stronger hand than ace-6.
That is a fun turn card.
Yeah.
It's presented a draw to Foxen, still remains pairless and with Queen High. And now that he has picked up equity, does he feel like this is enough of a piece? Continue barreling, apply pressure to some high cards, apply pressure to like a 7 or a deuce.
I think it's totally reasonable. And it does suit Foxen's style. When you pick up a blocker, when you represented something earlier, just keep the pressure on. It's hard to call down enough. Soiza still in the same sort of spot as he was on the flop. Foxen never going to bluff a stronger hand. We could continue to bluff catch. That's a very clean river for Soiza. Much better chance that he wins this pot now. Foxen's going to take note, though, of the fact that the 7 just paired on the river. Big part of Soiza's range would be 7x, check calling twice. And he did not give any thought to leading. Or at least it would appear he didn't give any thought to leading. Can't draw a firm conclusion from that. We don't know if Soiza would ever lead with a 7. But Foxen's going to think this one through. Shuts it down.
You really never know when Foxen's in a hand if he's going to just empty the clip.
Snap. Yeah, right. Maybe you use all the time, Mark.
2 years yesterday,
He told me to fucking
Kevin,
fast before
since
today.
Texas Dolly passed away. Doyle Brunson.
Is that right?
Pour one out, ladies and gents.
Nachito's
One of,
playing the game, but the game of hunger.
you know, one of many
Hunger games.
in those days
was
that
funny.
paved the way to what we have now, leading up to
Not very
this
funny.
2025, where, I mean, look at poker compared to 5
Hunger
decades
Games,
ago.
you've
It
seen
really
it's
is
a movie.
incredible where we find ourselves.
I did not watch
Rip Doyle.
What? You haven't seen the Hunger Games? They have like 5, 6. How many movies? They have?
You hear that story that Shulman posted on Twitter recently
like they put them on an
from
island.
the...
Remind me.
It's Bobby's room, right? That they used to play like the high stakes,
Yeah.
You don't have to watch it anymore.
high stakes mixed games in.
So the winner wins.
play this hand out.
I'm gonna test you, but obviously you haven't.
Foxen going after
Pretty much.
the covered Martirosian blind versus blind there.
The Japanese movie.
Yeah, Nick Schulman's story, one of our fellow
5-minute break to use the
booth brethren, said the iciest thing he'd ever heard at the poker table, bar none,
No one disagrees.
was via the late great Doyle Brunson.
We have to agree on it.
Schulman said that
Yeah.
both he and Doyle
I wanna play.
would get into it a bit sometimes at the table.
He'll play with himself.
He didn't remember exactly what happened, but Doyle said to him, when it happens to you, Nick, know where it came from. And it honestly shook Nick to the core. And for those that, I saw a few people asking, well, what does that mean? It's kind of like a bit of a threat, you know, Nick, if you ever get got, just know.
When it happens.
When it's time,
Whatever it is.
just know it was me, buddy.
Oh, God. Doyle grew up in a different time.
He really did. He really did. It's,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I hope so.
it's easier to make it in today's age, you know? Back then, you never knew what was hiding under the table.
I hope we're still getting a Doyle documentary.
Oh,
I heard for years there was something in the works.
Okay.
Before he passed, and I hope we get something.
That would be cool, yeah. I heard about this as well. I'm not sure when it's going to be released. But yeah, bit of a
900.
segue there. Side tangent as Barbero.
Wow.
Bring in the heat against Jesse. And this is what, kind of going back to your point, the likes of Raul and Barak just watching on, seeing all of this happen. And they're just like, well, these guys are swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
Against one another. They're both standing in the center of the octagon, Max Holloway style, just pointing down to the canvas and just saying, let's go. Let's just throw bombs at each other and see who the last man standing is.
And I don't mind Nacho going after the Lonus Open with this hand. I do think he could have sized a little bit larger, maybe to discourage continues such as this one. I think the ace-queen offsuit. Very tempted to call or even 4-bet. Lonus is certainly debating any option. You know, we talk about Lonus being so willing and aggressive. That doesn't mean he's also not willing to make a big fold. If anything, he's known for following his intuition above all else. There it goes.
Okay, break time, guys.
Into the muck. Nice hand,
I think we
Nacho.
have to wait.
Why?
Wow.
Or what they want to do at the end of the level.
Can we pause?
I thought the 4-bet was coming there
Oh, we can wait.
from
We can
Jesse.
announce. That's fine. Yeah.
I'd vote for now, but yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Fair play to Nacho for turning up the heat, putting the pressure on Jesse, who drops down to second. I do apologize, down to third now in chips. Nacho creating a bit of distance between himself and Foxen. I mean, those three, Jesse, Alex, and Nacho, north of 35 bigs. Then a bit of a drop off to the likes of Michael Soiser, Artur Martirosyan. And the bottom of the chip counts Webster Lim. Gonna need to make a move sooner rather than later. He's down to 8 bigs, the 3-time champ, looking to spin the wheel on his hunt for title number 4 as we welcome you back to the break. This is a very short break for the players, and that really just invites us, Kevin, to have a bit of a conversation about some of the dynamics that are really playing out here, because it may seem evident from our shoes, but perhaps for the viewers not as much. You know, looking at these dynamics, we've touched on the fact that Barak and Rao seem to just be very content right now to you know, take a step to the sidelines and just be like, okay, guys, you know, I'm seeing clear evidence here that there are people at this table that are willing to play 40, 50, 60 big blind pots. I don't need to get involved right now.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at the chip counts, it's almost exactly correlated what we're seeing at the table with where people are in their position. At the bottom, Lozano, Wisbrod, and Webster Lim. These are players who are incentivized to avoid collisions because of their shorter stacks in this moment, but also just stylistically, I think are avoiding spots because they see that those top 5 players from Martirosyan up to Nacho Barbero are so willing to collide against each other that they're, you know, not just from a money perspective are they trying to avoid collisions, but in the interest of winning this tournament and surviving this final table further or as far as they can, it's right to play tight right now in this lineup, it seems.
I have to ask you, payout-wise, 8 left, all guaranteed 94,000. Of course, that top prize of 755,000. From an ICM, and this is a bit of a broad question here, but from an ICM point of view, what can we expect? Can we see people just, you know, swinging for the fences as we discussed now 8 through 7, but then once we get down to kind of 6 left, the reins really just need to come in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at 94,000 right now in stark contrast to 755 up top. You're really incentivized to go for first in these moments. Even though we're at a final table, the pay jumps right now are so small compared to the ones from 4th, 3rd up to 1st. And pay jumps really don't get big until you go from 4th to 3rd. It's like a flat $50,000, $60,000, $60,000 difference, and that does matter. So swinging for the fences right now actually could pay off in a huge way, whereas busting in the next couple of spots, I mean, it was worth the try.
And all of these players, each and every one of them is very willing to die by the sword if they need to, you know, taking the spots as and when they're presented to them. They all want to play for the win. None of these players strikes me as the type that you're like, oh, hey, I'm looking to just ladder 1 or 2 spots and call it a day. Yeah. So, yeah, let's see when we do come back from break. It's going to be a very short one, just, you know, 2.5, 3 minutes of commercials. Average stack of 26 bigs as well. It really, I don't know, it feels like it's time for a couple of eliminations. People are going to be taking those rejam spots when they're presented to them, and all it's going to take is a couple of hands to collide. And a potential runaway chip leader situation here in Barbero, if he can eliminate 1 or 2 opponents, yeah, perhaps he's going to be on his way to title number 3. Kevin and I are going to be stepping aside for a brief moment. Yeah, don't go too far. When we return, we'll be playing down to our 2nd champion of the series. We'll see you very shortly.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Maestral Casino and Resort for continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in
Montenegro. Story of the day today, Xuan Liu taking down the 25K WPT Global Slam earlier on, beating Dan Voris heads up for $860,000. Perhaps more impressively, I mean, money to the side. First ever Triton event for her, picking up her trophy. And yeah, a bit of a treat here for the viewers, Kevin, in the form of 2 final tables. We're going to be crowning 2 champions today, as I do turn our attention to event number 2. 25K 8max Nacho Barbero leading the field, looking for his 3rd title, but he does have some stiff competition in the form of Alex Foxen, 2-time champion Michael Soiser as well with 2 titles, Artur Martirosyan, of course, the current Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard leader coming into this series here. Looking at the stack distributions, I mean, Barbero with a great seat draw now, the fact that he has position on Foxen and Martirosyan, but still at that kind of stack depth where he doesn't just get to push them around willy-nilly, so to speak. He has to respect their current stacks.
No, absolutely. I think what comes off the page to me when I'm looking at the distribution is that you have 4 players above average, 4 players below average, and all of the top 6 are within striking distance of the chip lead. So you really don't have anyone who, you know, by the book should be playing table captain and everyone needs to respect it. But of course, what we've been witnessing in the first frame from this final table is a 3- or 4-way tussle for that top spot between Barbero, Foxen, Lonis, Soiza, maybe include Martirosyan in that conversation, right? So it's nowhere near the separation that you need to call yourself chip leader and say, I get to play every pot.
Yeah, I mean, case in point, that 3-bet there from Barbero just before we went into break. The call-off from Jesse with the ace-8 against Artur's ace-king. I guess coming back, Kevin, all eyes going to be on the short stack. Webster Lim with just 8 big blinds. Needs a double, needs it fast. Just 10 hands left of this level. Big blind 125K as we do throw it down for continuing coverage here at this final table. Live from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Let's see what's going to give first. Is it going to be Webster? Or is it going to be one of these, you know, quote, safe stacks that don't need to bust but may find a way, given the way some of these guys have been playing?
Yeah, don't write off the chances of someone like Raul Lozano, who was quiet other than one easy pre-flop pickup and has managed to hold position while a bunch of pots developed that could have easily sent multiple players home already.
The Triton already, he showed me, he's 100% using RTE, bro, online. The check, you know, 100% GTO is approved.
After my final table, they
Yeah, I saw that.
said the sizings were so perfect.
100%.
The trade, this is, he's 100% accurate, you
No,
know.
you know how it works. They see what sizing the guy used, and then they check it with that sizing, and
they
then
don't lock the sizing.
yeah, and they say like this sizing or check.
Yeah, so people are thinking that
if this hand wants to bet, then with the right sizing.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I'm using, like, getting everything perfect.
Oh, sorry to burst your bubble, you're not a GTO wizard. You're not quite a GTO wizard.
Like there was literally a hand where somebody bets a really weird size, and it was actually that.
Okay, they don't lock the size, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, fine, makes sense. They're like, no, you bet 2.3 million, and he used the exact size of forward, he's 100% accurate, you know?
Oh, nice spot here for Webster. Very defendable. King 9, button open. Sorry, cutoff open rather. Button flat. Guess we peel one off. See a flop. Try and connect. For the stop and go. 0.6 SPR for him. Oh, I was about to say a beautiful window card for Webster, but the 10 tucked in behind it is troublesome.
Yeah, King 9 suited for this number of chips. Pretty strong spot for Webster to spin the wheel.
I don't say it.
But it's going to require that one of these 2 players bets the flop. I don't think Foxen's guaranteed to, because Martirosyan flatting in position is concerning.
I thought you were
Foxen's reaching though, and
so disappointed, bro.
hard to imagine a way that Webster's chips don't go in unless Martirosyan decides to call here. It would have surprised me.
Nacho can't
Had he
pass
played the
half of
sevens
his
on this
goddamn
board.
answers right there.
I crashed.
Even with the answers, he feels.
Just so many bluffs that you would expect Foxen to have. There's a wide open in the cutoff. It's just one c-bet.
Yeah, and you've got second pair with a very good kicker. It's a cold deck for Lim.
Yeah, I think
Playing poker alone is already.
always want to be
I don't know how you actually fucking sit there and
thoughtful and take your time in these spots before you risk your tournament life, of course. But I think Webster's eventually going to recognize that Foxen could have something like King Jack or King Queen, which he's in incredible shape against. Could even be lighter than that. What's stopping him from having Ace 5 of spades?
Good luck, gentlemen. 25% equity for Webster. Another one of those, Kevin, where it just felt like he's destined to lose money in this one. 2 cards away from elimination. Did what had to be done pre-flop. Once you see the 10-9-4 roll off, the rest was inevitable. As he picks up a flush draw on the turn. 32% equity now for the Malaysian. Can he stay in this one? He cannot. So, just as we expected, on the flip side of that break, an elimination.
How happy are you from now this plan? Me?
Last of the 5-figure payouts.
Like, what's one? Is it my baseline?
For Webster Lim, 8th place.
Wow, that's a fucking complicated.
$94,000.
That's the complicated.
The 3-time champ will head to collect his 23rd cash on the Triton Tour. Bringing his Triton earnings to north of $6.7 million. Title number 4 will have to wait.
I would have expected the same from you, bro.
Yeah, actually.
No
Nachos
real
are
opportunities
15 out of 10,
presented for
man.
Webster at this final table.
When he's in Ibiza, 20 out of 10.
Got the one ladder he was able to.
So 7 remain.
Looks like Nacho effectively heads up on the button here, as Webster would have been in the small blind this hand. Comes in with a min raise, and it might save him from putting stacks in against Barack's ace 10. I think this has to go in. Nacho definitely had a possible open jamming hand here. Surprised he didn't take it.
You call if I shove?
Yeah.
Chito playing the games.
Avoided it,
Maybe
Nacho.
good. Yeah, sure, you shove, right?
5 million.
Yeah, you were last in chips. You can gamble for sure.
Can't quite tell if Nacho was regretting his play there or patting himself on the back for avoiding an all-in and call.
Nacho.
Both apply, though.
Playing the game, as he likes to say.
See how much Artur is playing the game here. Ace-6 suited, not mandatory, but good hand class. And it does pass.
Around to Jesse in the big blind snap fold. Queen deuce, not going to cut it. I wonder if if the feeling that some of these final tables bring will ever wear off. I'm wondering if it's just ever going to get old. Because I keep showing up to these and I keep thinking, okay, right, you know, how many final tables can you watch? How many final tables can you actually enjoy? And yet, there's just something so unique to every FT. There's always a different storyline. Case in point, the one we just witnessed earlier on today. But even this one, I could watch this all day. I really could. With these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, we're lucky up here that the players down there are also so excited about these final tables, right? That's really what makes it enjoyable for us. And I'm going to hold that thought because Queen Jack suited, no guarantees that this isn't 3-betting. I would normally expect a flat, but it is a tempting hand class to just be all in and try and clear out equity. It would be such a disaster to run into kings here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
You are dialed in, Mr. Abichow.
Don't blame him for taking this one. I think I would have done the same. Just going to have so many weaker hands that we can get Archer to fold here. Big pressure between these two players.
Can we just talk about the fact that this is more than just this 4.8 million chip pot for Artur? If he can hold here, which he will 82% of the time, become third in chips, on his way for a title, and to pretty much cement himself as the guaranteed Ivan Liao Player of the Year for this season. Turns Raul dead. Artur moves up to second in chips, overtaking Nacho Barbero as we lose the Spaniard who really was patient. Took the spot earlier with the 9s.
What a fucking life playing the game right there. In front of everybody.
Jesus
the whole
Christ.
world watching.
I'm sorry. Can we get a mute button on Nacho, please? Is that possible? Just while I'm, paying Raul off for his 7th place finish. $129,000 for the Spaniard. And again, credit to Raul taking the spot when needed. His second Triton cash. His first final table. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Raul Lozano. For now, we're down to 6. A couple of quick bust outs as we anticipated. Now getting to that stage where we expect things to slow down.
Well, we're not going to see Wizbird slow down with this. Question for him is, do we want to be all in or do we want to leave some room for Foxen to 4-bet? I do think, in general, Wizbird's strategy has a lot of 5 big blind 3-betting. But Ace-King, offsuit specifically, this is just kind of what you want. Be all in and presumably get a fold. Yeah, he's in the muck.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case it wasn't clear, I know how some people like to take everything literally. I'm a huge Barbero fan. Good friends.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Both at the Triton series and away. Just trolling. He's always trolling. Just joking about being Nacho. Kevin, #1 learning app for poker players right now, if you hadn't heard. GTO Wizard, a place the elite players go to improve their game in order to crush at this level. You can follow GTO Wizard on socials, join the giveaways over on IG and X. I have to say, whatever it is that you're playing, it just has everything. You thinking of flying out to Macau? Working your way up through the live streets? Head on over there to GTO Wizard, plug in the rake, plug in whether you're playing 9-handed, 8 max, 6 max. Get good. People keep saying, you know, poker is too late to get good and make money. I disagree. Shout out GTO Wizards.
I don't know who's saying that.
Ah, mate, people are saying it.
Too late.
People are saying no. Yeah, it's too late. Now it's time to get on the AI train.
Why not do both with GTO Wizard? Foxen, legit spot here. 6-handed, under the gun raise from another big stack.
5 seconds.
Traditionally speaking, we do not want to create a big collision here, even with queens. But Foxen, not following the same rules. Might see some players flat here. Is happy to play for the chip lead. Certainly no decision for King 8 suited.
Bruno saying too late now. Say sorry.
Everywhere. Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
South America with different ranges.
I'm sorry, Nacho. Is it too late now to say sorry?
There is one Foxen at every final table. Wow, what a fucking family. Oh my god, they're playing
Pun
the fucking
intended.
game.
Do you know that song?
The third one on the way right now. She's gonna
Yeah,
make the
obviously.
next one.
One Republic.
Anyone wants to lay
Apologize.
me 6-1.
I thought it was Elton John. Sorry seems to be the hardest word. Could be wrong.
That was a good follow-up. I was that was as far as I could go.
6-1. You want it?
6-1.
I out-cringed you,
6-1.
Kevin.
Yeah, you did.
No, 6-1. Yeah. Just for a fun bet.
I'll fight dirty, mate. I have zero filter. I grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters. You think I'm scared of being cringe?
Actually didn't know that.
I was feral until the age of 23. Oh, man. Triton reined me in, you know.
Can do it.
That I know.
So 1K, 6K?
Yeah.
Sure.
I was out in the wild.
How much?
I should probably
They caught me.
hedging with that.
How many chips?
The fishing hook.
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I have no.
So come here, young pup.
I mean, either way, it's rebuys.
We're going to guide you.
It's rebuys, you know.
No, I know it's still early. Yeah.
Just she has to make the final thing. 6-1.
So if
she doesn't,
you pay 6K.
I pay 6.
yeah. If she does, I give him.
What
Or if she
happened?
doesn't, I give him a thousand.
What is the bet?
I bet Kristen to make the final table. The next one, 6-1.
That's a bad bet. But
For who?
How much do you think the odds should be? Just how many players in the field, right?
Like 100 probably.
probably.
Yeah, so like 1 in 10.
120 max.
Yeah, it should be
Yeah,
like
1 in 10.
8-1, but it's fine.
Yeah, I don't care, bro. She's better. You gotta get the skill edge.
Yeah, that's true.
That's very true.
He's the better of the Foxens for sure.
She's better than
Well, that much is clear. You guys play heads up?
Every day.
Every day.
That's all they do.
So is it opening in the cutoff? Foxen had an ace on the button. Not getting after it too wide.
5 seconds.
Certainly could have 3-bet. Martirosian with King 10 suited, not going anywhere.
Practice being unreadable. Tell her. Thank you. Need to work on them.
What a day of poker,
win-win.
by the way.
I like
Apologies
the
for
odds, but, you know,
the random tangent, but really, what a day of poker. Came back with 5 left in the 25K. Here we are, 6 left in event number 2 of the series, 755,000 for first.
you got the right end of it.
Multiple title winners at this table. If I'm not mistaken, everyone bar Barack with a Triton trophy.
It's just, it'll be a good splash. There's like 20 left.
It's from a legacy point of view. Ways for players here to just further cement their legacies as a part of poker history. Action on Artur, Just comes with check call with a nut flush draw. Do apologize, second nut flush draw.
Yeah, total miss on the flop for Soiza. Continues to have air on the turn.
I wonder if spade heart keeps barreling.
It's a nice one. If we think about the weakest hands that Martirosian might check call the flop, something like King Queen offsuit with 1 diamond, King Jack offsuit with 1 diamond. These would be good hands to target if we were bluffing as Soiza. Additionally, just think of like pocket 7s, which is in a rough spot, facing multiple barrels, and Soiza would have outs against that hand. The check back gives Martirosian the check mark. And you would think he's not expecting Soiza to have many flushes, which means checking to Soiza might be a bit fruitless. Just bomb it now and try to get paid off by an ace or some other bluff catch.
I didn't want it to lose like to a random fucking ace.
1,050,000.
1,050,000.
No nonsense from Soiza. Slap folds as Artur climbs back up to second in chips, closing the gap on Foxen.
You're now recording there. Shut up.
So 3 hands left of this level.
You're not playing the game.
4 blinds. 4 blinds go up.
Game. Look at this. Arturito. Ah.
Arturo.
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 Arturo. Guarana.
Arturo.
El Toro. Arturo el Toro. You created a monster shit, see.
Oh yeah, gave him a late call. I gave him some action. You give action, you get action. That's how this world works.
That is true. Give action to get action.
Nobody won a tournament by folding.
Nah.
You got a call.
Wasn't the worst call I ever made, but it was up there.
Oh. Martirosian as well folded the ace here on the button. And by passing on that, he avoids a big collision with Barbaro. King's in the small blind.
Does he go for the in-juice here, Kevin? No, just jams.
Sub 20 big blinds against Barak in the big blind and with Soiza, the opener. I think he could have gone for the small size, but if it's not a big part of your game, it seems like it's not a big part of Nacho's game in spots like that, it doesn't make a huge difference. As long as you jam the bluffs and the strong hands, it's going to work out pretty similar.
The last hand at this level?
Apparently.
Like that, I didn't know if it's one more after. No, it's this. Yeah.
So Soiza has dropped down,
If it was already
tied bottom of the chip
Yeah, I don't know, it's
counts,
just next one.
alongside Barak Wizbrod. Both playing around 18 bigs apiece.
Reasonable spot on the button for Nacho. It's a little light, but he covers both blinds by a good margin. Effective chip lead in this hand. And he's going to pass on it. It's that Lonus effect in the big blind. You do see players a little reluctant to attack that blind.
I was about to say, and yeah, note how
Must mean I have a really good
Barak
four
just,
deuce.
yeah, Barak
Wanna
just
look.
lets it go. Did try limping earlier on and was immediately punished.
I already won.
I mean, it's funny, that effect, we saw Lonus willing to fold ace-queen offsuit to a 3-bet. It almost, I think, comes back to bite players.
What time is it?
And of course, we know Nacho was the one 3-bet bluffing him there, so it's not like Nacho's avoiding Lonus, but
What time is it?
if you get in that mindset that I just can't go after this guy, he's going to
5:45.
notice, and he's going to start folding to you.
What time's registration close for this event?
9? Oh, we have time.
Oh. So at 6:15, are we on a break still? 6:15? I wish we could just take like 20-minute eat break and then no dinner. That'd be
These
better.
guys are sick.
Like 20, 30 minutes, just eat.
We can do it.
I would do that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's order,
In like
order
one,
first, and then.
No, let's go to buffet.
around like
Oh.
7, right?
Okay.
6:45 or something.
It's 150 now.
What time's the
Yeah.
dinner, bro?
Oh, what time is
They're
dinner?
already thinking of the next tournament.
But I
Right now. Oh, this one. Can we
Do you hear that?
discuss
They were like,
I thought they're just trying to get their food order in.
no. Before that, they were like, what time is late reg in the 30K?
Oh,
9
yeah.
o'clock?
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we can
the next
we
break,
can get
should do
over,
20
you know, we
minute,
can win
30
this
minute
one.
dinner break when we're back
They're
with
just, they're hungry in more ways than one.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Good. Yeah.
Hungrier than
So we
I
just do our
am.
next break, 30-minute dinner, and then no dinner. Because then I think we'll be done. By,
Hoist
Yeah.
a trophy and
Skip the
jump in the
dinner,
next one.
I mean, we'll be there.
Interesting spot for Soiza.
This might be going in, you know.
He could rejam here. He's sub 15 blinds. He's got a suited ace. Foxen's got a real spot. He opened under the gun. Ace jack offsuit isn't super strong, but big blind.
Ivano, when is that?
Going to have some lighter jams than, let's say, cutoff or button.
Quarter after. 30 minutes.
2 million? Yeah, that sounds good. 30-minute break.
30 minutes, 30-minute break. In 30 minutes.
It's hard to fold this much hand. But you know you're just always up against ace-queen offsuit, always up against ace-king offsuit. But if Soiza has ace-10 offsuit, what a disaster it would be to fold. And we can see now he has ace-7 suited. Plenty of hands that Foxen's in great shape against.
Thinking through the hand as he flicks in another time bank. Just play this one back. There's a lot at stake here, not just the immediate 1.9 additional that's being requested, but of course call and lose and double up Soiza and drop down to the middle of the pack. Shifts the dynamic for Foxen as he makes the call.
What
Ultimately
a slow roll.
falls.
What a fucking slow roll. Oh my god. A slow rolling Soiza like that. Wow.
Wow.
I thought ace 10 maybe.
No way, bro. He's our friend, bro.
Nacho
In Asia, they-
calling
I
out
thought
the
it
slow
was
roll. In jest, of course.
Good fold.
It's definitely not a slow roll.
For you.
So much to think about in this spot. Foxen in great shape to extend his chip lead as the
Better,
jack
yeah,
in the
better,
window.
Yeah.
9-8 behind. Does give Soiza more outs than he had pre. From 3 to 4. Looking for a 10. Double those outs.
Michael Soja.
That's one of the
Can he find Messi on the river to stay alive on the hunt for title number 3? He cannot.
I swear, this is so funny.
As number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list.
But it's only
WPT
5:45 now.
co-owner.
Dinner starts at 7.
Crosses the 14 million
Better we go when there is
in
no
Triton earnings mark.
I have to go there when there is no
Like, you know when they say, think of a
Will
card.
head to
they're
collect
like,
his 30th cash on the
Alex
tour.
Foxy is low rolling people on national TV. Oh
Always
my
the
god.
Big
what
blind
a-
full bust. It's like a
Wow.
big blind in a row full bust like.
Wow.
Hold the big blind.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
I was afraid of not
I'll
being
be-
able
I'll
to
be
play
cautious.
hands with the
Yeah.
Natito all
Strong
day.
start to the series for Soiza, 10th in the 25K
Wow, bro,
WPT
he's
Global
loving
Slam.
life there when you tank
Follows
him.
it up with a 6th
He's
here
loving life.
I don't think he's loving
in
life at
event
any
number
point,
2.
but
He's loving life.
Collect
bro. He's
174,000.
tanking, like, say, oh, he has like King 10 or some King Jack.
Oh, he thought maybe he's getting them off ace
King
9.
Jack.
I think yeah, I think that's more what he's saying.
I mean, Nacho was just talking over me the entire time, calling Foxen a slow roller. But here we are, finally. Soiza, great start to the series, as I mentioned, a 10th and now a 6th. $174,000 for number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list. And we are down to 5. They are dropping like flies, Kevin.
You know, Henry, one could argue that you were talking over Nacho.
The first high roller I ever played in my life. 5 seconds.
Just
One
a
left.
perspective you may not have considered.
Don't forget, I know where you live
325.
right
First high
now for
roller.
the next
What, bro?
10
It's the
weeks.
first high roller
Keep
I ever played in my life.
that opinion to yourself.
I was not gonna play. I didn't
I will
play
not.
any action in 2010. Use 35K.
Know it from me, Kevin. The wise words of Doyle Brunson. When you get got, know where it came from, okay?
That's so much more aggressive than the original one.
Sorry. Jest, of course. No, I agree. I mean, it's tough to commentate with someone like Nacho at the table, but then on the flip side,
you're doing great.
He is so entertaining. I sometimes worry about laughing about certain things that he says because, you know, could be perceived as rooting against people, but he's always funny, joking around.
Wisbrid here. Opened the cutoff off the short stack. Flops really well, and I don't think it's even guaranteed. Well, Foxen does peel, but this is such an unattractive pair to continue on this board. You need the blankest of turns and the blankest of rivers to actually seek showdown. On the king, while we can see Wisbrid's hand is still good, and it will be reasonably often, it's just so easy for Foxen to have picked up a top pair or a straight. I think we have to slow down and make tough decisions potentially on the river. See if Foxen thinks he needs to bluff with this one, or if the missed 8x and the missed hearts are enough to knuckle.
Is this weak enough to turn into a bluff, or do we just have too much showdown with fourth pair?
5 seconds. Check. Check.
From my point of view, it's a good showdown, but I don't think it would have been unreasonable to mix in some big bet, like to represent the very strongest
So bro,
hands that Alex can have,
and
Queen
the
X.
night before, I took a shot. It was me, Noah, and David.
So if everyone agrees, we can do this. The end of the second, the 12 more hands, and we don't break for 20 minutes.
But dinner starts at 7. What we will do? Now it's 5:45.
Oh, it starts at 7, the buffet?
Yeah.
Oh, let's wait till 7.
No, no.
Yeah.
What,
Oh, it
we'll wait till
starts
7.
at 100%?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd rather wait till we can get
99%.
it. No, it's fine. Let's start.
Yeah.
We'll wait till dinner starts. I didn't know it started.
Why don't we just...
Maybe this and one more level.
Why don't we just order food from here and we eat in 30 minutes here?
No, this is 7 o'clock.
If we can order now and eat here in 30.
In 13 hands. We stop and we
Yeah,
eat
that's
here.
fine with me.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, what do you know, Kevin?
Sure.
5 poker players have
We all better order.
come to an agreement after some negotiating. They're going to order food.
Yep.
And they believe that by the time the food has been made, it would have played these 13 hands of the level. Can all just, you know, sit on one of the side tables in the room for 20, 30 minutes, stretch the legs, do what you have to do, and then come back and play down to a winner. I think the idea for this is purely to give them the opportunity to jump into that 30K. They don't want to miss late reg. They want to try and get this over and done with as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they're not looking to take a long break unnecessarily.
I like it. They're all business. They haven't flown all the way to Montenegro to sit around singing Kumbaya by the fireplace over a hot chocolate and a chicken parmesan dish. 5 left. Brack Wisbrod with 15 bigs. Bottom of the chip counts, but 1 double really just puts him back in the middle of the pack. Foxen running away with it. Currently 19 big blinds more than second in chips. Nacho Barbero has 38 bigs. Foxen out in pole position with 57. And I tell you what, you do not want to let Foxen enter that mode, that unstoppable mode of, hey guys, I'm all in every hand. You're all playing for second. Good luck.
And he's certainly getting close. Already seeing Foxen start to lean, but this time, Lonis the one with the Jack-8 suited in the cutoff. Like Nacho gave some brief thought to back-to-back 3-bet bluffs against Lonis. Decides instead to pass on the King 5.
What can you buy nowadays, Kevin, with $224,000?
Thank you.
American?
That's the current on-tap payout.
I think you can get like a modest family vehicle.
Oh, are we gonna order
Maybe
now? Oh, yeah, no problem.
maybe one vacation and
how much is Fiji water?
Piece of jewelry. That probably blows the budget.
Can you buy a couple of bottles of Fiji water? Is that how much does that cost?
In Las Vegas, no, but in Montenegro, I think yes. Maybe one Fiji in Vegas.
What's the most out of line purchase you've made in the last 10 years? Not necessarily out of line, but just like, you know, you deliberated over it for quite some time and then just said, you know what, roll tide, let's go.
I mean, a house?
Nah, that's too sensible.
boring.
It's too sensible.
Yeah.
Way too sensible.
Well, you said deliberated it for a while, which honestly maybe I could have deliberated it longer. But, you know, it's what you do when you want to live somewhere.
Fair. I'm talking more like a...
Give me an example of yours.
Like a golf club membership, knowing full well that you're only going to play like once a year, but for some reason you just think that...
Oh, yeah.
If you buy the membership, you're going to put more reps in and you're going to show up more, but deep down you know that you're a one-time-a-year kind of guy.
Oh, yeah. I do that all the time with personal trainer.
Yeah.
Pay for, 10 sessions and use 3.
That's how they get you. Yeah, they get you with those discounted bulk packages.
Yeah.
Fair, mate. Fair.
I love just buying things that promise that someone else will help me do something that I don't want to do. If there's any subscription for that, I've probably punted on it.
I like it. I like this from Artur. Once Foxen's out the way, Nacho's in the small, you can just lean on the blinds.
I'm gonna take the beef carpaccio.
Sounds like the lads are getting their food order in. Getting their scran on. Queen high board, it's a fun one. That 10 tucked behind. It gives Barak an inside straight draw to go along with his 1 over to the board. 8-2-5 in the middle.
Two Broadways on board. Would expect Artur to see bet almost always.
275,000.
Does come with a size that implies high frequency. Wisbird's draw is worse than it looks in the context of this spot. I mean, we've got a gut shot and an overcard, but no spade. And when we do hit the jack, ace-king is the best hand. Still deems it worthy of a call, but wouldn't expect you to get too invested with a hand like this unless we improve.
Which he does not. Artur turning trips. Beautiful development for him, especially with his reputation.
Yeah, when we don't get check raised on the flop, we remove some of those Queen X hands from Barak's range. Martirosian would check behind plenty of 2-pair hands here, but rarely trips are better, given his overall approach and his image, as you pointed out. think it's just pure barrel.
Not fun. So you can breathe. You can breathe, bro.
Brock's already folded before the chips could hit the felt.
Artur is ascending.
Yellow hand. Red. Turn the board. Raise. Red.
Trying to close the gap on the chip leader.
Alexander Foxen playing the fucking game. No rolling on TV.
Separating himself from the rest of the pack.
Wow. You get more TV time. That's why you did it, right? He got more TV time. Like, wow. He has everything. People in the house. Like, I would not call. And the people like.
I feel like I've always seen Martirosian
Yeah.
wearing like aggressive animal-themed attire.
Sorry, Dad.
Didn't he used to have that lion hat? Or a tiger? One of the two.
Yeah. No, he did. You're right.
And now I'm looking at this eagle kind of emerging just below the rail there.
I mean, maybe he's a wildlife conservationist, Kevin, away from, you know, the high rollers that he plays.
But like only for the most dangerous animals.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of suits his playstyle, right?
Yeah, I wonder if it's like his poker wardrobe that's just all aggression.
I wonder if that's how he got good. He just bought a massive piece of land, you know, down near, let's say, the Serengeti, rescued a bunch of animals that were trying to, you know, people were trying to trade them or whatever, grew up with them, learnt the way of the tiger, the lion, the eagle, then discovered poker. I mean, story checks out. The guy is as dangerous as they come.
I'm going to ask him when I get the chance. I would love to find out that he's, you know, the Russian Joe Exotic in his secret life that we've never heard about prior to poker.
I always think the Instagram algorithm, whenever I end up on that part of the internet where just some random Russian guy in the middle of nowhere befriended a brown bear as a cub and taught it how to hula hoop. I mean, you think I'm making this stuff up, but
No,
you've seen the same reel. I
Yeah.
know you have. Everyone has. It's insane.
Yeah.
Who sees a grizzly bear and says, you know what? I've got an idea.
350,000.
How about I train it? How about I befriend it and make it my pet? That's all back in the driver's seat, third hand in a row. Guys, I know that there aren't tigers in the Serengeti, okay? It was just, you know, I'm getting vexed. It's just for the purpose of the story. Okay, don't get into the particulars, please.
Check.
Beautiful flop for Artur. Who, by the way, I mean, at the end of this hand, assuming that he just wins it here with a C-bet, he's going to cross the 7 million chip mark. And there's going to be 4 big blinds between himself and Foxen, who have both just separated themselves from everyone else.
550.
550,000.
Playing the game, as Nacho would say. No Rush saying Martirosian needs a dog cap ASAP. Do you know why, Kevin? I didn't say it. I'm just.
Thank you.
Do you know why?
It's just you saying it, just like was injected straight into my brain and through. I heard it. Like I literally heard it being said.
It's because he's got that dog in him. It really does. Appreciate everyone getting involved on YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to all of our viewers over on the Triton Poker Plus app as well. Drop us a follow on socials, by the way. Some really unique content being released from this series, both on Twitter. Like, I still call it Twitter, X, and IG. We're putting out some like hand highlights from the tournament, some of your favorite players, some behind the scenes content as well. Feel free to drop us a DM, let us know what it is you're loving, what it is you may be hating. And drop us some love on YouTube as well. If you haven't already, click that like button. It takes a couple of seconds and it just really helps us boost the overall stream performance on YouTube to reach a wider audience.
Foxen went after Martirosian's big blind on a previous orbit with 9-5 offsuit, but he was way further ahead in chips at that point. Jack 3 offsuit here looking pretty spicy, and Martirosian's responding immediately with the offsuit ace. Nice hand.
Playing the fucking game right there.
That's going to put Martirosian in the chip lead.
You 150?
Nacho loves it.
150 it is.
150 it is. Some disputes going on around the topic of greatest of all times. Always an interesting discussion, right? People always have varying opinions. Ronaldo, Messi, Ivy, Negreanu. Trying to think UFC, I mean, Khabib, Jones, GSP.
Something broke on TV screen.
Yeah, yeah. They put it as if you won the hand.
In poker, for me, just comes down to longevity, right?
My chips went down.
If you're like if you're like Ivy and Negreanu and you've just been playing the game for 2.5 decades at the highest level, I mean, you've just won.
Counting wrong.
You know,
Count is
you've just
wrong.
completed the game.
Count is wrong.
And I love the fact that DNeggs is still doing his vlogs. You know, just trying to include people in the journey. Great ambassador for the game. Love the fact that he showed up to WSOP and Triton Paradise Edition in the Bahamas in December.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My stack's right. Yours just, the 2 million just disappeared. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, results-wise at Triton, Jason Kuhn, the undisputed GOAT. I mean, no one's even come close, right? In terms of titles, he's got 10. Second closest has 5.
First walk today?
Oh, Barack asking for a walk. He's not going to get it. He's not going to get it.
No. I think other stacks is right.
You can breathe.
But mine is 7.475. 7,475,000.
Had a good hand. Not a good hand? I had a good hand.
7,475, right.
Who's the GOAT of Ultimate Frisbee, Kevin?
Oh.
Is there like 1 or 2 players?
Testing
like
my
7.4, right?
knowledge of who's still in the game at the highest level.
Oh, maybe someone that's retired.
When I was in Toronto, this is very niche, but in Canadian Ultimate, I feel like a lot of people spoke of Mark Lloyd that way. But that might have even just been the era that I was paying attention. I feel like before that, there was like, what's his name? John Hassel, I think. Another Canadian Frisbee legend.
I feel like there are a couple of sports where it's just so obvious that no one can even argue with it. Not many.
Yeah.
There are a few, like snooker, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone can
Niche for
argue
me,
with
but
that.
Yeah, I believe you.
Formula One, different generations, but you just can't compare anyone else to Schumacher and Hamilton, regardless of, you know, who you're a fan of. I'm trying to think. Tennis is a fun one.
Yeah, tennis is hard.
I mean, I feel like it's Djokovic, but a lot of people, big fans of, you know, Federer, Nadal.
Let's not sleep on Serena Williams.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, imagine if her sister didn't exist. Like, how much more she would have won. Both of them. I mean, they're both just so ahead of everyone else. It's incredible. Wow. Well, first against second in chips. Are we playing snap?
For me, it's a flat. Foxen seems to agree. The two of them have really separated.
7-4. Yeah. 7-1 behind her.
It's just, I mean, it's funny to think that
this guy paid too much attention.
they may be headed down
Just play the game, bro.
the least likely path to chopping with the exact same hand.
Stop counting. So fucking stupid.
Someone could overplay and the other could fold. But neither player excited to put a lot of chips in pre-flop, raise and call, very standard. Two Broadway flop. Arthur's going to bet almost anything from the hijack. The jacks are looking too strong for Foxen to fold as well.
I really hope this gets to showdown, Kevin.
Really, I'm rooting for it not to get to showdown somehow. I'm rooting for like a river value bet that generates a fold from the other, but we'll see.
No, I can't wait for Nacho to say what a scam for the 13th time today.
Well, the king's a pretty good turn for both players. Certainly improves jacks to a strength that can go for two streets. If Martirosian barrels now, he's very likely to get called again by a 10. Maybe some 8x hands like ace-8. If he checks behind, I think Foxen's extremely likely to value bet, unless the river's a queen or an ace.
Has Foxen looked at the flop yet?
I hope so, because he called a bet.
Sorry, the turn. Because he does this thing, doesn't he, where he stares his opponent down before looking at the board.
Yep.
Try and get a read. I love it.
This is exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about, where I don't expect... I mean, most likely Foxen's going to call on the king. But a lot of the bluffs that Martirosian would have on this board texture involve a jack. Jack-9 suited, queen-jack offsuit, maybe even ace-jack. And that's not exciting when you... It's pretty unlikely that Martirosian's value betting a 10 for this size, maybe ace-10. So a little bit of value catching. Foxen could beat a couple of value bets. I think this just goes check-check, and we can listen to the commentary from the table.
I mean, still value to be extracted from a 10x, right? But yeah, I understand the reasons. Checking back. Boys carve it up. I don't think Nacho's paying attention. Is he on his phone? Yeah, he's on his phone.
I mean, the cards are still there. He might still see it.
We both like the turn.
What a scam.
What a scam. I thought the same thing. He checks back and I don't win. What the fuck?
Super
scam.
You got really scam on that one. I mean, he could have queen, so.
Yeah, he could have queen. That would just be an even bigger scam.
That would have been a real,
way
bigger
bigger
scam.
scam.
Make it 18 times.
You got same half scam.
8 pistols?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. This is his? What happened last time? You tried to take his card and you ended up having a good
Ace
hand.
king. I had ace king.
I like the way that's done. Is that right? You have 7
Look at
5 8?
Lonus.
I guess it should be right.
Avoiding these two in the blinds. Queen 10 offsuit in the muck.
These are very even.
He's got his eye on Wizbred, perhaps. Very big ladder coming between 5th and 4th.
Oh, so sick.
Excited for the flop, huh?
He's not excited about that one.
He's the dealer. But, well,
Yeah, that's what you get.
no food. Let's play.
Yeah. Play till the food.
Let's play until the food.
Yeah, let's play till the food gets
Is the
served.
food almost ready?
Yeah, play until the
10
food
minutes?
comes.
Yeah, can we just play a few more hands? There's no.
We'll just play until the food gets here.
Yeah, let's
we don't
play
need
it.
to stop in a level. Or at the end of a level.
I want to see Barak get a double and a tie with Jesse, and then see the shifts that are made from everyone else. Because right now it just feels like Lonis isn't getting involved, Barbera is not really getting involved. They're all kind of just waiting to see what Barak does.
Good fold.
Foxen and Martirosyan just both taking it in turns to win pots.
I think some of it is card distribution, but Lonis's fold just now on the button in the previous hand
Queen 10
does indicate to me that
Yeah.
he in particular is waiting that out, at least for a little bit, to see what develops with Barak's stack. Now just 9 blinds as the blinds raised to 200,000.
Sorry.
Wow. Felt like a snug fold with the Queen 9 offsuit, but not wanting to mess around with Wizbrod's short stack in the big blind, just 7 blinds behind. Martirosyan, no problem opening with 2 queens. Feels defendable off this very short stack. Some of our best chances to chip up are in these spots in the big blind.
Mandatory pill.
Try.
6 bigs back.
We saw it.
See if he can avoid the same fate as Webster Lim. Webster, of course, flopping a inferior piece earlier on. Went for the stop and go. Not going to be the case here. Wizbrods.
Win the flop open.
I did that the other.
Playing the game.
I did that at EPT.
So dead.
Good flop, man.
Against Mateos, he raised, I defended big, he made side as monkey.
I was gonna show him.
I know he's, yeah, I know he's. Negron who loves doing that one.
I made a big fold.
Daniel, and he knows someone's.
I had a queen.
Yeah, huge fall.
Tight fold, yeah.
Huge fucking fall in South America, yeah.
Nobody in South America folds my hand.
That's pretty true. They're fucking loose, those guys.
Apparently no one in South America folds Foxen's hand. I don't know what that says about South Americans. I don't know what that says about Foxen.
Artur! That was my best card.
Forget uses?
Joker.
Uses are wild.
Use and Joker.
It's so much better like this with the hands.
Yeah.
Way better for TV too.
Yeah, there's not much downside to it. I don't think there's any.
They were so turbo all the other FGs.
Yeah, the rollback is great too.
Yeah, the rollback, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like the players
Would've been
are
over by now,
Yeah, this would have been a dumb FD.
fans of
Yeah, it would have been already.
Nacho would
one of the
already
new
took this
innovations of Triton. The Triton stop. The final table rollbacks. The average stack is less than 30 big blinds. Does allow for a lot more playability. It certainly makes it more enjoyable from a commentator's perspective, as well as, you know, the viewing pleasure of not just watching 7 players fold sub 20. You know, we get to see flops. We get to see people battling it out.
$1.6.
Wow, look at this from Foxen. This is that's out there. High card, low card.
The right kind of hand to attack with.
This is a real battle, you know.
I had to leave Muhammad open because that's
Keeping in mind, it's not been long since he showed down flatting jacks in the big blind.
You like that?
Just how polarized you need to be.
I talk the shit like Muhammad.
The online against the online kid against the live legend. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win?
Okay, not
Two heavyweights.
We'll find out soon.
Two heavyweights.
Stay tuned.
It's been a fun battle.
Yeah, Nacho, when are you gonna do commentary?
Wait, Foxen just asked Nacho, hey, when are you going to do commentary? I don't know, man. I feel like Nacho in the booth. Yes or no, chat? Let us know. I feel like there's a potential to get caught in, you know, some strange conversations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be able to rein Nacho in if he went on one of his storytelling adventures.
Nothing happened between us.
Do you think he'd enjoy it?
I think he would love it, yeah.
Yeah. Especially interacting with the chat.
Especially interacting with the chat,
He
yeah.
would love that part.
I think that would be hilarious.
I just didn't even understand what I said.
I know.
I cannot do two things at the same time. I was deciding if I 3-bet Jack 8 suited, so I called or I folded. And I ended up calling.
Foxen does cover here. Still starting with limp with the 10-7 offsuit.
800.
Martirosian.
Arturo playing the game, right? There you go.
These two are just taking it in turns, right? Let's just smack each other around.
How can you not do it one hand after Nacho comments on it? It's almost like he's, you know, he's daring him. Keep on battling, guys. Let's keep raising each other's blinds, 3-betting each other's opens.
What a fun battle it has been as these 5 players take an unscheduled break. They're just going to grab some food. They want to try and get this final table over and done with so they can enter event number 3 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Montenegro, that 30K, which is running in the adjacent room. As we welcome you back to the break desk, Kevin Rabichow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Now, Kevin, as expected, we came back into that frame with 8 players left. We kind of expected to see the short stacks, you know, dissipate. Then Soiza took a bit of a, you know, aggressive rejam spot. He departed in 6th, but since his elimination, 5 left. It kind of feels like it's just Foxen and Artur,
yeah,
you know, ping-ponging the chip lead back and forth, playing pots against each other, and everyone else, well, I say everyone else, Lonis Barbero, kind of just handcuffed to the situation that Wizbrod sat there on 5 bigs.
Yeah, the 2 names you mentioned, Foxen and Martirosian, really tangling right now for that top spot. But Barack Wizbrod's done well to survive 3 spots here. He was not guaranteed to move this high by any stretch of the imagination. He outlasted Soiza, who was in 2nd not long ago. But really just due to a few unfortunate coolers against Soiza, this is what happens sometimes when everyone's willing to play pots against each other.
Well, the lads are going to get their scran on. Quick dinner break. You know, it's going to be even tastier given that they're guaranteed 224,000. But when we return in about 25 minutes time or so, They're going to come back. We're going to be playing down to a winner. Said winner's going to be going home with the Triton trophy and $755,000. So Kevin and I are going to step aside, grab some food ourselves, and we'll see you all very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Great. 160,000.
Nacho's going to open this ace-jack suited in the cutoff, and Webster has a decision right away. I'd say for 20 blinds in the cutoff, eights is the worst pair that I'm thinking about committing my stack with, but it's not clear-cut to me. He's going to fold. Threes, you see hit them up quickly. That one more straightforward. I did notice the payouts. I want to mention, you know, Henry, you said just a couple of five-figure payouts here at the bottom, but 750K up top. We are still nine-handed. This is almost a little early for players to be thinking about locking it up. And look at the contrast in styles here. Jesse Lonis getting involved with 6-5 suited from the small blind after we just saw pocket eights fold the cutoff.
Gorilla style, baby. You throw someone like Lonis, you throw someone like Foxen to any final table, and it really takes, you know, the GTO wizards out there that are in Solverland, it takes them out of their comfort zone because people like Jesse, like Foxen, are happy to get involved and just push people around.
And you just knew he was going to flop a piece, didn't you? Clean open-ender right now for Lonis. Looks like small c-bet incoming from Nacho. I would love to see a check raise from Lonis here. I think pocket fours and pocket sevens extremely credible. Nacho might not open pocket fours himself.
I also think we just benefit so much from getting ace highs to fold. Hands like queen jack suited. Really push Barbera around if he's unpaired. And if he does continue, we of course have equity as he does come with that check raise to 400K.
And 400's small enough that I would also be considering hands like king, queen, and king, jack as part of Jesse's value range. He's not yet committed to putting stacks in. It's a rainbow flop. Plenty of options left on future streets where we don't put all of the money in.
Thank you.
Uncomfortable for Nacho here, but
It
has
is.
to continue.
Yeah, I think with backdoor diamonds, backdoor Broadway, let's call it, this is a good float. It's an interesting turn spot for Jesse. He, you know, maybe doesn't want to bluff every single time that he has a straight draw, but he's called the small blind. There's not that many straight draws for him to have. This is very different from a big blind defend.
9 of spades on the turn. Those backdoor diamonds not presenting themselves for Nacho. Jesse's going to knuckle it over.
I'm a little surprised, to be honest, but I understand wanting to slow down when no scare card comes. The 9 about as blank as they come. Certainly if we had spades, we'd feel better about betting. Nacho's got a real decision now. Ace-Jack is not guaranteed to have showdown value, nor to be the best hand at showdown.
Well, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Check raise flop, check turn. We've gotten to the river with 6 high.
It feels like a hand you don't want to give up, but we have to map this to something credible that we can represent for value. So how do we show up with value right now as Lonus? We have to have a set that trapped the turn, possible. And if we did have a set that trapped the turn, we'd probably bomb it right now. Bet huge, right? Maybe leave a few chips behind. He does just shut it down. He's worried that he can't represent it. It's not many combos to represent either. And as Nacho, are we worried now that Lonus has made a pair and we need to bluff? How can Nacho have worse than Ace-Jack here? Sometimes we bluff as kind of an insurance policy, just in case Lonus had, I don't know, 9-8 of clubs. Check raise the flop with that one and then hit the 9. We'd like to force these hands out, and it's very credible. Nacho can have all the good hands on this board. I like this bet. Even though he had the winner here, I'm glad he found some aggression, just in case Lonus had a pair.
Really fun hand to kick things off here between these two.
Chito playing the game. Playing the fucking game.
I heard that in my mind. When you won the hand.
Chito playing the fucking game.
Seriously, when you won the hand, I was like, Chito.
We should have rewarded the GTO one.
Man, both Fox and Nacho battling for the Wolverine of the Triton series.
Like, I was like, bro, he didn't hit one. Like,
Foxen's got a line.
She looked bad at the same time. Yeah.
Am I a fucking fish?
Yeah, it's quite funny actually. I saw the trend. It's like he did not play GTO.
One of all the hands. I was like, okay, good. I didn't know. It was like,
good, but no good.
Good, but no good. Yeah, I didn't know.
Jesse again.
Thank you, Patrick, if you're watching.
Ace-6 of clubs from the cutoff.
Before the fucking tournament, you know.
Hates the fact that he just can't push people around here. And I love it because it is that guerrilla style that makes Jesse just so tough to play against. Wow, Soy's got an interesting one.
Wizard is fucking Jesse, bro. 100% accurate, right?
Soy's is certainly not one to shy away himself. Medium strength hand, though, against a Martirosian +1 open. I like this choice to call.
No.
Keep in some weaker hands.
I like that. No min raise.
Oh boy.
Oh my word. Little something developing here, ladies and gents. Trip aces for Jesse. By the way, I don't know if you were privy to that conversation that was just being had at the table. Just some kind of acknowledgement there from Soiza that Jesse's involved from the cutoff. And there was a bit of an exchange, Jesse saying, oh wow, you didn't min-click it from the big blind kind of thing. So you know, the likes of Soiser and other players just aware of the fact that Lonis rather is playing by his own rules, kind of thing.
Yeah. And he owns it. Aware of his image and in a lot of spots using it to his advantage. Here it's Martirosian who's taken aggression with the worst of all three hands.
I mean, was it ever in doubt that Artur was going to c-bet on this board?
Not mandatory, but certainly fits within his parameters, and expecting Lonis to have some weak hands that don't continue on this board. So disconnected, so many ways to miss. Both players have connected though. So is it just calling out of position? That's going to make it uncomfortable for anyone to keep playing aggressively on the turn. I would be pretty surprised to see Martirosian barrel the turn without a heart, but he has surprised me before with the spots that he's willing to go after. We'd really have to put both Soiza and Lonis on weak pocket pairs. And they could. They could have a combination of pocket sevens and pocket fives between the two of them, and here he goes. I mean, that must be what's on his mind. I think they've got pairs. They don't have strong aces. Neither of them have ace-queen or ace-king because they would have 3-bet pre-flop, and he says, I'm just going to rep it.
I mean, we can see here that he's not going to win the hand. But I just want to tip my hat to Artur's. Yeah, I mean, one would think, touch wood. But I do just want to tip my hat to Artur because, for me, over the last year and a half, 2 years, he's just been one of the most impressive. And the thing is you never know whether it's just variance, right? Like, maybe someone just looks good because things have worked out on stream and they've just gotten lucky in terms of getting the results. But he just seems to be so consistent.
Did Lonis jam?
He did.
Wow. Clears out the huge draw. Flashes the 6 of clubs to the table.
That was a little intentional show there. Okay.
I was nervous.
No, I'm kidding.
Jesse is just that guy. He's got that dog in him. Kevin, you know about that dog. There's a few people at this table with that dog in them.
Because you're bluffing.
Probably better than yours.
Who's got the most dog in them? That's what I want to know. I'll let chat decide.
Oh boy.
I thought you had king queen, and I thought the river was going to be a jack. So I'm like,
spin the wheel.
Down right now.
Classic flip.
Protect your equity. Deny his equity.
Okay, he's got the flush. Big hand.
Look at this size, 380 from Tom Hung. 5 big blinds, not even 5 big blinds out of his 20 big blind stack. Designed to induce action from weaker hands than ace-king, but these two hands are just going to go in. We'll be flipping for a big one here.
Good luck, gentlemen. Massive pot to kick things off here at this final table.
It felt like queen.
If Artur can convert... Artur? Jesus, what is going on?
Classic.
Thinking about them dogs too much. Nacho can convert this 43% equity. He's going to move up to second in chips just behind Foxen. He's found the king on the King Jack 6 board. Has spades covered as well. Tom's in rough shape. Well,
Always a sweat.
Never easy.
Goes from 2 to 7 outs. With 1 card to come. Ace or a 9 needed. Does not find it. And we have ourselves
Nachito playing the game.
our first elimination of this final table.
No ACR, no problem.
Arthur wanted to give me his car. What the fuck? And then I see it was the Ace of Spades. I was like, no, I want this one.
Tom Hyung, 9th place finish.
I took his car.
Yeah, yeah.
3x return.
45,
Unlimited food.
I'm so fat.
Exactly.
That's what happens when
So
you enter everything and you play great.
I work out every day, but it's just
Aaron Kenny saying Lonis versus Foxen heads up, please, Lord. Maybe. That would be, if they both get their like 40 big blinds effective as well, that would be dope.
Yeah, I mean, I was rooting for the contrast in styles matchup, but we could have some real bloodbath matchups with these remaining 8. Martirosian versus Soiza. Lonis versus Barbero. Just kind of pick any two.
So he's going to defend in a rough way, especially on a king-high board. King 9-3, 2 clubs, top pair, top kicker for Jesse. Soiza with a very strong top pair out of the big. I mean, arguably the strongest, maybe 1 pip lower than he can have in this spot. So very high up in range.
Lonis coming out with a big bet too. This is about half pot.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's quite a big bet to kick things off, and perhaps because of that, Lonis is going to earn himself a big one here, starting off strong, depending on the run out, of course.
Yeah, Soiza's hand extremely good for now. Not good enough to check raise, but he'll be seeing a turn. And that club could save Soiza some money. No flush draw for either player.
Someone explained you to me. I had never met you.
And this doesn't only save him money because he might find a fold more easily, but Lonis might even check behind. There's a real threat of the big blind having flushes. Lonis has no blockers to a flush. Looks like he's barreling, but I wouldn't have minded a check back to try and catch a bluff from one of those missed gut shots. Let's see what Soiza thinks of his hand now in the face of half pot again.
Kudos to Jesse for finding this turn barrel. Seems to know exactly where he's at in the hand.
5 seconds.
He's going to extract himself an additional 550. Big pot brewing, just north of 1 SPR behind for the American.
And such a clean river.
Yeah, that's trouble.
A river that Lonis will consider value betting. We don't always go for 3 streets in these heavy pressure spots. With top pair, top kicker, when a flush is there. Flush being extremely relevant. But maybe with Lonis's image, which we spoke about, that he's aware of, that he gets called down lighter than most.
1.2.
He goes half pot again. I think this fits.
And again, such a wide button range where Soiza knows Jesse's good enough to have hands with like 1 club that then pick up equity on the turn, continue to barrel, and then refuse to back down on this run out. Soiza giving him the stare down. Jesse giving nothing away.
And even less than those types of hands. I mean, Lonis just has that image that makes you think that when you fold here, he's going to flash the 7 of hearts. And you just, it adds this extra pressure to pay the guy off. Because folding feels like you're going to get embarrassed on a big stage, right? Now, Soiza so experienced, so familiar with the stream table and the big money.
It's paid him off.
But he's going to call.
Jesse's earned himself a monster pot, 4.75 million chip pot going his way in a spot where perhaps others would have missed out a street of value. And
Big
with
hand,
that,
Nacho. Top of my
he has
range.
become the chip leader. That is exactly where he wanted to be. You could just tell from the start of the final table.
You should say it.
Oh, you're my favorite character in it.
I know. I'm pretty happy.
You're a character.
I'm pretty happy.
You're like the sim character that's just dancing. Like,
I'm pretty happy.
Remember Sims? You get the guy just dancing. Then.
Lonis is the new chip leader, but not going to get that out of line. Alex Foxen in the big blind right now. Queen 6 in the muck.
Haven't seen much from Rao yet.
Raul, where you live?
Byproduct of
Bangkok? Nice.
card distribution.
Expat?
Kind of handcuffed as well with the likes of Foxen 2 to his left. Can't be opening
Where are you
buttons
from?
as liberally. Bottom of range here
Yeah.
Oh.
for both.
Yeah, sometimes we see the in-position player attack with hands like Foxen's. He's just going to check, though.
I bet
Cheap
Valencia
flop
and
for
draw, bro.
Soiza.
They gave them. It's insane. I ran so fast.
Oh my. The dealer somehow fanned off the 4-3 deuce. Top 2 for Foxen.
Insane penalty I've seen in my life.
Soiza with a pair and a gut shot.
Called the referee and say,
Normally big action, these hand strengths, but monotone board
referee say he doesn't touch the ball and gonna get penalty.
makes both players a little less excited about this hand. Although Foxen will be happy he didn't get let into.
You see what they've been doing lately? It's just like I can't believe it. I tweet about
Decent
it the other day.
bit of meat on that bone.
Yeah, this is sizable with only 300 in the pot. Foxen wants to get as much value as he can before this board changes.
Yeah, so many bad turn cards, of course, for Foxen. Any ace, 5-6 club. They're charging the price now. They're evaluating the turn as Soiza gets there.
The guy completely stops the ball going to the goal tip, and they show him a different camera.
Clean turn card
So the referee could
for the
not-
Malaysian. Or where like I'd enter like multi-way pots and would end up losing a massive pot against player A because player B decided to do something random in the hand that they like shouldn't have done. And then rather than just taking accountability myself, I'd be like, oh well, I wouldn't have played a 400 big blind pot here
had player B not opted to like check raise with a hand that they shouldn't have check raised with or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and the reality is you have to go out there and make decisions, and you can't control what other people do at the table.
Easy decision here for Artur. 14 bigs against the Jesse Open.
Really weak one here from +2. Doing a little bit of math. Has he called?
Wow.
This is light.
No king queen, bro.
You see Martirosian's face. He's in shock.
Bro, you heard what Jesse said, right? Said no king queen, bro?
I think he put him on exactly that. Was just convinced that it was king queen and wanted to win this pot. Lonis may be flying a little too high right now.
No queen jack. I thought we agreed on the queen jack.
Just looking to dispatch of
Chop,
a
please.
tough opponent as well. Calling for a chop. Deuce would chop it. 8 for the win. Now add a 5 to the equation. Deuce, 4-5 for a chop. Everything else earns out of the pot, bar the 8, which he fades.
Sweaty.
I was joking, so you say that, you don't look it.
You do not want to be giving that man chips. There is a reason he is coming into the second half of the season. Then go into the rest of the series. That confidence under your belt.
King 10 offsuit in the hijack. Feels like a fringy open. Brock just lets it go. Funny thing, when you talked about, Henry, the ICM awareness that someone like Brock has, if you see the action that's happening at this table and you start to get the sense that the other players, especially those 30 to 40 big blind stacks who are ahead of him right now, are not following the same set of rules that he believes in,
yeah,
it's just going to dial it up even higher for him, right? Let's avoid even more confrontations, because I think these other players are going to collide before me. And that's so valuable for him when he's on a short stack.
Speaking of collisions, see if Foxen checks the temperature in the room. Declines.
Definitely could have raised this one, and ace-6 suited wasn't going to go anywhere.
Well, Soiser flopping the nut flush draw. Foxen the complete whiff. Queen of spades, 5 of clubs. No interaction whatsoever.
Not necessarily going to stop Foxen in position from stabbing. Queen 5 not going to have a lot of showdown value against Soiza's limp. If he had weaker than Queen High, he'd have flopped a draw here. So Foxen recognizes he needs to bluff at some point to take down this pot. Now, from Soiza's point of view, I mean, his hand is huge. He can go either way. He could check raise and put it in on turns. Or he could just check call and bluff catch. Foxen will never bluff a weaker, sorry, a stronger hand than ace-6.
That is a fun turn card.
Yeah.
It's presented a draw to Foxen, still remains pairless and with Queen High. And now that he has picked up equity, does he feel like this is enough of a piece? Continue barreling, apply pressure to some high cards, apply pressure
to
like a 7 or a deuce?
I think it's totally reasonable. And it does suit Foxen's style. When you pick up a blocker, when you represented something earlier, just keep the pressure on. It's hard to call down enough.
Well, the lads got their scrown on, as did Kevin and I have to ask Kevin, is that going to make them more hungry for violence now that they've got some food in their bellies, or are they going to kind of get that post-meal lag and we're going to see some passive play? I think it's the former.
I mean, it's the right time to ramp up the aggression, I would say. Like, anyone comes back from a meal a little sleepy, maybe call the server over. Do we have any coffees, double
Any Red
espresso,
Bulls?
right? It takes a little bit to recover from that meal. It's a good time to pounce.
Barack Wisbrod is currently sat on 5 bigs, and I think it is go time for him, right? He just doesn't have the time to wait around. Once that big blind comes through again, he's going to be forced to put in 40% of his stack. And he just doesn't want to get to the point where he's forced all in blind. So looking at things, the guy has 3 or 4 hands to make a move, and of course, you know that means that Jesse and Nacho are kind of, unable to do anything until that big blind hits Barack and he makes his move, and then they get to see the outcome of that result. Does he double? If he does, then we, reevaluate the situation. Or of course, if he gets eliminated, we get that ladder, and then we can go on from there and look to try and build up a stack.
Yeah, we do see some situations where the shortest stack will, kind of bide their time, even in these moments where they are the lone shortest stack. But Barack has shown a willingness to put in chips when he's in this bottom position, and I suspect it's going to play out as you said. He confronts first, and then everyone else follows.
Everyone capable of playing the chip lead here, none more than the likes of Alex Foxen and Artur Motorosian, who've both been swinging for the fences and for the chip lead. As we throw it down once more, Foxen in pole position, Artur right on his tail, then a significant drop off to Barbero with 24 big blinds, all 5 guaranteed, $224,000 for their efforts. But just for context, the difference between busting out now and taking this one down, difference of $531,000. That is how things stand. Big blind 200K. Foxen, as I mentioned, the current chip leader, practically tied for the chip lead, let's be honest. We're entering that stage of the tournament where it feels like chips are going to be flying in left, right, and center. As hand number 1, back from break. Wisbrod says, spin the wheel, boys.
Wasting no time. He was under the gun here. Would be posting that big blind ante next hand. Nacho's got a snap call.
Good luck, gents. 5 bigs apiece.
Perfect.
See the recognition there from
Wow.
Barack that it is indeed a fair fight. Flipping for his tournament life. Need to win flips to win tournaments. Let's see how good the man from Israel is at winning these. He's played his short stack to perfection. Displayed great signs of patience as he flops top pair. Now finds himself 2 cards away from doubling up. Oh my word.
Ocho. Nacho ocho.
Dead on the turn.
So gross.
8 of hearts just making an appearance at the right time for Nacho Barbero.
They did it on purpose because I speak more than you.
Absolute gut punch
Not cheap.
for Barack Wisbrod, who will head to collect 5th place money, $224,000. Real pleasure to just see him navigate this kind of final table dynamic. It's one of those guys, you just get your notepad out, you get your pen, and you take note. You pay attention to what Wisbrod does. His 3rd cash on the Triton Tour. 5th place finish.
Animal that lives in the sea.
Oh,
His largest ever cash. $224,000. And then there were 4. Barack's going to jump in the 30K.
People doesn't understand half of what I say.
Has about 2 hours left to late reg that one.
Oh yeah.
These 4 are all guaranteed. 280,000 now. I do think now that Wisbrod has bowed out, the likes of Lones and Barbero are going to perhaps get involved a little bit more.
Yeah. It's time to stop waiting. If you're Jesse Lones, secured a big, important pay jump.
Oh, hold the phone. We might have another all-in here. Barbero in the small. Jesse's in the big with 17 bigs. Does he just click the all-in button here? He does.
Call.
Wow. Big hands for this spot.
This is huge. Jesse is 62% favorite to scoop a 6.6 million chip pot.
Lucky sevens.
Take a massive dent out of Barbero's stack. Barbero calling for the lucky sevens.
I don't see any sevens though.
Ace 4-3. I don't see any sevens, but I do see one club. That 7 loosely interacting with the 3-4. Should it come 5-6?
Oh, that's good.
That king of spades on the turn leaves him drawing to a 7 and a 7 only. 3 or 4 would chop it. A 7 for the win. Chop it up, boys. Carve it up.
Wow, man, you're the nacho.
The year of the nacho.
Can't beat this guy.
What a scam.
Bro, you should have busted AW 2 times. You're free rolling the whole tournament. You would have cashed for 40,000 and you still in. Because the dealer flipped one of your cars.
He can bust bubble, boy. I folded.
I never seen him lose on a lean in my life.
I just lost one.
I never seen him lose on a lean in my life.
Oh, man. Nacho is just such a character. What a time to just take a little bit of time away from the lads and give an official timekeeper shout out. Jacob and Co. of Geneva, where engineering meets artistry. Jacob and Co. really pushes the limits of watchmaking with the extraordinary Bugatti timepiece, inspired by the raw power and precision of Bugatti's hypercars. This watch and their watches are really testaments to the innovation and craftsmanship of watchmaking.
Insane.
We will, of course, be handing 2 out.
What a scam.
This stop, the 100k No Limit Holder main and the 100k PLO main.
450.
Nacho just north of Min. I say just north. 2.25x. Foxen with 4s.
Sort of interesting one against a button raise. Nacho's not going to open that light in this spot. So Foxen maybe not thrilled to be all in with a low pair. But I don't think it would be the wildest thing to do now that we're down to 4-handed play. Starting to think about first place.
My, oh my, Kevin. We got some blood in these streets. Bottom set for Foxen, and this one playing out to perfection for him because Barbero has a decent sized piece in the form of middle pair.
And a board texture where the big blind is expected to connect fairly well. Foxen certainly expected to have a lot of check raises. If Foxen check raises, and Nacho's committed a fair bit here, half pot bet with the 8-7 suited. A little bit thin, but certainly a hand good enough to seek one street of value.
Seek one street to then kind of check behind most turns and then reevaluate river decisions?
I would think so, but that assumes passive response. Foxen might be raising.
Oh, there
and he
we
has
go.
announced 1.2, far too small, I suspect, for Nacho to get away at this stage, and there might even be more going in later.
Perhaps that's exactly what Foxen has on his mind. Just cast the fishing line out, dangle the worm right in front of Barbero's face. Just let him come along for the ride. We try to put him all the way in. Barbero obliges. 3-6 in the middle, just as Kevin expected. The flop check raise from Foxen. He's built this pot to a sizable 3.6. Nacho, the effective stack, and the player at potential risk.
This exactly the kind of turn card where Nacho can lose more. He's picked up equity, and if Alex continues to bet, you have to expect that Nacho will see the price as good enough to continue pair plus open-ender, unless Foxen goes really large.
1,075,000.
1,075,000. It's less than a third of the pot. Don't see a path to Nacho escaping just yet. And I like this bet from Alex. A lot of the big blind check raising range improves on this turn. We want to just keep our foot down on the gas, keep betting. But he reduces his size so that Nacho's forced to pay him off with some weaker hands.
Foxen really just inviting Barbero in. I feel like the sizings he's chosen from an exploitative point of view have been sized to perfection, really targeting this type of holding.
And just half pot behind now. Foxen, not that he needed it, has the 4 spades as a little bit of reassurance that his set is still good. Hard to imagine a player with Foxen's reputation doing anything other than putting Barbero in the blender. Plenty of bluffs still here that would keep firing on scare card, these connected runouts. It's quite hard as well for Nacho to have arrived here without some sort of showdown value. Usually has a pair or better.
5 million.
5 million announced. I suppose he didn't know how many chips Nacho had. Just wanted to make sure he was going all in without putting his own remaining few chips in the pot. No thought there from Nacho. Gets away from the worst hand. Not after investing quite a lot of his stack. He's now locked up with Lonus in last.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of a shift of momentum after Barbero eliminated Barak, to then see a lot of those chips and then some
100%.
go in Foxen's way. It's now a huge chip leader. So Foxen at the top of the chip counts with 57 bigs, Artur in second with 41, and then a massive drop off to Jesse and Nacho. Both hovering around the 16, 17 big blind mark.
The first one. It was border. How big were the 2 pairs?
I was bluffing, bro.
He was not bluffing.
He wasn't bluffing, but he didn't have 2 pair.
Yeah, like 6-8 or something like that.
No 2 pairs. No jack, no 8.
Foxen just tormenting Nacho.
But not bluffing. I know you had it, don't worry. It's impossible to
Like a riddle. You can probably figure it out.
Lonus with a potential open jam candidate. 16 blinds on the button, 2 covering stacks behind. We want to play this pot, but we don't necessarily want to get jammed on when we open. Sounds like he did go all in.
Foxen's going to get out of the way, as will Artur. Nice little pick up there for Jesse.
I had at least 8 outs.
No, Nacho, you were right. 8 outs.
I got scammed for sure on that hand. I got fucking scammed.
The pair outs weren't working for him. Man, you know something
Someone
we
got
haven't really
scammed. Yeah.
touched on, by the way,
life, getting scam and scam.
is the fact that Artur finds himself down to the final 4, and the implications that that is going to have.
Natural 9. Baccarat player. Wrong fucking game.
The Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. The reason I bring it up is because what needed to happen coming into this, we needed someone like Daniel Dvoris, one of the guys in the top 10, to make a deep run. Obviously, Dvoris second earlier on today in the 25K WPT Global Slam to Xuan Liu. And then it kind of threw the ball back to Artur. It's like, okay, well, action's back on you, pal. Let's see what you do. Let's see if you can deliver.
Alex fucking playing the fucking game.
And he is just answered with just typical Artur fashion.
Can you figure out what
Here he is, 4 left, very healthy stack. Jamming on the button.
Yeah, once Foxen gets out of the way, players behind having 15 big blinds effective each. Easy jam for Artur with the 9-8 suited.
1 club, no jack, no 8, no 2 pair. I gave a lot of information. Yeah, kind of all that's left. Oh, and no bluff. I said all those things.
But yeah, I said you had.
I said yeah.
I had 8 outs on them.
I mean, you said that he had a set, Nacho, after Foxen led you down the path.
I could have fucked you now. Oh my god.
I was feeling with these high.
By the way, if you check, I was gonna shop.
Yeah, I assume that.
So you were boxing. Because I knew. I mean,
Finding
I
a way.
Suited. I mean, I knew I was dead.
I love the levels to this game.
Finding a way to put a little doubt
Yeah.
in his opponent's mind. Like, you know, you could have won more.
It's just like,
I know
okay,
you just won half my stack, but
that's it.
You're such a dummy. You could have won the whole thing.
That's exactly what it is. It's like, you binned me for half my stack, but I need to just let you know that you binned yourself as well.
I mean, I have 14 blinds, guys. It's not like I have too much.
We're laughing with you, not at you.
No, okay. Oh my god, bro. I said I'm never gonna win this hand. If he checks, I have to bluff it. And you would have been in a fucked up spot because I don't have many bluffs on the backdoor space. No? I mean,
Andrew
I think
Todd
it's way better
saying
to shove if I check.
Alex Foxen and Kristen Foxen are putting on a clinic these past few years, but especially the last 1 or 2 years. Insane runs, always at the top. They know poker too good. Strategy is so good. I have to agree. I mean, since Foxen's returned, it's just okay. How many times am I going to open the Triton Poker Plus app and just see him at the top of the chip counts? I mean,
Not to mention the run both of them have had in high stakes tournaments in Las Vegas.
Jesse's going to jam button. Standard stuff so far. What a this is. This 4-handed. I mean, I try and remain impartial in the booth, of course, but just from an empathetic lens, you've open jammed 16 bigs with, you know, a very legit hand, and you're going to run into ace king. Talk about variance in poker.
Let's see.
5 to come. Jesse, the all-in player, at risk with the worst of it. $6.8 million in the middle. If Foxen can just hold here, which is looking very likely on the King 7 deuce. He's going to have half the chips in play with 3 left.
I don't want to be sweating against you. Sorry.
Jack's okay. It's fine.
No jack on the turn.
Oh, he came on the turn. Wow.
5 of diamonds leaves Jesse drawing dead.
Nice run, bro. From busting 17 to busting 4.
I'll take it.
Bro, he was It's the most insane thing ever, bro. You were there.
Nacho
You
is
would have busted him.
unrelenting. He has.
Let him breathe, Nacho.
He has needled every person that has busted out this tournament. Everyone. Without missing a beat. Good news is this man, one of the gorillas of poker, Jesse Lawrence, can take it on the chin and move on to the next tournament as he'll head to the cash desk and pick up a $280,000 payday for his run. Jesse, really one of the most exciting players on tour to watch.
Scared. Cheetah's never scared. Fuck.
Really excited to see
Good fall, bro.
him in future events.
Bro, you get a lot of fucking hands.
I really do.
How you fucking do it, bro? You always said jacks, king, ace, king.
Kind of fucked up.
With that elimination, we have entered the podium payouts. Everyone currently guaranteed $341,000. Note the ill-timed 3-bet from Arthur, and this is huge. Again, from a momentum point of view, Kevin are just like chopping away at one of Arthur's legs, extending Foxen's lead at the top of the chip counts.
Yeah, these chips are all going Foxen's way as soon as he says all in. And there's going to be huge separation between Foxen and the rest. And excuse my assumption that he would be all in. Plenty of money back here, and Foxen letting Arthur have the option to 5-bet bluff. Ace-9 offsuit, not one of the candidates you'd normally expect. Maybe a suited ace that Foxen dominates. We could induce action against. But this is nice. Making the claim that Foxen's still on quite a run. And I mean, if Martirosian's thinking about something, I mean, are we deep enough that 3.4 is on the table?
It's
a little re-click for 40% of our stack. I mean, we would do it with pocket kings.
So insane to me. Just the whole dynamic leading up to this moment.
Oh my God.
The speech play before the start of the hand, Nacho saying that Foxen always has it, and these two just really, you know, they've been swinging for each other. Center of the octagon, as I said earlier on, just trading blows, and it's Foxen here with just a brutal combo, because he's going to take almost half of Arthur's chips without even having to see 5.
8 million.
So nice here as Foxen to have ace-king offsuit and just have a hand you know that you can jam.
And props to Foxen, by the way, for finding the 4-bet induce in 2025. And just
that click just made him a huge amount of equity in this spot. Now Martirosian and Barbero even stacked at the bottom, fighting for second place. Foxen gets to run away with this if he's dealt some reasonable cards.
Yeah, there's 130 big blinds in play. Foxen has 95 of them.
Hey, this is good TV, guys. We need more players like this. You sure just fucking called, by the way. I was loving life. I was fucking loving life.
Oh man. I mean, if there was a petition that one could sign to always have Nacho, Arthur and Foxen at the table, I would be the first to sign it.
Pocket nines, a premium in this spot. Nacho's going to set the trap. Just 11 big blinds behind, hoping to induce a jam or a small raise. Suited hand in position. Foxen's just going to check and take a flop. Feels like a board where it's hard to represent much as Nacho. We would start this hand tight pre-flop, which means all the low cards not really part of the pre-flop range, but Foxen could certainly connect. Checks it over. He does get a bet out of Foxen. Is now the time to start raising and getting value from those low pairs, protect our hand a little bit.
$6.50.
Oi, oi, oi. Little check rizzle.
The year of the nacho. It's always the year. It's always the day of the nacho. I wake up every day, look myself in the mirror. It's me again.
Blows a kiss.
Already winning from the beginning. Insane, bro.
Someone clip that. I could see that being on
Arthur, you're
Patrick
such a
Leonard's
fucking player, bro. I'm
Instagram
so
stories.
proud of you. You're teaching the people that ICM is for real, for poor people, like, and you're not poor, obviously. Playing the fucking game right there.
I need someone to clip that, send it to Pads, so that Pads can save it. And instead of Pads, you know, Pads does this whole, it's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day. Just upload the clip of Nacho saying, every day I wake up, look in the mirror, I'm already, what do you say, living to win, winning?
Look in the mirror, it's me again.
It's me again, I'm already winning.
I'm already winning. It's a good line.
Patrick Leonard, if you're listening, if tomorrow morning your good morning message on IG isn't woke up today, looked in the morning, and looked in the mirror, it's me again, I'm already winning, then I don't know. Couple of deuces.
We saw the open jam 10-7 offsuit last hand. I think another one's incoming here. Oh. I don't think we're loving this one. We can see the matchup, but it's so rare that we're in such good shape with 2 4s. Not quite qualifying for Martirosian. Foxen gets away with one there.
Sixes, we're kind of fist bumping.
I think sixes is going to be in, yeah. Now we're even, you know, ahead of a bunch of King 5, Ace 5, Queen X suited type hands.
125.
Shows how big of an advantage Foxen has in this moment.
The dealer corrects me for misclicking. I love it.
Sevens now on the button. Definitely a spot where Martirosian can induce, but open jamming. Half his stack.
Arturito.
Leaving an escape route if both players went all in.
I mean,
See how cautious Martirosian's being from those last 2 hands.
Somebody calls you William?
No. Never.
Never?
Yeah.
I'm going to call you William now.
Actually, Chino Reem calls me William. It's the only one. I don't mind William. I just probably won't respond to it.
Nacho with decent hand on the button.
4 million.
Wow, Foxen's got 9s. I'm going to be flipping for Nacho's life. Tournament life, that is. Gotta win flips to win tournaments.
5 million.
There's the isolation from Foxen, as expected. Nacho making the snap call. 6.7 million in the middle.
Real scam. Both of us scammed.
I thought you would have fucking ace-10.
Scam flips, yeah. Thought you have.
Yeah, I know. I'm very happy to see nines.
Neither player happy with the result, by the way. Perhaps Foxen happier now on the 10-7-7. 2 cards to come.
King.
I think a lady got
King for a sweat seems fair.
What a dumb. Barry, green time.
Barbero calling for the Barry. Needs an ace or a queen. Otherwise, he is out of here. Does not find it.
1 million. GG, guys.
GG's indeed. And what a scam indeed. As we lose one of the most entertaining players on tour. Nacho Barbero.
Yeah.
With a 3rd place finish here.
Dama contra par de nueve. Ah, no pasa nada.
No pasa nada, Kevin. Handshake between Nacho and some of the crew, including producer James, as he heads to the cash desk to pick up podium payout. 3rd place money going Nacho's way, 341,000 to be collected. So he'll be jumping straight into that 30K, event number 3. But for now, we got ourselves another heads-up battle on our hands. 2 Titans that have been slugging away, man. Really just going after each other. It's Foxen that has emerged with the superior stack and near, what was this, 6-1 chip lead. A byproduct, Kevin, of that insane 6-bet pot. Something you just don't see in 2025. Foxen just correctly recognizing in the moment that it was the type of setup with the dynamic at the table and the table talk up until that point that he could just click it back in the form of a 4-bet, knowing his opponent oh so well that Artur just couldn't resist the temptation to 5-bet.
Yeah, I mean, what a great lead up to a heads-up battle between these two. That is a hand that I can't think of any other players who are going to put themselves in that sort of spot, especially 3-handed with the chance of Nacho laddering when they go to war against each other. But Foxen really did just set that up perfect, and it's leading to him going into heads-up with a 7-1 advantage.
$512,000 locked up. We're going to take a short break. When we return, I really want to talk about the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard implications this has for both Artur and Foxen, because coming in, these were 2 players that we were keeping an eye on. Luca Vivaldi and the team are going to set the stage, get everything set up for this heads-up battle. We're hoping it's as epic as the one we had earlier on. Don't go too far. When we return, we'll be crowning our 2nd champion of the series here in Montenegro. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
with these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, we're lucky up here that the players down there are also so excited about these final tables, right? That's really what makes it enjoyable for us, and I'm going to hold that thought because Queen Jack suited, no guarantees that this isn't 3-betting. I would normally expect a flat, but it is a tempting hand class to just be all in and try and clear out equity. It would be such a disaster to run into kings here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
You are dialed in, Mr. Abichow.
Don't blame him for taking this one. I think I would have done the same. Just going to have so many weaker hands that we can get Archer to fold here. Big pressure between these two players.
Can we just talk about the fact that this is more than just this 4.8 million chip pot for Artur? If he can hold here, which he will 82% of the time, become third in chips, on his way for a title, and to pretty much cement himself as the guaranteed Ivan Liao Player of the Year for this season. Turns Raul dead. Artur moves up to second in chips, overtaking Nacho Barbero as we lose the Spaniard who really was patient. Took the spot earlier with the 9s.
What a fucking life playing the game right there. In front of everybody.
Jesus
the
Christ.
whole world watching.
I'm sorry. Can we get a mute button on Nacho, please? Is that possible? Just while I'm, you know, paying Raul off for his 7th place finish. $129,000 for...
Interesting spot for Soiza.
This might be going in, you know.
He could rejam here. He's sub 15 blinds. He's got a suited ace. Foxen's got a real spot. He opened under the gun. Ace jack offsuit isn't super strong, but big blind.
When is that?
Going to have some lighter jams than, let's say, cutoff or button.
Quarter after. 30 minutes. 2 million?
Yeah, that sounds good. 30-minute break.
30 minutes, 30-minute break. And 30 minutes.
It's hard to fold this much hand. But you know you're just always up against ace-queen offsuit, always up against ace-king offsuit. But if Soiza has ace-10 offsuit, what a disaster it would be to fold. And we can see now he has ace-7 suited. Plenty of hands that Foxen's in great shape against.
Thinking through the hand as he flicks in another time bank. Just play this one back. This a lot at stake here, not just the immediate 1.9 additional that's being requested, but of course call and lose and double up Soiza and drop down to the middle of the pack. Shifts the dynamic for Foxen as he makes the call.
What
ultimately
a slow roll.
falls.
What a fucking slow roll. Oh my god. A slow rolling Soiza like that. Wow.
Wow.
I thought ace-10 maybe.
No way, bro. Okay, it's our friend, bro.
Nacho calling out the slow roll, in jest of course. It's definitely not a slow roll. So much to think about in this spot. Foxen in great shape to extend his chip lead as the jack in the window. 9-8 behind does give Soiza more outs than he had pre. From 3 to 4. Looking for a 10. Double those outs. Can he find Messi on the river to stay alive from the hunt for title number 3? He cannot. As number 2 on Malaysia's all-time money list, WPT co-owner, crosses the 14 million in Triton earnings mark. Will head to collect his 30th cash on the tour.
Foxy is low rolling people on national TV. Oh my god.
Big blind full bust. It's like a
wow.
row full bust like.
Wow.
Hold the big blind.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I was afraid of not being able to play hands with the Natito
Yeah.
all
Strong
day.
start to the series for Soiza, 10th in the 25K
Wow, bro,
WPT
he's
Global
loving
Slam.
life there when you tag
Follows
him.
it up with a 6th
He's
here
loving life.
I don't think he's loving
in
life at
event
any
number
point
2.
in it.
He's loving life, bro.
Collect
He's
107
tanking.
stack to perfection. Displayed great signs of patience as he flops top pair. Now finds himself 2 cards away from doubling up. Oh my
You're the
word.
Nacho.
Ocho. Nacho Ocho.
Dead on the turn.
So gross.
8 of hearts just making an appearance at the right time for Nacho Barbero.
They did it on purpose because I speak more than you.
Absolute gut punch
Not cheap.
for Barack Wizbrod, who will head to collect 5th place money, $224,000. Well, it probably comes as no surprise to those that have been tuned in for the last couple of hours that these 2 players have emerged battling it out for the title. Heads up between Foxen and Martirosyan. And at one point, it was, you know, a bit of back and forth for the chip lead. But that in-juice 4-bet from Foxen, getting the 5-bet out of Martirosyan to then 6-bet jam, taking away half of Artur's chips without even seeing 5 cards, has put him in an incredible position here as he looks to take down his 3rd Triton trophy. Kevin, this feels pretty straightforward here in the booth. Artur needs a double early. It's just as simple as that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And in big blind ante format with just 15 big blinds, I mean, chips are going to be flying within the first few pots, right? Both players are going to be aiming to play every hand, and heads up, no more ICM, no more consideration of ladders, no more thinking about the other players at the table. It's just the man across from you, and there's no reason to pass on any spots.
And how much can be done in Artur's shoes at this stack depth, 14 bigs? I feel like he's pretty handcuffed in terms of the way he can maneuver a lot of these situations.
Well, I wouldn't say necessarily. Strategically, there's a lot of limping in this format. There's a lot of flops to be taken, and players at this level are so good at extending hands, finding ways to make extra decisions, enter the pot, as we saw in that 6-bet pre-flop spot. But I'm expecting some post-flop play, you know, with difficult decisions to be made, even at 15 blinds.
Well, both of them have put on clinical performances heads up for a Triton trophy before, as we throw it down to the floor once more. Most recently, Alex Foxen out in the Bahamas in the 100K main. Made an incredible call down against João Vieira with just bottom pair, and then obviously went on to win it for his 2nd title. And the same could be said for Artur. You know, he's won some big heads up matches in his Triton career. I'll be honest with you, I'm rooting for a bit of a battle. I want to see an Artur double. I'm always trying to be impartial in the booth, but from an entertainment point of view, I want to see Artur get a double early, 75 bigs, place 30 kind of thing, and then,
I'll
you
do
know,
this one for this
may
one.
the best man win from there.
Right away here, a spot. See Artur entering with a limp. King 3 offsuit, a hand that could get Alex in trouble. Martirosyan's not folding to action here. Just going to check with the king high.
Foxen flops best. And the 8-4 tray. Artur with a easy check back. Interesting turn, picks up a gut shot. Ace high could also just be the best hand. See how Foxen wants to play his bottom pair kicker. Relevant.
Yeah, pretty strong hand for Foxen. He would expect a lot of second and top pair to bet the flop in position. But you don't necessarily just want to lead out every time you have a marginal hand. Seems like Foxen thinks this one's good enough. Half pot. And as Martirosian, we beat all the bluffs. We're well ahead of some, having a 6 in our hand, and a little bit of backup when we're behind. I think nothing to do here but call in position.
I don't know why, but it just feels like every spot here is huge for Artur. Every chip that goes in the middle that then doesn't come back his way. And not to say that time is running out, he still has 12 bigs back. But he doesn't have an insane amount of time to make something happen here. Man, Foxen's just... He's just good at poker, bro.
I'm surprised to see this value bet. It's looking so thin by the time the river comes down. Another overcard, 5th pair.
So good.
Is Martirosian ever going to think about bluff raising, or does he think this hand is too strong? Ace high definitely a calling hand strength when the price is so cheap. But he's going to take some thought. I mean, even if Artur had ace 7 instead of ace 6, he would see this one big blind bet on the river and think, maybe I could raise for value. And if that's going to be your mentality and position, you've got to find some bluffs. Just going to call.
I mean, that's just elite stuff, Kevin. It may seem so insignificant. It was an 8 big blind pot. But that is elite poker.
You're right. I mean, the extra 2.5 big blinds. Most players check down to the river. We see showdown and Alex wins 3 big blinds instead of 8.
Fair play, Alex Foxen. Was already a big fan, but his return to Triton has, well, it's been a run that most players can only dream of. Didn't join us post-COVID since 2019.
Hang on, because this might be going in.
Good luck, boys.
Open jam from the Jack 9 for 10 big blinds, Jack 10 snaps.
Chop it up. Why are you laughing, Kevin? Don't they chop most of the time?
What board are you imagining?
Deuce
We'll
3,
see.
4, 5, 6.
Oh yeah, that would do it. Ace, ace, king, king, 7.
Something like that. I'm 60% of the way there. It'll be tough to tie this one. Oh. So he's saying there's a chance. 5 would chop it. A 9 would mean we have our champion. Anything else means Artur gets a double, which he does. Jack 10, kicker plays. Artur back up to 20 bigs. Here we go. Just what the doctor ordered. 2 epic heads-up matches in one day. I was just talking about Foxen's Triton track record since returning in November of 2024. So what's that, 7 months ago. Kicked things off with a first place finish in the 50K for $1.5 million. Then came 6th in the 100K PLO main for 518K. Fast forward to Paradise, Triton Million, 6th place for 2.8 million. And then followed that up with another win. First place in the 100K main for 3.8. So just there alone, won near 7 million. And then Jeju, a couple of final tables, one in the 150K for another 7-figure score of 1,076,000, followed by a third-place finish in the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro for $380,000. The man is on a tear. He's just won 10 million in the last 6 months.
Open limp here for Artur, as he will do with a lot of hands. No interest in bluff raising from Foxen. Take a flop dominated here. Quick check back from Arturosian. Both players with no showdown value and pretty marginal interaction. Most players in Foxen's shoes here are going to check to a river and then bluff, maybe. But nothing stopping Martirosian from seeing the Queen of Diamonds gain a little relevance on this card and start a delayed bluff. He would value bet quite thin. And that's going to win him the pot.
Let's check in with the fans over on YouTube. What are people saying? Who do you want to win? Artur looking for his third title. Foxen also looking for his third.
I think it's easier to leave the ante if that's
Huge.
blind all the time.
Huge. Ivan Liao,
Like
Player
when
of
I
the
win
Year
this pot,
leaderboard
it's
implications here. I mean, I feel like Artur's just basically won it with this run.
Now, do you know if Foxen were to win this event, how big a separation in points there is between the two of them, approximately?
I mean, because Artur's made it to heads up, it doesn't make that much of a difference, right? Like, even if Foxen wins this and picks up, you know, an additional 30, 40 points more than Artur.
That's the number between first and second. It's going to be
close,
like
yeah.
50 or less.
The real damage would have been done, obviously, if like Artur just didn't make the money and Foxen just wins outright.
Yeah.
That's when it gets really interesting. But with this, you know, Artur just reducing the damage that is done, regardless of the result here, by getting heads up, because that's huge in itself. And also, Artur's already shown that he's willing to play short deck in Jeju. So even if Alex does, you know, win this and maybe picks up another top 3 finish here in Montenegro and plays all of the PLO stuff, if he doesn't show up to Jeju and play the short deck events, he's just drawing dead.
Yeah.
Like, he just can't win it.
Reasonable cash bonus comes with that Player of the Year win. So, you know, certainly if Foxen felt like he was within striking distance, he'd probably make the flight out to Jeju and fire a schedule.
We're out of sync.
But perhaps Martirosian's just too far ahead of the pack. Another couple of weak hands. This is how it goes in heads up. Get dealt trash and figure out what to do with it. Artur says, let's min raise. I like this choice. Queen 5 offsuit, a little bit stronger than nothing. Weakest hands we want to limp. Maybe second tier hands, let's call them. We can bluff raise on the button. Clearing out 9 deuce doesn't look like much, but that's a pretty big pickup.
Milo asking, is there going to be any coverage of the cash game in Montenegro? Well, Milo, seeing as you ask so politely, I think I can come in and say, get the double espresso order in. Okay, go get a couple of cans of Red Bull. Maybe order a takeaway pizza or two. Because tonight, after we crown a champion here, in this heads-up match, we're going to be bringing you some $2,000, $4,000 no-limit hold'em. 2K, 4K, min buy-in of $400,000. You know, just 2 FTs in one day. Casual 2K, 4K. It's going to be $1 million pots.
6 million.
Who else does it like Triton, Kevin?
As we say that, big pickup there from Foxen. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We've got a big heads-up match to finish and a bigger cash game coming.
John Duffy asking if there's a seat in the cash game. Cody's saying the Triton mod just said no covering the cash game. Hey, listen. Firstly, leave our mods alone, okay? They're some of the best in the business, working around the clock to make sure everything's clean and as it should be. They were under specific orders to keep it a secret until Kevin and I had been given the green light from the team that we could make the announcement. It hadn't been made yet. The mods didn't want to, you know, spoil the fun. So yeah, you did hear. Cash game coming up next. 2K, 4K. 400,000 buy. I'm going to be playing. I'm going to jump in.
Hold on. You saying there's a seat?
Are you looking to play, Kevin?
450.
Oh my. I gotta sell some property.
Don't do that.
Let me call my broker. I'm liquidating everything.
Has the button won every pot since we asked you to keep the big one in? Maybe. I think
Surprise stream.
We play.
Yeah, look, we're only,
13
what,
pence
7
per
hours into the day.
Yeah.
It's not like we've crowned,
13
we're about to
pence
crown 2
9
champions
pence and 13
in
pence
one
per
day.
pot, yeah.
You know, as if that wasn't enough. You know, as if we hadn't
Hyper
made poker history today. I say we. Let's be honest, it was all Xuan Liu making history on her own. First female player to ever win a Triton trophy. 860,000 dub. Now here, these two looking for their 3rd title. But yeah, as if that wasn't enough. Just non-stop poker coverage. The highest stakes, the best players in the world for your viewing pleasure.
Big hand here for Foxen. He just limped in. Oh, and he's checking it back. Only chance he has to win money against Archer's hand here. Not that he could know. Once again, you'd think Martirosian wants some equity to bet from out of position. Normally the total trash, checking down to the river. See if Foxen decides it's time to start going for value now. His hand is very under-repped.
Stab from Foxen.
150, 300 now.
Fruitless endeavor.
Blinds going up.
Lights going up. We know who's going to feel the pinch. That one. The Russian. Now playing just 14 big blinds.
Almost the exact same hand matchup we saw a few hands ago. Martirosian had queen 5 offsuit against the 9 deuce. Now limping the queen 6. There is a lot of mixing in these pre-flop strategies. Just because a player does something once doesn't mean they'll do it every time, even with the exact same hand in the same spot.
Perfect timing for Artur to go on a bit of a hot streak. As the blinds have gone up, needs to start winning a few pots. Try and fight his way back into this match.
Quick bet and a fold. Top pair against air.
For Doyle.
Has anyone been dealt good cards?
I kind of don't want them to. I want to see these guys with napkins. As if these guys needed good cards to win poker hands, you know? Look at this.
I mean, no one's been dealt good hands, but every single pot has been V-pipped and then played aggressively at some point, so perhaps you're right, Henry. We take it for granted sometimes, but these two are very comfortable navigating difficult situations.
Yeah, more dust. And Foxen's been pretty content so far to mix these spots.
He's got a look. He's got a raising to 1.2 million look. Excuse me, 1.05. And King 6 offsuit is good enough to continue. Honestly, wouldn't be shocked to see a rejam. One of those magic king high hands that has reasonable equity in heads up scenarios. Wow, he's found it. Big pickup.
Yeah, well played, Artur. Big pickup.
I mean, he's playing 14 blinds. So many players just going to open jam if they're looking to play that aggressively, or they're going to limp and then call the raise. Really just winning the max there with a pretty dusty hand.
Saint G over on YouTube saying Artur cashing event number 1 and going straight to event number 2 to eventually be at the final table and heads up is unreal grit for player of the year. I agree. It really is. Yeah, I don't want to say it's all over because, as we all know, I mean, people who have been with us for the last couple of years will recall that Jason Kuhn was, you know, not, I don't want to say not even in the conversation, but he was a long way back from Stephen Chidwick at one point in season 2. And it literally came down to the wire, the final hour. Jason has just like come into Cyprus needing like a win and 3 final tables, and I think he just like won 2 of the first 6 opening events.
That's gotta go to you.
Or whatever it was.
That's,
and
yeah, that's my
yeah.
part of the last spot.
And then there was like a reverse sweat
won the last spot.
where Stevie made the final table of the last event in Cyprus and needed to like win it outright. And if I'm not mistaken, got 3rd or just something ridiculous like that, where we're just like, really?
Don't want to overshadow that little pickup with 6 deuce offsuit from Martirosian just now, raising the big blind versus a limp. Foxen folding the queen 7.
Dude, I don't think, apart from the first hand, the king 3 against ace 6, have we seen an ace dealt to anyone? There's like, what, the jack 10 hand? I haven't seen a premium so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh no, Arthur had ace 6 of clubs the very
That was
first
the first hand, yeah,
very
I
first,
said that.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that was it.
No. It was oh, yeah, I can choose. He didn't check. I check out of the turn, but
You checked out 10 and then he did check.
and then and yeah, okay.
You checked with that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, a bit of confusion there, but gentleman's agreement. Arthur checked out of turn. Innocent mistake. Can be somewhat confusing when the button is, you know, placed like that. Mike saying Alex had king jack suited.
It's fair, it's quite premium.
Triton.
Well, it's the second best hand we've seen so far this heads-up match, so. Well, one has to tip their hat to Artur, who came into this heads-up battle. I want to say 6-1, 6.5 to 1 chip deficit. He's managed to claw back to 22 big blinds. I mean, if he doubles, takes the chip lead. 512,000 locked up for both these Titans. Just a casual 243,000 heads-up match. After that, we're going to be playing some 2K, 4K. No limit hold'em with a $400,000 buy-in. This is going in. This is going in.
Yeah, Foxen with the trap on the button, king queen offsuit. Deuces easy jam. Fair fight.
This is as fair as it gets. 12.9 million in the middle. And just as we were talking about potential double spot for Artur, this could be it. If he can just hold here with the ducks, they're both tied for the chip lead, and then we've got a real battle on our hands. There's no paint on the 10-5-3. Artur 2 cards away Getting that double. Are we going to see two insane comebacks on the same day? 3 of hearts on a turn makes things dicey. Now add 10s and 5s to the outs that Foxen's looking for. King, queen, 10, 5 needed for Foxen to ship his 3rd Triton trophy. Doesn't find it. And now we got a heads-up battle on our hands, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
Now we got a real heads-up battle on our hands.
Even stacked, 43 blinds deep.
Wow. From 6-1 chip deficit, we saw Xuan Liu overcome Daniel Dvoris as she took down the 25K WPT Global Slam earlier. Now Artur's done the hard part.
Yeah.
He's pulled it back to even. Now needs to dispose of that man. Alex Foxen, 44 big blinds.
That is a nice dealer button. I know you mentioned that already, Henry, but...
No, it's worth mentioning again.
That's pretty sick.
There are some things just worth, you know, reinforcing, stating over and over again. Like, you don't just tell your dog you look cute once and then never again, right? You just tell it like 3 times a day.
True. $40 big blinds deep now. Going to be more open raising, I would think. Martirosian starts us off with a min raise, 6-5 offsuit.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the shift, obviously, once we get to heads up.
Reasonable interaction for Artur. Have to think he's going to be pretty aggressive on this board. A few high cards. Oftentimes with heads-up ranges, I think of the 9 as kind of acts like a Broadway card. If you're translating strategies over from other formats.
What do you know, ladies and gentlemen? Artur Martirosian has taken the chip lead. We've been here for, what, the better part of an hour and 15 minutes for this heads-up battle. No. Was it an hour? That was when we went on dinner break. It's been about 45 minutes or so, I'd say. Call it 40 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, call it 30. You give me a look.
Who's keeping count?
I mean, who cares at this point? We've got a heads-up match. We needed to see if Artur could pull it back. He's done exactly that. He's now got the chip lead. Just love to see it. Sonny Barnes saying, do the commentators ever play in the high-stakes tourneys? Well, always been shy to, you know, blow my own bubble, but my co-commentator, Kevin Rambachow, was recently out in Miami, I believe, Florida, played a couple of 25Ks, made a couple of final tables.
It's true. Yeah. Don't sell yourself short, though. There's some footage in the archives.
There are. There is.
Of a spry Henry Kilbane in the 25K.
In Jeju.
Jeju 2024?
That was so fun, man. I mean, I came back for day 2. And I just look at my seat draw, and I'm like, okay. Steve O'Dwyer, 2 to my left. Great. Jason Kuhn. Just sat over there, you know. I think Ren Lin. Who else? I mean, just as you would expect. Bunch of sickos. And Yeah, that was fun. That was worth the 25K investment.
Because you cashed.
Well, because I cashed, but also just for the experience itself. Like I would
Yeah.
have, you know, the cash was the cherry on top, but
Of
the
course.
25K itself was just the experience. Really good fun. Really enjoyed it. I'd love to do it again, actually. I mean, Jeju's coming up later this year. I think there's going to be an opportunity to maybe jump in a 20K, 25K.
There you go.
We'll see. But also for my own sanity, I do just enjoy being here in the booth and not having to embrace the variance, you know?
Yeah.
It can ruin a trip.
It can be a lot.
Yeah, it can ruin the trip.
We'll see it when we get to event 13. 6-figure buy-ins. Players who have been at it day in and day out.
That's it. Like, imagine getting buried from the start of a trip, like firing 4 bullets in the 25K and then having to do commentary for the next 14 days.
Oh.
It's just like, no thank you.
Yeah, true. You saying I shouldn't be firing at the World Series before my next stint in the booth?
When is your next stint in the booth? At the
Actually,
WSOP?
I don't know. But on my next trip will be to play tournaments would be WSOP.
Okay, but you've got like a month removed between WSOP and Triton, right?
That'd be enough time to recover from getting torched. Yeah, it's true.
Like a good 6 weeks or so. You know, maybe Bitcoin just goes on a summer heater in August, and
That could always bail us out. Yeah.
Just recoup everything.
Time and time again, it has.
Look at this, by the way. I mean, these guys.
Yeah,
they're just playing a different game.
Just to recap, Martirosian limps the button, stabs one big blind on the flop, reasonable, ace high board, his advantage. Double barrels the ace of spades on the turn. Foxen just called 2 streets with queen high. Martirosian dejected a little bit there, was bluffing with jack high and gave up the river. Nice call from Foxen.
Two were making moves, bobbing and weaving, willing to go after one another, by the way, in big spots. And
yep.
Yeah, really happy to see this matchup.
Two eights. Really a premium here. I like starting with a raise. We're deep enough now that this is what we want to do with our top end hands. 4 deuce offsuit, not enough.
How wide can you defend from the big blind versus like this 2.2 button open of like 40 bigs?
Quite wide. Probably 75% of the time, give or take.
Yeah.
But
with big
that's
blind
basically
ante.
with big blind ante, yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to leave us folding the worst of the offsuit hands, but basically nothing suited. Any suited hand qualifies. Maybe some of the worst offsuit disconnected stuff. Might even be a little higher, 80+%, but yeah. You play quite a lot of hands against that size. Seen very few pre-flop folds in general.
Manon saying 2 of the biggest gangsters on tour. They really are. You know, whenever Artur or Foxen enter a pot, doesn't matter what stage of the tournament it is, you just know that someone's entire stack is just leveraged and up for grabs at all times. Just like, okay, limped pot, blind v blind. We can still get 100 bigs in post.
Yep.
Big fan of both their play styles. Feel like Artur leans more towards Solverland, but does he dabbles in the freestyling, in the street poker.
I would agree.
Foxen's rivered a winner here. Very decent one at that. 900k in the middle. Second pair, king kicker. See if you can get some value. The way this hand's played out.
Yeah, one would think from Foxen's willingness to value bet thin earlier. Look at this size. 2 times the pot. Foxen knows his hand, in the context of this spot, is massive. Your opponent's checked behind twice in position. They never have a jack. They never have a straight. They can only have 2 pair if they rivered it, and you've got the 8 yourself. Those are the plays that can be so dangerous to fight back against. Because when you have an image like Foxen does, you just get hero called a lot.
Did not expect to see the 2x spot, man.
That was big.
Just a pair of 8s.
Crazy leveling war indeed.
Well, it just goes to show that even though we do have like a 40 big blind average heads-up match here, that this could just be over in the blink of an eye because both of these players are willing to play huge pots.
Couple of weak flush draws here. No clear advantage to either player with their overall range. Martirosian has options. I think he could continue with a call or a raise. Rarely do I say that and he chooses call, but here we are. And the jack is interesting. Slight advantage to Artur, I would think. Any middle pair would check call the flop, regardless of the other card. But for Foxen in position, a number of those middle pairs would check behind. So there's a bit of a range shift in Artur's favor. He's finding a lead. Small size, though, and Foxen's got a real draw. That 9 of spades is nothing to scoff at. Against a big bet, we probably fold, but this is 30%?
30%.
Continues with a call. Probably not expecting to have the best hand, but hoping to improve or see Artur slow down.
That's a funny river.
Anyone else have the chop pot in the back of their mind this one? I was not planning for this. But here we are.
Carve it up.
You'd expect Martirosian to slow down now. Too thin for value. Foxen could easily have a queen. Same kind of situation in position, but a little less likely, I think, from Foxen's point of view, that Artur has a queen. Given how many thin value bets he's gone for, I wonder if he's considering value betting this. It would be so dicey. Surely there's some risk of getting check raised. Some queen deuce in the checking range on the river. Yeah,
Fine.
chop it up.
Man, you were so dead.
Foxen just acknowledging.
I mean, was he dead?
I mean, clearly not.
On any blank, Artur just wins the pot.
Fair. Fair. You saying that Artur's following through on rivers, yeah?
Yeah. Hard for me to imagine him shutting that one down.
You know what they say about chop pots, Kevin?
I'm not doing the bit.
I was asking you a legit question. I don't know what you're talking about. What bit? Artur coming with raise. Min open. North of 30 bigs deep. As we discussed when we saw the shift in stack depths. Once Artur managed to pull it back to even.
Bit of an unlucky spot here for Artur. Pocket 7 still a pretty strong hand. Worth a couple streets of value if he starts betting. Foxen with top pair. Gonna be interested in the same thing. I think with no kicker and no backdoor flush draw, it's probably wise to check call this one. But 30 big blinds deep in heads up play, there's nothing wrong with check raising top pair of kind of any kind on almost any board.
1.5.
Does come with check raise. Archer's not going to love having 2 sevens. These are common bluff cards for Alex. Gut shots. But his hand is just too good right now.
Yeah, you'd rather have pocket 8s, right, than 7s here.
Yep, better bluff catcher on future streets. But 7s, the chance to improve to a gut shot. 6 is going to freeze both players a bit. Plenty of 6s that Martirosian could have himself. And that's going to make Foxen even more reluctant to value bet his jack. Expect him to either reduce sizing or check. Still 2 times the pot behind here. Plenty of room to maneuver. Decision point for Artur. Does he want to buy his showdown with a small bet? Or does he want to check behind? Because he could be up against some pure bluffs that he's in very good shape against. He's going to set his price.
And the idea here, Kevin, when you say setting his price, is to just check back every river. Or, you know, every river bar a 7.
Yeah, first we want to get a fold or a call. We don't want to get check raised. That's part of the equation. And I think we're protected against that by nature of the fact that it's so easy for us to have a 6 ourselves. So it's hard for Foxen to take this jack and make some big read that says, oh, I think you've got a protection bet, I'm going to check raise you now for value. So he gets quarter pot in here with his thin value bet. Not a great river, we go check, check. We effectively lose the men.
Well, Artur did the hard part. Doubled with the deuces just 20 minutes ago. Pulled it back to even at one point. Took the chip lead for 1 or 2 hands, I believe. But since then, things just haven't been going his way. Just as I say that, the blind's going up to 200,000, 400,000. We did get the heads-up battle we deserved. We asked for it. We saw that hour-and-a-half slugfest between Xuan Liu and Daniel Dvoris earlier on today in the 25K WPT Global Slam, where we saw Xuan come back from a 6-1 chip deficit. Here we've been here for about, I don't know, an hour or so. Bit under for this heads-up battle. Artur was in rough shape, coming in 6-1 chip deficit for him as well. Managed to pull it back, but now things swinging back in Foxen's favor, including on this board. Ace 6-3. That's a gut shot. It's going to be tough for 9 high to continue.
Martirosian's hand is more than nothing here. If he is attuned to these heads-up ranges, yes, there's an ace on board. This is really bad for you in the big blind, and that might be enough to convince us to fold, but a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw against 1 big blind in a limped pot, it's just a hand we should try to continue. In general, it's good enough. And he's doing it by check raising. Foxen's not going to go anywhere. Check raise is small enough here from Artur that even though he rarely checks an ace in the big blind... Oh, has he announced a 3-bet? That's so interesting. Foxen knows he loses to bluffs. But if he had an ace, would he do this? Martirosian's just out. He's not interested in fighting again. He, you know, flashbacks to the 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet all in, right?
Yeah.
He's just like, no thanks, you got it.
Yeah, that hand's going to be doing the rounds
Nice
on
find.
socials. Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised there because it felt like the type of hand, you know, a live draw to the nuts with the 7-4 would be a disaster if Artur just said, you know what, I'm sending it in.
Yeah.
And you don't get to realize that equity.
Rainbow board, though. Foxen's so attuned to what people are willing to do, right? And I think this is so important in a heads-up match to be aware of the limitations of your opponent's strategy. Not saying that Artur's strategy is simple by any stretch of the imagination, but
Wow, is that a fold?
if you see a rainbow flop,
Card? Okay. Wow.
as he folds the 7-deuce that may have had some dirt on it, you just don't expect an all-in aggression on a rainbow flop like that. It's perhaps just something nobody's done to Alex in who knows how long. So he's got parts of his game that are designed for this idea, right? It's like, I know I can click back, and I know I'm not going to face the 4-bet jam because nobody does it on this board in this spot.
CHV in the chat saying there's levels to this game. I'm far from what these guys are playing.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go, indeed.
We're
Little heads-up mystery hand.
Ten big blinds effective.
Right.
Artur presumably polarized when he raises this size. If he's got value, he's inducing action with premiums. If he's bluffing, it's the dustiest hands. The 7-deuce, the 8-3. And there might be some other stuff sprinkled in the middle. Queen 6 offsuit or something.
Let's go. Ace-Jack 5. Foxen's got more than enough of a piece to be interested in continuing.
Yeah, I mean, SPR 1.3. Jack 7 is a big hand on this flop. We don't even lose to all of the pre-flop induces at this stage, because Artur could even have pocket 8s, for example, or King-Queen suited, King-10 suited. So Jack 7, certainly bluff catching, but in really good shape for now. Offsuit ace, reducing the chance that Martirosian has value. But Foxen so rarely has an ace that if Martirosian had Queen Jack, King Jack, he'd happily go for 3 streets. If he had pocket queens, pocket kings, he'd happily go for 3 streets.
SPR less than 1. I'm baffled at how Artur's managed to ISO pre and then find 2 bets across flop and turn at this stack to pot ratio and has some behind. I mean, he's going to have, what, 40% pot going to the river?
This is just the game when you play these polarized raises. Pre-flop, it carries on post-flop. Sometimes Martirosian's got 9 of hearts, deuce of clubs. And other times he's got pocket queens.
What's he got now, Kevin? Has he got it?
Oh.
Does he have value?
Heart completer. You know I'm going to bet on a bluff. Come on, we're watching Artur Martirosian play heads up. Trying to extend his lead on the Player of the Year leaderboard. I'm putting him on 9 of hearts, deuce of clubs. If he goes all in, he's not going to check that hand on the river. He's all in for sure.
1 in the chat if you think Artur is bluffing. 2 if you think he has the goods. So it went 2.5 big blinds pre. After Foxen limped, flop continued for 1 big blind. Turney fired out 800k into 3.2. 25% pot. Now getting to the river, just 40% pot back. And he's moving all in.
Which is it?
Foxen's gonna ask for a count.
And again, Foxen's hand is just pretty big for the spot. Now at this point he loses to all value. It would be a little strange to me if a bad Jack X hand was all in here for value.
How wide can Artur be jamming here for value? Like, is Jack 10 ever jamming here?
I think it's close. I think it can, in theory. I think Foxen would have to call down a 5 relatively often. We're 10 big blinds deep. 2.5 were in pre-flop. This is a lot of action in terms of streets, but it's very little money compared to what we started with in the pot on the flop. So you got to make some light call downs. This would be a big fold.
I'm going Queen of Hearts, 6 of clubs. Is that too good of a hand to ISO pre? Is that not the type of hand you'd want to put into your polar range pre-flop?
I think at 10 big blinds effective, it is too good of a hand. But it's not way off. Certainly not way off.
I'm going Doyle Brunson. 10 of hearts, deuce of clubs. Wow, Foxen lets it go. Oh man, no way.
Didn't even have the heart. Just 6 deuce.
Oh my word.
No blocker. He got a big hand to fold too. That's a savage bluff.
Artur Martirosyan, you sick.
Big fold.
Sick pup.
Said big fold.
Bad fold. King Kai.
Better.
This is why he is ranked #1.
Is King High what you were trying to get me to fold?
You'll see.
Ooh.
Ranked #1 on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard coming into this series. I think the thing that impresses me the most about both of them, but let's just be a bit results oriented right now, given that Artur was the one that won the hand, it's the willingness to put it all on the line when the stakes are as high as they are.
Yeah.
We're talking Triton trophy, we're talking better part of $250,000, we're talking about legacy, we're talking about player points. I mean, it's just so impressive.
Hold on, we've got an all-in.
We do indeed.
Artur limped the button, King 10 suited, setting the trap. Foxen's all in with King 6 of diamonds.
I mean, after such a sick bluff, to now find himself 5 cards away from doubling up, retaking the chip lead for a second time, has Foxen in a bad way here. Just a 6 deuce, no heart. I mean, what are we even talking about, people?
It's an awesome bluff.
Who finds those spots? Oh, hold on. This would be unfair. This would be really unfair on the back of what we just witnessed. And again, there is no justice in this game. Oh, hello. Okay. They're going to chop it up 45% of the time. King 10 spade for Artur needed to find the double. Fox is looking for a 6 or a diamond. What a sweaty turn card Carve it up, boys. That was a bit heart in throat kind of moment.
Fair. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Arthur thinks that one was fair.
Foxen claimed fair. Don't think Arthur agreed with that one. Kevin?
No.
I think the wise words of the ancient Argentinian philosopher Nacho Barbero. I hear the words echo.
It's
What
a
a scam. Such a scam.
It's a scam, bro.
So sick. I've never seen this guy lose an all-in. Here we go. I mean, Arthur's just like, he's just trying to get a highlight reel.
He's back at it here, and he's using a new size as well. Some players mixing at these like 15 to 25 big blind stack depths. Use the big size sometimes with really trashy bluffs. Some medium to strong hands that want to get all in, like ace-queen offsuit, pocket sixes, that kind of stuff. Archer's done some prep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is, in the context of the spot, a huge cooler.
This feels like GG's. 8-8-4. Not to say it as if it's preordained, but just given what we've been talking about for the last however many hours, the play styles of both, and the fact that they just show up with bluffs in spots that others don't. A hand as strong as 10-4 on this board really just becomes incredibly strong against the likes of Foxen.
And with three of a kind in position, we really want to be trapping here. Unless you have some kind of read that your opponent's strong, we expect Martirosian to have bluffs that have no equity, just like the 6-deuce he just showed to the audience. So we want to call in position and let him keep firing with those hands. Ace is interesting. Martirosian has the 10 of clubs. Makes it a little harder for Foxen to have floated the flop light. But there's still some hands that come to mind, like 7-6 suited, 6-5 and 5-7 suited, that he might want to charge. He doesn't expect Foxen to have an ace. Complicated spot with a marginal hand like a pair of fours. If Foxen has 10-9, Jack-10, we at least have a 10 in our hand where checking's a little more attractive, but it wouldn't shock me if he just jammed this. Yeah. He's all in and dead.
Snap. And GG's. The river card. An inconsequential one, as both of these Titans shake hands. The 5 of hearts makes it official. Artur Martirosian putting on one hell of a show. He's out in second, but let's just talk about this man for a moment. Alex Foxen, since returning in Monte Carlo 2024, which was only 7 months ago, has now won more than $11.5 million on the Triton Tour with 3 titles. Picked up almost $7 million in Paradise. Took down the 50K in Monte Carlo and has now taken down the 25K here in Montenegro. Artur Martirosian out in second. Will pick up those crucial Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard points. I mean, he's looking like a tough man to catch, Kevin, because
the way he's been playing, it's going to take a lot to beat Artur. It's going to take a man like Alex Foxen. Got the better of his man. I guess the biggest turning point was four-handed, that 6-bet pot, if I'm not mistaken, between the two just gave Foxen such a comfortable chip lead. It crippled Artur.
Yeah.
Artur came into this heads-up match with a 6-1 chip deficit and then managed to just turn it around.
Yeah.
Tied it, then took the chip lead. Then we saw an epic 45 big blind average heads-up match. Then we saw Foxen pull away again, separate the gap. Then Artur pulled it back and tied once more. And then, you know, just looking back now, the 6 deuce hand getting through, almost doubling up with the king 10 against the king 6. Could have been different.
Yeah.
Could have been very different, Kevin.
And it almost felt anticlimactic to some extent, you know, a bit of an understated celebration at the end I felt for Foxen. As such a competitive guy, maybe it doesn't feel great to just have trips in position and be like, I call, I win, right? I just have the best hand. After they've run these crazy bluffs, after they put so much effort into the game, I kind of felt like, you know, of course that's disappointing for Artur, but maybe even a little bittersweet for Foxen. He's like, oh, this is great. I won. Did I earn it? That's an interesting one. But, I mean, absolutely he did. He played so well leading up to that point.
I like what you're saying. So you're saying that in an ideal world, Foxer would prefer to be put in the blender multiple time banks, makes an insane hero call to then win the trophy. But here he just gets the click call and he's won the tournament.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling, right? But I'm sure it feels good.
Well, third title for Foxen, like I said, north of 11 million in the last 7 months. I mean, the guy is just unstoppable right now. And he's going to be having a quick word with none other than Ali Najjar. But before we throw it down to the floor, just want to say to the viewers, don't go anywhere. Today we've crowned 2 champions. Xuan Liu in the 25K WPT Global Slam. Now Alex Foxen in this 25K. We've got the 30K running in the background, event number 3. We're going to be picking up coverage of that tomorrow. But now, out of nowhere, we've got a $2,000, $4,000, 400K buy-in cash game for your viewing pleasure. We've got about 3, 4, 5, who knows how many hours worth of action. I've heard, Kevin, that there's some crazy side bets going on. Wouldn't surprise me if we see some Squid Game action, which, as we all know recently, that can just lead to some of the most out-of-line hands that you've seen. Quickly, Kevin, over-unders on the amount of $1 million pots we're going to see tonight.
Oh, 2.5.
2.5.
Sure.
Kevin says 2.5. I'm going to set it at 4. We're going to have a word with Alex Foxen, and when we return, we're going to be picking up coverage very shortly of this insane 2K, 4K, no limit hold'em cash game. But for now, a word with our champion.
Well, there were exactly 3 ways to outdo Wifey coming into today for Alex Foxen, and he made the podium and did it in the finest of fashion. Standing beside me now, the champion of event number 2. Alex, you took a 5-year break from Triton. We saw you in 2019. You came back in 2024, and I would imagine people are pretty upset about it at this point because you earned a title in Monte Carlo. You went to the Bahamas. You won the main there in the 100K. Jeju, I'd love to say that you had a dry spell, but you picked up 1.9 million and change without the title. Here you are in Montenegro, second event, second cash, third title of your career, 860,000, putting you into the $12 million club. Have you just cracked the Triton code? What's going on?
I definitely don't think there's a code to be cracked, but running good, feel like I'm playing my best, and yeah, it's a good recipe.
Well, if you're going to talk about recipes, let's talk about the ingredients that you had at this particular final table, because it was a very complex brew. You had different styles, plenty of different characters, a lot to navigate. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good players, like there always is at these tournaments. Some interesting spots. Definitely didn't like to see Artur on my left get a bunch of chips. He likes the battle, so we had some fun. And yeah, it just worked out my way. I had the best hand a lot of the time in the big spots.
Not to be overlooked, obviously, Nacho Barbero, Jesse Lonis as well. They can give you a handful. One pot that stood out for me was the mythical beast that we hear of from time to time, a 6-bet pot. You played one. It was a bit of a warm-up to your heads-up battle with Artur.
Yeah, that was a fortunate one for me. I had a spot where I'm really aggressive on the button. He took a 3-bet spot, and I had a hand strong enough to click and get it in. So worked out.
Yeah, that it did. Now, the workout earlier was for Kristen as she was here at this feature table, and you were parked right over there in an event, this one, as it were, and you kept a keen eye on her. Be honest with us, because we wonder, is it more stressful for you to sit and battle with these guys at this FT yourself, or to watch her do her thing?
I mean, neither of them are very stressful, to be honest. I enjoy both, you know. I definitely like having control. So I'd say maybe, if anything, less stress on this side, but very minimal either way.
Now, you've come a long way since the onset of your high-stakes poker career, and obviously a long way getting into that point in time. Reflect with me, if you would, since 2019, when you first joined us at the Triton Poker Series, you know, on all that's happened, because I'm sure this is just a dream, and you're wondering if and when you're going to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of things go my way in some of the bigger tournaments. Didn't play a lot of the Tritons for a while, trying not to travel, trying to stay home, getting a routine. And to come back and, you know, run really hot at the beginning is really nice.
Well, obviously, there was plenty of talent and plenty of effort that came together to make this all happen for you. You know, I wonder, in terms of Triton, when you first joined us in 2019 in London, I would imagine it made an impression on you. But as you stand here today and you look around and you observe these fields and all of the investment in this product as well, what are your sentiments about the tour and its future?
I mean, I'm really optimistic about its future to start. I think that the interest in these tournaments is extremely high, and it seems to continue to grow, as I think it should. It's definitely the best product out there as far as high-stakes poker tournaments, and it's a blast to play in.
We certainly love having you here. And something else that's going to be growing is your trophy case, as I bring Luca Vivaldi to the stage right now with title number 3 to be handed to Alex Foxen. And with it comes $860 grand for your event number 2 25K 8 Max champion.